Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The drunkard near the doorway instantly sobered up. A chilling sensation rapidly spread through his mind, accompanied by overwhelming fear that drained all color from his face. Gauss maintained his grip on the man's wrist without letting go. He didn't harbor much resentment toward this drunk. What could you expect from someone completely inebriated? The only reason he kept holding on was because the man's legs had turned to jelly, trembling like wet noodles. If Gauss released him now, the drunk would collapse to the floor. Try to stand steady. I'm letting go now, Gauss said calmly. Yes, sir. The drunk shuddered violently when Gauss's emerald eyes swept over him, as if an electric current had passed through his body. As Gauss released his grip, he couldn't help but shake his head internally at how the man trembled like a frightened chick. Did he really appear that terrifying? When he'd washed his face earlier, he'd thought his features looked rather refined. The tavern had fallen completely silent. The Night Owl squad paid no attention to the unusual atmosphere. Exhausted from a full day's work and having narrowly escaped from ghouls without actual combat, they were still covered in cold sweat. All they wanted now was to deliver their report, take a bath, and get some proper rest. Brave adventurers, what happened here? Tavern owner Harvey emerged after being notified, instinctively frowning at their disheveled state before quickly forcing a smile. Let's discuss this inside, boss, Levin suggested. The tavern remained eerily quiet, with nearly every patron in the main hall watching them intently. Discussing their recent encounter publicly would likely cause unnecessary panic. The group followed Harvey into a private room. Only after they left did hushed whispers gradually fill the tavern again. So terrifying. They look like serial killers. Chill. Keep your voice down. They might still hear us. Inside the private room, Levin and the others recounted their entire experience to Harvey. You're telling me a ghoul is prowling near the village? Harvey gasped after hearing their story. While ordinary monsters could be handled by villagers with some casualties, even without professional adventurers, creatures like ghouls exceeded what normal humans could confront. Though the village had trained militia, they stood no chance against monsters several times stronger. The only silver lining was that, if the adventurer's report was accurate and there was only one ghoul, the situation might not be immediately dire. Solitary monsters rarely attacked human settlements. That's correct. Do you think your group could handle that creature? Harvey ventured cautiously. Even if attacks were unlikely, having such a dangerous predator nearby would make peaceful sleep impossible. Do we look capable of killing a ghoul? We're lucky to have escaped with our lives, Levin admitted with a bitter smile, seeing no shame in the truth. Harvey examined their condition with his experienced eye. Unlike ordinary villagers, as a former manager of a large merchant guild, he recognized their ferocious appearance actually indicated utter exhaustion. Normally, adventurers would have cleaned their gear properly rather than returning covered in blood and gore. My apologies, that was presumptuous, Harvey sighed, realizing how ridiculous his expectation had been. Even well-trained low-level adventurers couldn't possibly match a ghoul's strength. I'll convene with other leaders tomorrow. If confirmed, we'll likely repost the ghoul elimination quest through the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for the warning. Regarding the water ghost extermination mission, after verifying the situation tomorrow, I'll prepare an official incident report for you. Harvey stood up, his face slightly green from enduring the group's overwhelming stench in the enclosed space. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly moved toward the door. After your ordeal, please stay overnight at our tavern and freshen up. Without waiting for their response, he hurried ahead. We have baths in the back. I'll have servants prepare hot water. The group exchanged glances but ultimately followed, unable to refuse the offer now that safety had returned and they could no longer tolerate their own fishy, foul-smelling state. The night passed uneventfully. Next morning, Gauss awoke in a soft bed, surrounded by gray-brown stone walls where extinguished oil lamps hung. The low oak beams were blackened by smoke, and sunlight filtered through narrow window grates to cast dappled patterns. He lay still for a while until fully awake, then sat up and stretched leisurely. Haven't slept this well in ages. Pressing down on the coarse wool blanket, its worn edges revealing yellowed cotton stuffing, he noted it still surpassed his usual linen mattress. Luxury corrupts easily, he mused. As he dressed and equipped his leather armor, Gauss noticed his movements were noticeably smoother, with none of his usual awkwardness when tying back fastenings. This tangible improvement reminded him that increased agility affected all aspects of life, not just combat efficiency. Even his weapon training would likely benefit. Emerging from the tavern, he found the others gradually waking. They exchanged morning greetings in the main hall as servers brought breakfast. How much reward do you think we'll get this time? Who knows? We couldn't even collect all the water ghost materials yesterday. Getting robbed by a ghoul, a first in my life. Over breakfast, they discussed yesterday's events. A night's sleep had eased their tension, leaving only regret over lost potential earnings. With Harvey's incident report bearing the Merchant Guild seal, we should still receive full mission payment, Levin reassured them. Our only real loss is those water ghost materials. And our promised bonus. Wonder if that's still happening, Daphne sighed. She'd been saving for a magic stone staff core, and any reduced income pained her. Gauss listened to his companion's chatter without offering his own comments. He wasn't particularly short on money at the moment. Of course, money was something one could never have too much of. Nobody would complain about having excess wealth. With more funds, he could purchase better clothes, boots, weapons, or even hire tutors. But even without extra money, he could manage for now. After all, one of his primary saving goals, purchasing a magic wand, currently seemed to have hit a standstill. The bone staff was already in his possession, and it felt incredibly natural to use, requiring almost no adjustment period as if it had always been part of him. The problem was, even a halfling professional Annie hadn't found a matching wand core after all these years, making Gauss doubt he could simply buy one with money. Moreover, even without a core, the bone staff served him perfectly well during his apprentice stage. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to complete the staff. As he ate heartily, Gauss began contemplating his next steps. The total kill count in his monster encyclopedia had surpassed 50. The next milestone would be 100 monster kills. It didn't sound difficult, but would likely take considerable time. If each mission yielded about 10 kills, he'd need approximately 5 more assignments. Upon reaching the 100 kill mark, he'd receive another guaranteed physical attribute boost. His current attribute panel showed Strength 5, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Intelligence 7, Perception 5, Charisma 5. Compared to when he first transmigrated, there had been significant improvement. He was no longer completely below average across the board. His intelligence, constitution, and agility had each increased by 1 point. This elevated his standing among low-level adventurers. Previously, his mastery of magic missile made him relatively formidable among apprentices. Now with mage armor covering his glaring weakness, plus his above-average agility, constitution, and intelligence attributes, few low-level adventurers could defeat him one-on-one. Most spellcaster apprentices couldn't master 3 spells simultaneously, and he possessed 3 attributes exceeding ordinary people's levels. Thus, after this mission, his top priority will be training mage armor. Gauss temporarily elevated mage armor training to highest priority. Staying alive came before dealing damage. He wouldn't consider another mission until fully mastering mage armor. At minimum, he needed to reach level 2 proficiency, as level 2 spells could be cast relatively smoothly. Only after mastering mage armor would he consider accepting new monster commissions. Completing 5 monster categories in the encyclopedia would unlock talent extraction. He'd already registered 4 ordinary monsters: goblins, slimes, skeletons, and water ghosts. Just 1 more for talent extraction. though he had no clue what ability he might obtain. Truthfully, none of these four monsters were particularly strong combatants. One could even be called disgraceful among monsters. But combat effectiveness wasn't necessarily the most important factor. Some suitable passive abilities, or those aiding daily training efficiency, might prove more valuable. Finally came core skill selection. Sensing the three spells imprinted deep in his consciousness, Gauss felt conflicted again. Mage Hand, Magic Missile, Mage Armor. Each had distinct advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, Gauss believed that with his adventurer's manual, any spell he chose as core skill would grow tremendously powerful. Mage Hand had wide applicability. Magic Missile offered strong offensive capabilities, while Mage Armor's protective value needed no explanation. It would safeguard him at any future stage. Yet these very possibilities and potentials plunged him into indecision. Forget it, I'll reconsider later. Regardless, Mage Armor training takes priority for survival. After prolonged contemplation yielded no answer, Gauss stopped agonizing. The ghoul encounter made him value personal safety more. You never knew what unknown enemies might appear during low-level missions. Assimilating new abilities into combat effectiveness was the optimal approach. Rushing into another mission would be unwise. I'll decide based on Mage Armor's training progress. If it progresses quickly, I'll make this survival skill my core. Theoretically, it should train fast since Mage Armor can be practiced anywhere, anytime. Even cautious Gauss leaned toward Mage Armor, but final decision depended on progress. If Mage Armor showed slow advancement, no matter how appealing, Gauss wouldn't waste excessive time on it. Between the two first-level spells, whichever progressed faster would be chosen. Breakfast concluded. Gauss's thoughts became clearer. The Night Owl squad members cautiously approached last night's riverbank. Under daylight, the riverbank showed only scattered flesh chunks, dried bloodstains, and intestinal remains. No trace of ghouls remained. The water ghost corpses had also disappeared. Considering a ghoul couldn't possibly consume all that food overnight, it likely transported leftovers to its lair as reserves. Soon Harvey arrived with several strong men. The gruesome scene erased Harvey's lingering doubts. Numerous corpse fragments proved many water ghosts had been slain here. Further examination revealed traces of ghoul activity in crevices. Gray-white, broken hyena-like hairs, claw-marked ground, and semi-transparent web-like shed membranes. These findings further corroborated Levin's account. There was no reason to stage such an elaborate scene after eliminating numerous water ghosts. Thus, Gauss's party received their certification document and departed the fishing village. Whether Harvey and villagers would commission more adventurers or take their chances was their own decision, unrelated to Gauss's group. On the return journey, smiles returned to everyone's faces. Harvey ultimately delivered the promised 20 silver coin bonus. Combined with the certified 20 water ghost kills, worth another 20 silver, and monster materials, several more silver. Each member earned 7 to 8 silver coins, a substantial windfall. Gauss equally longed to return to safe town walls, train his new spells, and consolidate gains from this expedition. As they anticipated, Grey Rock Town's gray-brown silhouette gradually appeared on the horizon. In an open space outside Grey Rock Town, Gauss clenched his staff and closed his eyes to focus his mind. He continuously communicated with the new spell imprinted in his consciousness, Mage Armor. One advantage of spells rewarded by the Adventurer's Manual was that compared to other apprentices' learning skills, it saved significant introductory time. It felt as if he had already mastered this skill before, and was now simply recalling past experience. According to information Gauss gathered from the Night Owl Squad and others, normally it would take others several months to go from 0 to barely being able to cast a spell's effects after obtaining a skill book. As for achieving proficiency, ordinary apprentices like them would need years of practice. But Gauss required much less time from initial learning to proficiency, giving him a head start. Benefiting from the Adventurer's Manual's effects, his first two spells, Mage Hand and Magic Missile, didn't take long to progress from LV1 to LV2. Closing his eyes in concentration, Gauss reviewed Mage Armor's contents several times mentally. He recalled some knowledge from Annie's notes he had read recently. Each spell represented an independent magical effect. These effects could create convenient tools, weapons, damage, protective barriers, and more, broadly categorized into 8 schools: abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, and transmutation. The Mage Hand and Magic Missile Gauss, already master, belonged to conjuration and evocation respectively. The mage armor he was about to practice fell under abjuration. This spell's target could be either himself or other creatures he touched. But casting on others required more experience and had less noticeable effects than self-casting. Successful casting would envelop the target in a protective magical field. After briefly reviewing his memories, Gauss began formal practice. Mage armor. Gauss concentrated on channeling magic within his body. The spell imprint in his consciousness stirred slightly. There was feedback. A somewhat relieved expression appeared on Gauss's face. Finding that sudden spark of sensation on the first attempt meant this spell wouldn't be too difficult to practice. Any reaction was good feedback. Again, mage armor. Gauss tried several times consecutively. He felt the spell was on the verge of bursting forth. Of course, spellcasting had little to do with actually shouting the spell's name. But casting required extreme concentration, and verbalization served as direct psychological reinforcement, helping achieve the correct mental state quickly. Many might relate to the experience of trying not to think about something, only for the mind to uncontrollably fixate on it. Focusing single-mindedly on something without distraction sounded simple, but was actually quite complex, especially when unfamiliar with the subject. Thus, specific verbal or physical guidance was very necessary. Even with his relatively proficient Mage Hand and Magic Missile, Gauss would silently recite them during casting to ensure focus. After a short break, Gauss took a deep breath, feeling he was just one step away. He patted his cheeks to refresh his spirit. Mage armor. His consciousness sent commands throughout his body as the mage armor meditation imprint flickered faintly. Magic within him surged rapidly. Buzz. This time, his magic smoothly gathered at the bone staff before releasing waves that merged with natural magic at his body's surface. As magic was consumed, a layer of magical protective field finally formed. First level spell Mage Armor LV1, 1 out of 10. Success. Gauss sighed in relief. Once successfully cast, Mage Armor didn't require special concentration. Already formed, it only needed some mental upkeep. Being able to sense his own magic, Gauss clearly felt the mysterious field protecting him. Yet it wasn't tangible protection like leather or iron armor. Hesitating briefly, Gauss took out his dagger. He carefully drew the blade across his finger. Buzz! As he attempted this attack, the magical field around him vibrated slightly. Where blade met finger, only faint white light flickered briefly with no other reaction. The edge seemed to cut not flesh, but an invisible, extremely thin yet tough membrane. Admittedly, this description wasn't entirely accurate, but Gauss couldn't find better words. No bleeding, no damage whatsoever. Gauss examined his fingertip with excitement. Such obvious effects. This was the magical effect of protective spells. They might not grant greater strength, create objects, or deceive minds, but they could safeguard targets, providing ample security. The protective field seems slightly weakened. Gauss concluded after careful observation. Attacks would be negated by mage armor, but the spell's power would also diminish accordingly. Perfectly reasonable. One couldn't expect mage armor to withstand all damage indefinitely. Like all magic, it had limits. So even with mage armor, recklessness was unwise. Relying solely on its protection to tank damage was clearly foolish, especially since his current mage armor proficiency was lacking, making caution even more necessary. Avoidable attacks should still be dodged. This would prevent unnecessary erosion of mage armor's protection, preserving it for truly unavoidable attacks. Gauss remained logically clear-headed. Next, I need to test Mage Armor's damage threshold. Understanding his spell's limits was essential. Only with clear knowledge could he judge which attacks were endurable in real combat and which were not, leading to wiser combat decisions. After the first self-harm test and personally experiencing Mage Armor's effects, Gauss grew more confident. He decisively drew the blade across his hand again. Previously, this would have caused severe bleeding. But now, the blade only met that invisible barrier after faint white light flickered, ultimately causing no damage. Gauss focused intently on sensing the protection lost by the Mage Armor this time, gaining deeper understanding in his heart. This loss was much greater than the first time. The difference between the two was that the first time, he had only cautiously dragged his finger a very short distance. But this time, he had dragged about 10 centimeters across the back of his hand with much greater force. Even with the same weapon, different ranges and force of impact would cause varying degrees of armor loss. So, it was impossible to simply quantify the protection of Mage Armor by how many attacks it could withstand. It still had to be judged based on personal feeling and experience. Gauss continued testing for a while longer. Until he felt the effect of Mage Armor had grown very faint, he carefully placed the blade back on his finger, applying slight force. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp bang, the protective force field of the Mage Armor surrounding him shattered explosively. Gauss quickly lifted the blade to avoid cutting himself. Mage Armor shattered. Sensing the surrounding magical fluctuations disappearing, Gauss nodded. So when a Mage Armor's effect was weak, it couldn't be relied on to absorb damage because there was basically no strong protective effect. If necessary, he could dispel the spell and cast a fresh layer of Mage Armor again. After all, enemies wouldn't stop their blades just because they sensed the Mage Armor shattering. Mage Armor Proficiency +1. Level 1 Circle Mage Armor, 2 out of 10. Seeing the prompt pop up, Gauss raised an eyebrow. So not only does a successful first cast grant proficiency, but subsequent testing and damage taken also increase proficiency? It seemed that in the future, practice would require not only successful casting, but also continuous training through receiving hits and damage. Gauss was a little surprised to see the proficiency on the panel jump. Mage Hand and Magic Missile did not provide this kind of process-based proficiency accumulation. It looked like this spell would improve quickly. And unlike Magic Missile, Mage Armor could be practiced anytime, even inside a town. He had come out specifically today, out of caution, considering it was the first time practicing this spell, so choosing an open, deserted area felt safer. But now it seemed this spell's practice wouldn't cause any damage to the surroundings, so it basically had no requirements for the practice location. Thinking of this, Gauss's mood brightened quite a bit. Although Mage Armor had started later, it didn't look too difficult to practice. Then, he would continue practicing. His internal magical power was still more than half full. It was enough for him to keep practicing, and Gauss had no intention of resting. When doing something, you must keep the momentum going. Riding the wave of the spell-casting feeling and drive he just found, he pushed proficiency forward in one go. With the first experience, Gauss tried several more times. The Bone Staff surged with magic and successfully released a second Mage Armor. The following operations followed the same process as the first time. He continued testing various damage types, including but not limited to dagger, rapier, fist attacks, wrestling falls, and other drop damage. The final conclusion was that various physical attacks could all be protected against by Mage Armor before it shattered. He just wasn't sure about its ability to withstand magical attacks. That part, he couldn't test for now. Although Mage Hand was a magical effect, its attack method was still physical in nature. As for Magic Missile, it was impossible to test. First, objectively, he couldn't target the spell casting it himself, so the action itself was unfeasible. Second, Magic Missile seemed a bit dangerous. His Mage Armor had only just begun practice. Even if he had a way to test with Magic Missile, he didn't intend to do so for now. If his unskilled Mage Armor failed to withstand Magic Missile, he'd end up dying by his own hand as a spellcaster. That would be far too frustrating. When busy, time always passed quickly. Before he knew it, several days had passed. Level 1 Circle Mage Armor LV2, 8/20. Gauss glanced at the mage armor proficiency, then looked at the bald, middle-aged man beside him. Let's end today's practice here. This is today's payment. Gauss took out several copper coins and handed them to the bald, middle-aged man. Watching him repeatedly thank him and then hurry away, Gauss couldn't help but shake his head. On the first day, he had pushed mage armor proficiency to LV1, 10/10, successfully entering LV2. Although skipping the beginner learning phase usually allowed his spells to improve quickly at LV1, mage armor speed was undoubtedly the fastest so far. This level 1 spell was even slightly faster in practice speed than Mage Hand, which was a level 0 cantrip. There were multiple reasons. His overall spellcasting quality had been steadily improving over time, and his magical power's strength and quantity had increased quite a lot. From Gauss's feeling, level 1 proficiency meant barely able to cast, but not very skilled, unable to guarantee success every time. Level 2 proficiency meant that when focused and free from external interference, he could basically maintain a high success rate. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the resistance to interference. As for level 3 proficiency, he didn't know yet. His other two spells proficiencies were Mage Hand LV2, 18/20, and Magic Missile LV2, 10/20. After Mage Armor proficiency reached LV2, Gauss specifically hired a laborer to assist with training, paying only a few copper coins per day. He found that being attacked by someone else was much more effective for training mage armor than attacking himself. This was also why mage armor proficiency continued to grow quickly after reaching LV2. Unfortunately, the effect is gradually weakening. After a full day of practice today, though most of the time was spent recovering magical power, proficiency only reached LV2, 8/20. Gauss actually had a vague suspicion about this. He recalled the knowledge about professionals introduced by Grom, the blacksmith shop owner. The most important point was that rank was a rule product formed by the world. To follow a professional path, one must constantly and humbly practice the corresponding road. Professionals were like this, so as their prerequisite stage, professional apprentices probably experienced a similar influence. Thus, self-attack training, which was safest, had the lowest efficiency. Hiring an ordinary person who obeyed him but posed no real threat to his life to attack him was somewhat better. Only real combat training would yield the best skill training results. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult for ordinary people, even if others didn't have a permanent adventurer's manual panel like him. If mechanical training alone could steadily improve experience, despite ups and downs, it would still accumulate over time. Unfortunately, reality was that most apprentices found it hard to advance to professionals. A world full of malicious rules. To become strong, did one have to constantly put oneself in danger? Or was this invisible rule guiding living beings to fight and slaughter each other? Gauss put down his staff and looked up at the sky. For some reason, a familiar feeling quietly welled up inside him. No one responded to his inexplicable emotion. After staring for a long time, he withdrew his gaze. If that's the case, I can only keep moving forward. Next target, the 5th monster encyclopedia entry. Black Anvil Workshop. Returning to a familiar place, Gauss looked at the shop with many feelings. The last time he came here, he was still a rookie who had just completed his first mission. He knew nothing about the adventurer's career or the supernatural system of this world. But now he was already on the right path. He stepped into the blacksmith shop. Unexpectedly, Gauss did not see the familiar figure he had anticipated. Instead, a face he did not recognize was at the front counter. Welcome to Black Anvil Workshop. Are you looking to buy any weapons or equipment? A freckled boy stepped forward with a smile. Seeing the man dressed in standard adventurer armor and carrying a sword, he knew this visitor was unlikely just some passerby casually asking about prices. I want to buy a short sword, Gauss said after looking around for a moment. Although he already had multiple weapons, daggers, a rapier, and a bone staff, he decided to add a short sword to his arsenal after some consideration. Light daggers were small and easy to conceal for emergencies, but in close-range frontal combat, short swords were more reliable. As for why he needed a short sword despite having a rapier, he was preparing for more varied combat environments in the future. In narrow places like caves and tunnels, a short sword would be more effective. Of course, the main reason was that he happened to have some cash on hand. Carrying more weapons was never a bad idea. He could choose the appropriate one for the situation. Choosing a short sword was not complicated. He just needed one that looked well-made. Short swords were a common choice among adventurers, so the shop stocked plenty of standardized models. Any one of them would do. By the way, can I ask where Malin went? Gauss casually asked while settling the payment. The new clerk glanced at him cautiously. I'm his friend. I remember last time I came, he was still working here. The freckled boy replied. He quit last week and went home. I heard he's preparing to become an adventurer. He shook his head as he spoke. I don't know who persuaded Malin, but the shop owner tried to convince him to stay. He didn't listen, and in the end, the owner even helped him by providing a weapon. The freckled boy looked puzzled. Gauss, feeling a bit awkward as the culprit, listened quietly. He knew Malin was probably influenced by him, especially since last time when shop owner Grom had temporarily valued the life magic stone at 2 gold coins, which greatly excited Malin. Perhaps that incident gave Malin the illusion that since Gauss could do it, he could too. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Gauss did not disturb Grom, who was busy forging in the backyard. Thinking of Malin, he sighed quietly. He actually wanted to say that if it weren't for the golden finger of the adventurer's manual, Malin probably wouldn't have chosen to become an adventurer. May he stay safe, Gauss shook his head. Regarding Malin's choice, all he could do was bless him, hoping to see him again someday. Gauss did not have many acquaintances in this world. From Malin's perspective, Gauss did not think becoming an adventurer was necessarily more promising than being a blacksmith. In terms of income, a competent blacksmith could surpass most low-level adventurers and enjoy stability and safety. Adventurers had higher potential ceilings, but the work was risky and very few could reach the higher ranks. If stuck at the bottom, unless one truly yearned for that lifestyle, Gauss found it hard to imagine why anyone would give up the secure job of a blacksmith apprentice. Gauss turned and headed toward the Adventurers Guild. Common low-level monsters around Grey Rock Town mostly included goblins, giant rats, and fishmen. He had no intention to carefully pick and choose. First, after collecting 5 types of monster profiles, the system would randomly select one monster's talent from the 5 killed. Since 4 slots were already filled, even carefully selecting the last monster was only a 1/5 chance. Moreover, even if it was the 5th type, there was no guarantee of drawing the desired talent. It was better to go with the flow, as long as he could gather 5 types to unlock the draw. Looks like everyone has rested well, Levin said cheerfully, looking at the energetic group. Although nothing unexpected happened on their way back, everyone still carried a bit of mental shadow left by that ghoul. After several days of rest, the more experienced adventurers quickly adjusted their emotions and state. You can never know if your next mission will be your last. But if you still dream of becoming a professional, you must overcome the fear of the unknown and continue forward cautiously. The Night Owl squad clearly had this awareness. I'm ready to show my skills anytime, Doyle said, clenching his fist and glancing around at the other teammates. When his gaze settled on Gauss, it paused, and his eyes narrowed to carefully scrutinize him. Honestly, though reluctant to admit it, Gauss had always been Doyle's main focus, partly out of respect for a strong person, and partly because Doyle wanted to learn from Gauss's growth. Therefore, he was very sensitive to Gauss's changes. Seeing him again today, Doyle felt Gauss's aura had shifted in an indescribable way compared to a few days ago. It was as if some shackles had been removed. Gauss felt uneasy under Doyle's intense gaze. From his memories, he knew this world had a few people with unusual orientations. Although this body's charm was still rated 5 points, Gauss felt it might be close to 6 points. However, the panel did not round numbers, so whether it was 5.1 or 5.9, it still showed as 5. His belief that his charm was nearing 6 was not due to vanity. He had solid reasons. His foundation was already good, and recently, eating well, drinking well, and replenishing nutrition had strengthened his body, improving his aura and vitality. It was natural that his charm had increased. Calling him somewhat handsome would not be an exaggeration. I'll say this first. I like women, Gauss said helplessly to Doyle's stare. The others first showed strange expressions, then followed his gaze. They saw Doyle looking stunned, his eyes shifting strangely for a moment. Especially Oliver, the archer, who was originally standing beside Doyle, silently stepped back several paces at some unknown time. Noticing the strange gaze of his comrade, Doyle, lost in thought, looked around at the teammates in confusion. He glanced at Oliver, silently asking for an explanation. I like women too, Oliver said cautiously. Only then did Doyle realize and instantly blush. After this small episode, the group laughingly entered the Adventurers Guild Hall. Leading the way, Levin quietly sighed inside. Those who noticed the change in Gauss's aura were not just Doyle, but also Levin himself, the shield-bearer with a keen sixth sense. Has he grown stronger again? He thought silently. At this rate, we might not be able to keep up with Gauss's pace. For a team, if one member's strength pulls far ahead of the others too quickly, it often means farewells are not far off. Because it benefits neither side. The stronger one is dragged down, slowing progress, while the weaker side loses their drive due to overprotection. Over time, the door to becoming a professional closes for them. This was a terrifying prospect for adventurers eager to become professionals. After all, if they only sought safety, why become adventurers? Staying in town would be more peaceful. Levin had come to understand this and suspected that separation was inevitable. However, though he sensed this, he would not say it out loud. Same as usual? Levin asked Gauss. Yes. Then I'll take a look, Gauss replied. Taking advantage of this time, Gauss's gaze wandered around the adventurers' hall. He could sense that the number of people in the hall had slightly increased recently, with many new faces. The change among the lower-tier adventurers was not the most obvious. The most direct difference was that the number of professional-level adventurers who could access the second floor had also increased somewhat. Had the surge in the number of quests around Grey Rock Town attracted adventurers from other places? After all, Grey Rock Town was adjacent to the Emerald Forest, which could rightly be described as a monster kingdom. Gauss often heard others in town talking about it. It was said the Emerald Forest was a barrier between the Kingdom of Carlos and the southern, non-human territories. Deep inside the Emerald Forest lived a diverse range of monstrous species: green dragons, lizard men, gargoyles, ogres, minotaurs, wyverns, hydras, and many other terrifying creatures. Grey Rock Town originally served as an outpost station on the edge of the Emerald Forest and gradually developed thereafter. However, the Emerald Forest seemed relatively stable for many years. At least in Gauss's memory, there had been no news of large-scale wars. Retracting his gaze, the other teammates had already chosen their quests. I think this one is good. What do you all think? Clear out the goblinoid group entrenched in the abandoned mine. Their numbers are around 20. Compared to Gauss's old friend the goblinoid's combat strength was even weaker. They were a burrowing reptilian humanoid species, oviparous by nature, worshipping dragons and considering it an honor to serve as a dragon's minions. Covered in scales, these goblinoids often claimed to possess a very diluted dragon bloodline. Besides serving the strong, goblinoids were naturally excellent diggers and builders, preferring to lurk in various caves and transforming them into living environments suited for themselves. Compared to their construction and digging talents, their combat abilities were not outstanding. Most goblinoids rarely lived healthily past 10 years old. They relied on numerical advantage to fend off predators, but often suffered heavy losses because of it. Gauss had no objections to the task chosen by his teammates. Most goblinoids were about 1.2 meters tall and not very strong in direct combat. The only thing to watch out for was the traps they set up. In their team, they had Meva, who was skilled in traps and mechanisms, and Gauss, who had silently learned from Meva over several missions and mastered Mage Hand, a probing magical skill. As long as they were cautious, the goblinoids' traps would not cause too much trouble for the team. Gauss could fully utilize Mage Hand's abilities to inspect suspicious, dangerous areas one by one. The other teammates probably chose the Goblinoid Commission for the same reason. After confirming the quest, everyone returned to rest and gather their equipment. They quickly regrouped at the town entrance. Because there were more quests to choose from, everyone could pick ones closer to reduce travel fatigue. This mission was no more than half a day's journey away. The quest location was an abandoned mine west of Greyrock Town. The mineral veins had been depleted many years ago. This mission was issued by the Greyrock Town Adventurers Guild, which occasionally released monster clearance quests, even in uninhabited areas. Too bad it's an abandoned mine. Otherwise, given Goblinoid's habit of hoarding shiny things, we might have hit the jackpot, Daphne sighed. If that were the case, the mission wouldn't be ours. It'd have been taken by others already, Levin reassured her. Many savvy adventurers thought along these lines. In the lower-tier adventurer world, high-reward quests were snatched up the fastest. Some large teams even hired people to stay in the Adventurers Guild Hall to grab high-reward quests immediately. The missions left for others were usually low yield, at least according to the quest details. That's true. After walking for several hours, the group arrived at the designated mission location, an abandoned mine whose name had long been forgotten. It was just past noon. Apart from their team, the mine was eerily silent and deserted. Knee-high wormwood grass grew in patches along the roadside. The wooden supports at the main mine entrance had collapsed, with severely decayed wood fragments scattered all over the ground. Pale green sewage dripped continuously from above the mine entrance. The drip, drip sound could be heard from far away. This is the place. Gauss noticed fresh soil and stones piled not far from the mine entrance. Considering no one lived here, the only ones digging must be the mission targets. Master diggers, the goblinoids. Wherever they arrived in a cave, they would remodel it to their liking. After Levin and the others collected some basic intel, they didn't act rashly. Instead, they moved a bit away to set up camp, rest, and eat to restore strength. Unlike all previous missions Gauss had undertaken, this time he needed to venture deep into the cave to fight the goblinoids. Compared to the open wilderness, the deep and unknown mine was obviously more dangerous. Thin oxygen, cave-ins, falling rocks, lack of light, and easy disorientation were all hidden hazards of the cave environment. So, even though the targets were not powerful, the team remained vigilant. Careless adventurers rarely survived long in this line of work. After fully restoring their strength, Meva and Gauss took the lead to enter the cave for reconnaissance. Before entering, Meva sprayed both herself and Gauss with a deodorizing agent. This helped suppress their body scents to some degree, avoiding early detection in the confined space. Gauss cast an invisible mage armor on himself. He didn't cast it on Meva because, first, after using mage armor twice consecutively, his magic reserves were running low. Second, he hadn't yet learned to cast it on others. Casting on others was much harder than self-casting. Drip, drip. Inside the cave, the environment was dark. They could barely make out their surroundings. Fortunately, Gauss had a mental map recording the mine's layout. He didn't have to worry about getting lost, and with an agility of 6, he could keep pace with Meva. The two cautiously explored. The mine twisted and turned, and they could distinctly smell a peculiar stench from the goblinoids. A strange odor like rancid mutton fat burning mixed with faint sulfur and rust. Meva activated her skills upon entering the mine. Therefore, she occasionally stopped to hold her head, easing the discomfort caused by the intensified smell. They moved carefully, coordinating with Gauss's mage hand to probe points intermittently. Finally, after tens of minutes of careful scouting, Gauss emerged from the cave with a pale-faced Meva. They're definitely goblinoids, with about 20 adult individuals and a few kids. They use daggers, pickaxes, and some other wooden weapons. No ranged weapons, but traps are set at several entrances. The mine's air flows. There should be hidden passages and ventilation shafts inside. The layout is complicated. Be careful not to get lost when entering. Impressive, Meva. Doyle didn't hesitate to praise the intelligence officer. No, it's actually Gauss's credit. Meva shook her head and looked at Gauss. Besides constantly using Mage Hand to scout, Gauss even led them out of the cave, or else she'd have had to fumble around longer in the complex, dark mine. Thinking about Gauss's claim of being naturally good with directions, she felt a strange sensation, even a bit sour. It seemed he was more suited to be a rogue than herself. The group quietly exchanged some specific intelligence at the campsite outside the cave. Before setting off, they did a final check of their weapons and equipment. Only after confirming everything was in order did they enter the cave one by one according to their formation. Logically, Levin, as the shield-bearer, should have gone first, but because the mine tunnel was dark, cramped, and winding, this task was obviously assigned to Gauss and his partner, who had just scouted inside. Gauss had a map displayed in his mind, so even without any light inside the cave, he could accurately grasp the direction and position. Additionally, with the mage armor spell active and facing goblins as potential enemies, even if exposed, Gauss was not worried about being killed by the goblins' initial concentrated attack, given their combat strength. Thus, a somewhat strange scene unfolded with Gauss, a mage, walking at the very front. Meva had originally wanted to lead, but considering Gauss seemed even more familiar with the cave's layout, she didn't insist. The group silently proceeded through the cave, moving carefully to minimize noise, so their pace was slow. Fortunately, under Gauss's guidance, they barely risked going the wrong way and soon arrived at the fork leading to the goblin living area. Unlike the mine tunnels designed for human operations, this passage dug out by the goblins was rather cramped. The highest point was less than about 1.7 meters, and that was the height of the main traffic passage. Some branch tunnels behind were only about 1.2 to 1.4 meters high, forcing normal humans to bend over or crawl. These branch tunnels connected various goblin lairs and living quarters. Since this was obviously a newly relocated tribe, their population was smaller than a typical goblin group. Currently, the living quarters included the main hall, serving as the primary residence and incubation area, the mining and waste disposal zone, and some dead-end spaces set with traps. After signaling the others, Gauss bent down and entered the main passage dug out by the goblins. Once inside, turning around was difficult. While advancing, he silently sent out Mage Hand ahead to probe. This was to prevent a sudden appearance of a small lizard-headed monster from any branch tunnels. Thanks to his agility having risen from 5 to 6, Gauss moved with relative agility. The others found it much harder to walk inside the mine, especially tall Levin, who felt more oppressed in the low space. Luckily, before departure, he had switched to a smaller one-handed shield instead of the large shield, or else it would have been more than just uncomfortable now. Their pace was very slow, with footsteps kept light. Passing the mining zone, they could still hear the clinking sound of hammering inside. Although this was an abandoned or vein already mined out, the goblins' innate talents still allowed them to barely find some residual mineral resources in this ruin. Gauss did not stop and led everyone cautiously through the branch tunnel entrance to the mining zone. The team had devised a strategy before entering. Compared to the mining zone, their target for the ambush was the larger, more open goblin living hall. The hall was a natural cavern space scavenged by the goblins and remodeled. Inside, the height was about 3 to 4 meters, covering over 100 square meters. It had a vertical ventilation shaft, making the space more open and provided with some lighting sources. This area was more suitable for combat than the mining zone. They carefully avoided all traps and mechanisms laid along the path. Eventually, they reached the branch tunnel leading to the hall. The next segment was even lower, forcing them to crawl forward. After a short rest, Gauss bent down and crawled into the tunnel. He silently sympathized with Levin for a moment or two before focusing on the path ahead. They needed to be extra cautious from here on. Without realizing it, Gauss had already grasped the bone staff in his hand. Once Mage Hand detected any anomaly ahead, he would quickly respond by casting spells. Fortunately, no accidents occurred during the crawl to the hall entrance. This was reasonable since the goblins responsible for mining were working in the mining zone, and this was not their frequent passage time. Gauss left the cave and made way for the teammates crawling out behind him. He leaned against the hall wall, observing the interior structure. Upon entering, the cavern space was even more spacious than expected. In the center was a ventilation shaft. Not far from it, outside on the open ground, was a fire pit with 2 goblins sitting around it. They were using crude stone knives to process and cut what appeared to be a rat-like creature. Near their filthy claws were several broken pottery jars filled with water, along with some freshly dug, mud-covered plant tubers and fungi. It looked like they were preparing ingredients for cooking. Next to the fire pit, in the most conspicuous spot of the hall, stood a rough stone statue. The statue was completely lacking in aesthetic appeal. It was basically a stone block placed upright on the ground, crudely carved and painted with poorly made mineral pigments. Looking carefully, one could faintly discern an outline resembling a giant lizard like a dragon. Beyond that was a stone pile and small pits carved around the cavern, likely used as resting rooms for the goblins. Gauss quickly scanned the hall space and counted the goblins remaining there, including those resting in the rooms. There were 9 adult goblins and 7 or 8 small goblin cubs. The rest were in another mining zone. During Gauss's observation, the others quietly crawled out from the tunnel, also keeping silent like him. Luckily, the light sources were concentrated around the central fire pit and under the ventilation shaft, while the outer edges of the hall were poorly lit, so their appearance did not immediately alert the goblins. One goblin, sitting by the fire pit processing food, suddenly seemed to sniff something, softly emitting a confused call to its companion. Ooh! The 2 goblins immediately got up and cautiously looked around. Seeing his teammates had all successfully entered, Gauss also knew the goblins might have realized something. Exchanging a glance with his teammates and confirming they were ready, he seized the moment while the 2 goblins stood close together. Pointing the bone staff at them, the magic missile sigil in his mind flashed as he quickly mobilized his mana, which surged into the staff. The staff began to glow faintly as the mana flowed inside. A blue orb of light rapidly formed in the space at the tip of the staff. The 2 kitchen goblins noticed the movement the instant the light appeared. But before they could react further, Gauss's rapidly formed magic missile shot out in response. Boom! The missile tore through the air, lighting up the entire quiet cave and announcing the official start of the battle. Boom! The bright blue magic missile shattered the chest of the first goblin-like creature almost instantly as it stood in front of him. Then its momentum slightly weakened but still struck the second goblin-like companion behind it. Bang! The second skinny goblin-like creature was blasted several meters away by the magic missile, like a cannonball. Amidst screams and explosions, chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Goblin-like creature kills, 2. Total monster kills, 52. First kill of goblin-like creature achieved. Unlocked title, Goblin Hunter. This title will upgrade as the number of kills for this species increases. Current title effect, False Dragon's Roar. When you mimic a dragon's roar toward goblin-like creatures, it causes a certain mental attack, thereby reducing their strength and combat desire to some extent. Current effect, 10%. With this kill, text flickered again in front of Gauss's eyes. At the same time, the Monster Encyclopedia in his Adventurer's Manual completed the record entry for the goblin-like creatures. Monster Encyclopedia species count reached 5. Goblin, slime, common skeleton, water ghost, goblin-like creature. Random racial talent ability being drawn, adjusting and adapting to physiology. Random ability drawn from monster goblin race. Instant dissolve stomach. Improving into racial talent ability. Rapid digestion. Rapid digestion. Initial level you can slightly accelerate stamina and mana recovery through eating. Notice, rapid digestion can also be enhanced by the number of goblin hosts you have killed. Next, racial talent ability draw will occur when monster encyclopedia species count reaches 20. Gauss stared at the flashing text before him. He wondered, was the ability drawn really from goblins? He quickly thought it over. Could killing goblins actually enhance the effect of rapid digestion? Suddenly, he found himself somewhat longing for goblins, especially since the talent he just received suited him very well. His heart beat faster in his chest. First, whether practicing weapons or spells, he always consumed corresponding stamina and mana, and after consumption, he had to silently wait for recovery. This was one of the obstacles to skill proficiency improvement. Now, rapid digestion could speed up this recovery process. Obviously, this was a great advantage for his path as a profession, although it was a small increase. It was also noted that this ability could grow stronger with more goblin kills, meaning its effect would only improve over time. Moreover, Gauss considered a potential future route. He tentatively set the core skill, Mage Armor, as having growth potential, and the racial talent, Rapid Digestion, obtained from goblins also possessed growth. In the future, stacking levels of core skills and racial talents together and linking their synergy, wouldn't that achieve a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect? He could easily first cast a shield on himself, then use consumable food supplies or other special means to replenish, quickly restore mana through advanced rapid digestion talent, and then cast more spells. If Mage Armor was weakened, he could recast it. If mana ran out, continue consuming supplies to restore it. This cycle could go on indefinitely, like a spell cannon. Of course, this premise required his own mana, Mage Armor, and Rapid Digestion all to develop, none dispensable. It was a good plan, but the road had to be taken step by step. Gauss retracted his thoughts. His previous consideration had only taken a short time. Now, with the two goblin-like creatures collapsed on the ground, others hurriedly gathered from other places. Oh, suddenly, howls of goblin-like creatures echoed throughout the cave. Amid the firelight, small creatures with lizard heads held weapons, trembling as they looked toward the darkness. They were timid and life-cautious by nature, but seeing their comrades die horribly, they knew they had to pick up their weapons and kill the enemy. Leave none alive. The squad, long ready and equipped, suppressed their frustration from crawling through the corridor and their desire to fight sword. They charged forward. Compared to the goblin-like creatures' skinny, short stature, they seemed like unstoppable giants rushing ahead. But the moment they made contact, the goblin-like creatures were crushed. Cold blades mercilessly cut through their not very tough lizard-like scales, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere, covering the ground. In direct combat, goblin-like creatures were comprehensively disadvantaged in both size and weaponry, so naturally, they could not gain any advantage against a well-equipped team of adventurers. In just a short time, the first wave of goblin-like creatures fell to the ground. Gauss also casually finished off one with his rapier. Suddenly, he noticed a small platform on the rocky wall in a dark corner not far away, where an elderly goblin-like creature, smaller than the others, with a long lizard-like snout, was concentrating a red glow in his hands. "Watch the left side," Gauss hurriedly warned his companions. Shortly after his warning, the elderly goblin-like creature, towering above them, suddenly unleashed a breath of fire from his long snout. Boom! A fireball flew toward the group. Fortunately, Gauss's timely warning allowed everyone to dodge and avoid the fireball's attack range. Bang! The fireball smashed onto the ground, scattering sparks like fireworks. Close call. Everyone silently admired the narrow escape. Although the fireball's intensity, even if it hit the armored group, was unlikely to cause fatal damage, injuries were inevitable, and no one wanted to be roasted that way. After exhaling the fiery breath, the elderly goblin-like creature's face suddenly looked several years older, visibly gray and withered. Spellcaster. Gauss quickly shook his head. He felt no magical fluctuations. Maybe just a goblin-like creature with purely mutated organs? Seeing the elderly goblin-like creature take a deep breath, The red glow surged again at the throat pouch. This time, with sufficient reaction time, Gauss naturally would not give it another chance to breathe fire. He activated Mage Hand, forming it. Then he pressed it onto the creature's long lizard-like snout. Cough, cough. The elderly goblin-like creature was interrupted by this sudden force pressing on its snout. But the flames exploding from its chest and throat pouch could no longer be retracted. With a flicker of terror in its vertical pupils, the next moment, the red glow at its throat rapidly intensified. Boom! The fire exploded again like a burst of fireworks at the creature's throat. Its neck was blasted to pieces by the fiery eruption. Thud! A lizard head then crashed from the platform onto the ground, rolling far away. Its slit-shaped pupils contracted tightly, still showing traces of terror and confusion. It seemed to wonder how it could die from its own breath. The elderly goblin-like creature died too quickly. At that moment, no one even had time to react before it exploded and perished. But after a moment's thought, several of them realized it was most likely Gauss's doing. Not understanding what had happened, blaming the caster within the team was probably the correct conclusion. Crisis averted. Gauss let out a sigh of relief. It was also a hidden crisis resolved without major danger. His gaze shifted toward the remaining goblin-like creatures. At this time, the other goblin-like creatures were trembling all over, terrified by the sudden death of the elderly one. One even knelt on the ground, facing the dragonstone statue, fervently kowtowing repeatedly. It was as if the death of the elderly goblin-like creature, just now, was the result of the dragon's wrath. Without overwhelming numbers or a powerful leader, these goblin-like creatures really are just a disorganized rabble. It's just that coming in here is too much trouble. It takes so much effort. Gauss couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this scene. According to intelligence from Meva, this goblin-like creature nest was already relatively simple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe some long-established goblin-like creature nests built from excavations as underground tunnel labyrinths. Faced with those more complex nests, some novice adventurers didn't even dare to enter, abandoning their quests on the spot out of fear of getting lost and dying accidentally. Even using certain items to blow up entrances or tunnels couldn't affect the deeper goblin-like creatures. It could be said that once they all successfully reached the nest's main hall, more than half of the mission progress was completed. Gauss pulled back his thoughts and looked at the goblin-like creatures before him who had lost their will to fight, trembling in their legs and preparing to flee. He felt little sympathy. Although this was an abandoned mine, geographically it still belonged to the kingdom of Carlos. As monsters, from the moment they set foot on this land, they further encroached on human living space. If left unchecked, the number of monsters would continue to grow, gradually swallowing up areas originally belonging to humans. This was why the Adventurers Guild regularly issued contracts, even if the location was an uninhabited area, for monster extermination missions. In fact, these contracts were ultimately funded by the Kingdom of Carlos. Similarly, humans venturing into the depths of the Emerald Forest were very susceptible to attacks from other monsters. Therefore, there was also a saying that non-professionals should not enter the interior of the Emerald Forest. Kill! Gauss's sword moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the throat of a goblin-like creature. After his agility attribute increased, his control over the rapier seemed even more precise. In the past, he would still have had to aim carefully. Splurt! Splurt! Kill goblin-like creature, *1. Total monsters killed, 55. The remaining goblin-like creatures fell one by one beneath the blade. After dealing with the adult goblin-like creatures present, the group looked toward the knee-high, large-headed goblin-like creature cubs. Gauss's sword hesitated momentarily, but after a brief pause, it swung rapidly again. Slash! Slash! Several sword afterimages cut through the air. One by one, the goblin-like creature cubs fell into eternal slumber amid their cries. Sheathing his rapier, Gauss did not see a kill count increase notification. He looked at the interface panel. Sure enough, the total monster kill count remained at 55. The cubs apparently were not counted. Was it because their size was too small and they lacked corresponding combat abilities? Gauss shook his head. However, even if the count didn't increase, based on the principle of cutting the grass to eliminate the root and eradicating evil, he had to act decisively. Who knew if letting these lizard pups survive would lead to the rise of the next goblin-like creature tribe? Not long after the team swiftly wiped out the goblin-like creatures in the hall, hurried, and short footsteps echoed from the entrance passage. Obviously, the noise in the hall had reached the mining area, and the minor goblin-like creatures were returning to defend. Unfortunately, Gauss and the others were still too fast. When the first goblin-like creature wielding a stone pickaxe ran out from the passage, seeing the corpses of its kin scattered everywhere, its steps immediately froze. It was as if it had witnessed something extremely shocking. Its pupils contracted, and it stood there dazed. The goblin-like creatures that followed were the same. Who would have thought they had been mining next door, and in the blink of an eye, their home was robbed? Oh, oh, oh! After a brief moment of shock, the goblin-like creatures became furious. Even though they were not particularly aggressive by nature, seeing this scene made it impossible for them to suppress their anger. Clap, clap. Their lizard tails whipped the ground repeatedly, both as a way to soothe their inner unease and as a group morale booster. Unlike the elderly, weak, and sick who stayed in the hall earlier, these adult goblin-like creatures clearly had a stronger fighting desire. But the only thing vigorous was their fighting will. A few minutes later, Gauss looked at the already wiped-out goblin-like creatures while wiping the blood off his sword with cloth. Because he had mage armor activated, he was unscathed during the fight. Occasionally, attacks that grazed him were nullified by mage armor. Feeling the persistent resilience of mage armor, he genuinely felt a strong sense of security. Total monsters killed, 59. Goblin-like creatures could not defeat humans stronger than themselves by courage alone. The chance of anger and hot blood surging to trigger an explosive increase in combat power was extremely low in reality. Huff, a bit tired, the other sat down to rest for a while. The fight itself had no other dangerous moments besides the elderly goblin-like creature's fire breath, but the constant stooping and crawling exhausted everyone. Now that the battle was over, they finally relaxed. After sitting for a moment, Gauss scanned the hall with his eyes. Next came the time to collect spoils. Goblin-like creatures had a habit of collecting treasures. Of course, in low-level goblin-like creatures' collections, it was almost impossible to find anything truly valuable. Most of it was just junk found from some obscure corner. Gauss ignored the piles of rubbish the goblin-like creatures had accumulated. Meva would search among them for possibly valuable items. He walked toward the rock platform where the elderly goblin-like creature had stood earlier. Using Mage Hand, he dragged the corpse of the goblin-like creature down from the platform. Thud! The goblin-like creature's body hit the ground heavily. Gauss was quite curious about this fire-breathing, goblin-like creature. He grabbed the nearby grotesque lizard head and placed it next to its body, silently examining it for a while. Unfortunately, its neck had been blown to pieces, but from the broken scales and skin fragments, it was clear that the neck's skin color was much darker than its kin. This old goblin-like creature's body should be worth some money. Levin approached from somewhere unexpectedly. Is this a monster with an official challenge level? Gauss asked casually, noticing Levin seemed to know something. The so-called monster challenge level was similar to the profession levels humans had. It represented powers that ordinary people could hardly reach. No, of course not. Levin chuckled. If it were a goblin-like creature with an official challenge rating, even just level 1, we wouldn't have been able to dodge that fireball earlier. Gauss felt slightly disappointed. He had thought he'd just killed a monster with a proper challenge rating. However, upon reflection, the Monster Encyclopedia had classified this one as just another ordinary goblin-like creature, meaning it hadn't yet developed the strength to surpass its tier. We've encountered monsters with minor spellcasting abilities during previous commissions too, Levin continued. They either rely on magical items or mutated body organs to wield powers beyond their natural capabilities. Generally speaking, They're troublesome but not impossible to deal with. Though Levin's current combat ability might pale in comparison to Gauss's, his experience as an adventurer far surpassed Gauss's. He was happy to share these insights with Gauss. These weren't particularly rare pieces of information, but being able to earn goodwill from a future professional-grade spellcaster was an obvious choice for anyone. No wonder, Gauss mused. That explained why he hadn't sensed strong magical fluctuations earlier. The elderly goblin-like creature must have been using mutated organs to cast that fireball. He recalled how the creature had rapidly aged after successfully casting the fire breath spell, realizing that must have been the price for wielding such power. Magic was indeed formidable. Even a goblin-like creature, barely mastering a crude spell, could threaten an entire squad through ambush tactics. Of course, it was equally important to recognize how fragile spellcasting professions were. Once closed in on, that elderly goblin-like creature could have been killed with a single sword strike. Its weakened body might have struggled even less than its kin. Gauss himself had merely used Mage Hand to seize a fleeting opportunity, essentially making it commit suicide. Fortunately, he wasn't such a fragile spellcaster. The colleague's miserable death gave Gauss much to reflect on and further solidified his belief that survival took priority over damage output in combat. No matter what, self-preservation in battle should always come before offense. After gathering the spoils from the hall and checking the remaining nest chambers to confirm no surviving goblin-like creatures remained, the group began their arduous crawl back out, hauling their loot. About 10 minutes later, emerging from a mine, sunlight bathed their faces, making everyone who'd spent so long in darkness instinctively squint. Finally out, having escaped the claustrophobic underground maze, even the desolate, gloomy, abandoned mine outside seemed like a pleasant view, lifting their spirits. Humans seemed to carry an innate fear of narrow, dark underground spaces in their blood. Though no one had voiced it earlier, the oppressive atmosphere had weighed on them all. After a brief rest at their temporary camp and checking the sun's position to estimate they had enough daylight left, the squad set off toward Greyrock Town. If possible, they wanted to minimize nights spent in the wilderness. Building fires, cooking meals, setting up camp, and taking turns on night watch were all exhausting chores. Looking at the fully loaded cart of supplies, Gauss couldn't help but wonder how much profit this trip would yield. Regardless of the goblin-like creature's combat abilities, their scavenging skills were undeniable. The species seemed born with an obsessive hoarding instinct, filling their living spaces with random junk. Many items even Meva couldn't appraise, so they'd taken everything. The mutated elderly goblin-like creature's corpse also occupied significant space on the cart, prompting their decision to rush back to Greyrock Town. By tomorrow, it would likely start smelling. Pulling their overloaded cart, the group managed to return to Greyrock Town before nightfall. Town guards stopped them at the entrance to thoroughly inspect their haul before verifying their identities and letting them pass. Next came the familiar routine. Their first stop was the Adventurer's Hall to submit their mission. 80 copper coins per adult goblin-like creature, 40 copper per pup, totaling exactly 20 silver coins. Please check and keep them safe. After submitting their mission items, the guild receptionist handed over the commission fee. Gauss curiously peered under the counter, but couldn't see what operations the receptionist performed below. It seemed both mission item submissions and fee distributions happened through some undercounter mechanism. Worthless trophies like monster ears wouldn't be returned, but valuable items would be inspected and given back along with payment. Is it magic? Gauss wondered silently. Most phenomena defying common sense in this world usually involve magic. Yet despite closely observing the verification process several times, he detected no magical fluctuations. Whether due to his current insufficient skill level or other reasons remained unclear. Leaving the counter with their earnings, Levin immediately distributed the shares. From the Adventurers Guild's commission, Gauss received 5 silver coins, significantly more than the other 5 members. Yet none objected. Had Gauss not warned them and swiftly dealt with that spell-casting capable goblin-like creature, the mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Night Owl squad always distributed rewards based on contribution. Those who made outstanding contributions deserved larger shares. Gauss didn't feign modesty, thanking them before pocketing his silver coins. Next came disposing of the cart's miscellaneous items. You guys took forever. Doyle, who'd been guarding their goods outside, complained impatiently upon seeing them emerge. Hurry up and sell this junk already. I'm starving. Having only eaten emergency rations during their midday camp, they'd gone without proper food until now. His words reminded Gauss of his own growing hunger as he rubbed his stomach. It seemed sharper than usual. Remembering his recently acquired racial talent, rapid digestion, Gauss shook his head with realization. Apparently, the ability wasn't all benefits. Getting hungry faster? He might turn into a glutton. Great, his Engel coefficient was about to rise. Imagining increased food expenses, Gauss unconsciously rubbed his slightly improved money pouch, suddenly worried about finances again. His nearby sword seemed to stir restlessly. Faced with such dire circumstances, he thought it might be time to visit some old friends for support, conveniently helping train his rapid digestion ability too. Two birds with one stone. At the purchasing shop near the Adventurers Guild, the squad disposed of all the miscellaneous items obtained from the goblin-like creature commission. Most low-level adventurers sold their spoils at these few shops, where prices were generally fair. The group received slightly more money than expected. The total earnings from selling the spoils amounted to 25 silver coins and 60 copper coins, with most coming from the elderly goblin-like creature's corpse, which sold for 12 silver coins. The remaining cartload of miscellaneous junk fetched another dozen or so silver coins. Gathered around the now empty flatbed cart again, everyone wore happy smiles. For adventurers, if there was one moment during a commission that brought the most joy, it was undoubtedly when receiving payment. Clutching the smooth silver coins in their palms made all the hardships of the journey seem worthwhile. Daphne was the happiest among them, her eyes curved into crescents filled with longing for staff. After parting ways, Gauss took another look at his coin pouch. Earning 11 silver coins from a single day's work satisfied him with this efficiency. Counting his money again while feeling the gnawing hunger in his stomach, he realized something and hurried to find a tavern. This time he couldn't bring himself to order all meat dishes, opting instead for staple foods with some meat and vegetable side dishes. Only after consuming roughly 2 to 3 adult male portions did Gauss gradually feel full. Whether it was psychological or not, when Gauss stood up to pay the bill, he already sensed his body beginning to digest the food, with faint waves of warmth flowing through his limbs. Was this the effect of rapid digestion? Considering it was still only at the weakest initial level, the effect shouldn't be so immediate. It was probably mostly psychological influence. Business has been better lately? Gauss leaned against the counter, glancing at the hall before looking at Sophia, who couldn't hide her smile. You noticed too? More people have been coming to town, Sophia said cheerfully. Plus I put up a small advertisement board outside to attract customers. Her good mood was evident. Gauss nodded, recalling the simple ink-painted wooden signboard he'd seen outside when returning to the inn last night. Not everyone could afford tavern rooms, so privately run small inns like Sophia's became the alternative. Though somewhat distant from the town center, its quiet and peaceful environment was an advantage. Sophia, are you raising prices? He suddenly remembered the prices on last night's signboard. For copper coins per day per room, 60 copper coins monthly, double the previous rates. His own monthly rent was still the original 30 copper coins. Shoo! Sophia quickly stopped Gauss. After ensuring the other guests were still engrossed in conversation, she relaxed and whispered near his ear, "It's just to make some extra money from these outsiders." I checked. All nearby inns have raised prices. So it was taking advantage of the approaching peak season to overcharge customers. Even doubled, the prices remained much cheaper than most tavern rooms. Given how packed the town's taverns were, they wouldn't lack tenants despite the small price hike. Looking at Sophia, Gauss hesitated before swallowing his words. He wanted to say he was an outsider too, but considering he had first arrived in this otherworldly place at this very inn, In some sense, it wasn't much different from home. Just let me know when you raise prices later. I can afford it now anyway, Gauss said after a pause, accepting the water Sophia handed him. A single commission earns me several silver coins. He was being modest. Yesterday alone had brought 11 silver coins. That can't be right. Even if you have money now, don't be reckless with it. Save while you're young, Sophia advised kindly. Unfamiliar with adventuring matters, common sense told her novice adventurers couldn't earn money so easily. Suit yourself, Gauss chuckled, shaking his head. He didn't want to explain further and risk sounding boastful. Besides, being a low-level adventurer wasn't particularly respectable yet. Better to wait until officially becoming a professional and ranking up as a bronze-rank adventurer before sharing such news. That would make a nice surprise, as professionals held considerable status in Greyrock Town. After drinking some water at the counter and shaking off his morning drowsiness, Gauss ended his chat with Sophia and left the inn. First Circle Spell Mage Armor LV2, 10/20. First Circle Spell Magic Missile LV2, 11/20. 0th Circle Cantrip Mage Hand LV2, 19/20. All spell proficiencies were improving rapidly. Mage Hand, which he hadn't even practiced deliberately, was nearly reaching LV3. Yet he didn't feel that guiding sensation toward a professional path, suggesting LV3 Mage Hand probably still wouldn't meet the requirements for professional advancement. It remained unclear whether First Circle spells differed from 0th Circle cantrips in this aspect. Considering Mage Armor had only been practiced for a few days, yet already reached LV2, 10/20. Even reaching LV3 or LV4 likely wouldn't take excessively long, certainly much faster than other apprentices. This realization set his mind at ease. His progress was genuinely rapid, especially compared to others in the Night Owl squad. However, this morning Gauss didn't plan to practice spells, instead intending to visit a swordsmanship instructor to shore up his foundational weaknesses. After casually mentioning to Doyle yesterday his desire to practice swordsmanship and strengthen his basics, Doyle had recommended his mentor. This world having adventurers naturally meant there were instructors to teach adventuring skills. In larger cities, different professions supposedly had their own guilds that only professionals could officially join. Greyrock Town lacked such professional guilds, and Gauss wasn't yet a certified professional, so learning basic swordsmanship required paying for instruction. There was arguably a better option, Grom, owner of the Black Anvil Workshop. But considering Grom's desire to keep his professional status secret, asking him for training as a mere acquaintance seemed too presumptuous. Gauss preferred paying for the service anyway, since he only needed a skilled swordsman to teach basics. A professional would be overqualified. After navigating through town to the area Doyle had described, Gauss quickly found the courtyard. The gate was ajar, and within the earthen-walled compound, a dozen or so youths practiced sword swings under a middle-aged man's guidance. "Hello. I heard you offer swordsmanship instruction." Doyle referred me, Gauss said upon entering, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The young eyes regarding him held mixtures of admiration, curiosity, and even some wariness. Unlike these novice reserve adventurers, yet to embark on real journeys, Gauss looked every bit the seasoned veteran, especially his weapons, which made the wooden sword-wielding youths green with envy, despite him not appearing much older. Gauss had no idea what they were thinking. If he knew, he'd probably find it amusing. The fact that they could receive training under a professional swordsmanship instructor already indicated their family backgrounds were far superior to most bottom-tier adventurers. With such solid foundations, their chances of eventually becoming professionals were much higher than self-taught amateurs. There was no need to envy others. Of course, compared to him, there was simply no comparison. Swordsmanship instructor David heard Gauss's words and recalled that he had indeed once mentored a novice adventurer named Doyle in sword techniques. This made him lower his guard slightly as he approached. "I'm David, the swordsmanship instructor at this training ground." "Instructor David, hello. I'm Gauss, a novice adventurer." I'd like to request some basic swordsmanship guidance from you to correct my flaws. May I ask about the fees? Gauss got straight to the point without unnecessary preamble. As a swordsmanship instructor, David's purpose was to earn tuition fees anyway. There was no need for beating around the bush. I see. While the two conversed, the other youths couldn't help whispering among themselves. After all, they were at the age of peak curiosity. He looks so young. Is he here to learn sword techniques like us? All that fancy equipment, but his basics might be worse than ours. After brief negotiations, Gauss and David settled on a price: 50 copper coins per day for instruction. To David, this just meant taking on one more student, no different from the others. He had observed the young man. While Gauss's eyes carried a strange intensity, his hands showed no signs of long-term sword practice. Clearly a beginner. The price was actually much higher than what he charged other students. But considering Gauss's equipment alone was worth at least double-digit silver coins, David tentatively quoted this seemingly expensive rate. To his surprise, Gauss agreed to the exorbitant price without much hesitation. The rest of you, continue your practice, David instructed the other students before turning back to Gauss with a smile. Since this was the first lesson, he planned to devote more attention to Gauss, at least ensuring the first experience lesson went well so Gauss would return. Though not a professional himself, David claimed he had been just one step away from becoming a professional warrior in his youth. Had he not been overly obsessed with various swords and techniques, spreading his focus too thin, becoming a professional wouldn't have been difficult. Gauss remained non-committal about this boast. People always subconsciously glorify their pasts, just like how most classmates in his previous life would claim they underperformed on college entrance exams, insisting their true abilities were far better. Still, while David might have exaggerated his own story, his proficiency with various swords wasn't fake. Whether long swords, broadswords, short swords, daggers, rapiers, or foils, he could demonstrate them all, showing genuinely solid fundamentals. Seeing this display of skill, Gauss almost believed David might not have been lying earlier. Could it be true that spreading himself too thin had prevented him from becoming a professional? But were there really such eccentric individuals? Not that it mattered. Regardless of the truth, as long as David could correct his basics, that was enough. Under David's guidance, Gauss began practicing fundamental rapier movements while the instructor periodically corrected his mistakes in force application. The day passed in a flash. When Gauss left the courtyard, he left behind a stunned instructor and students exchanging bewildered glances. "Instructor David, tell us honestly, are we just stupid?" One student asked, his confidence seemingly shattered. David didn't know how to respond. He'd never encountered someone who learned with such terrifying efficiency. Many times, he'd merely offered casual corrections, only for Gauss to immediately implement them perfectly. If he'd had such learning ability back then, not even obsession with every weapon under the sun could have stopped him from becoming a professional. Exiting the courtyard, Gauss checked his adventurer's manual's status panel, where a new line of text appeared. Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 3/10. This counted as a skill? And his first self-learn one at that? Gauss scratched his head. He'd never heard of such skills before. In his understanding, skills should be like his magic missile or Doyle's cross/, specific, specialized techniques. But what was basic swordsmanship? Just fundamentals? He didn't feel like he'd gained any miraculous techniques, just that swinging his rapier felt slightly more natural now. Shaking his head, Gauss decided not to overthink it. Having it was better than not. Maybe at higher levels, basic swordsmanship would show new effects. Walking back, Gauss decided not to return tomorrow. His 50 copper coins had been well spent. He'd already mastered all the fundamentals David could teach about daggers, short swords, and rapiers, all thanks to his 7 intelligence and 6 agility. The adventurer's manual might have helped too, making him learn faster than others. But without proof, he could only credit his own talent and effort. Self-learned skills seemed to level slower than those 3 spells, Gauss mused. But my swordsmanship is just for self-defense. It just needs to be functional. Slow progression didn't matter. He wasn't counting on basic swordsmanship to become a professional anyway. Besides, With steady practice and accumulated experience, he'd grow stronger eventually. Once something became a skill, it seemed to be permanently retained. No backsliding in proficiency. Dragging his exhausted body to the tavern for a hearty meal, Gauss felt his vitality gradually returning and couldn't help marveling again at rapid digestion's effectiveness. Next morning at dawn, Gauss resumed practicing the Mage Armor spell. He'd slacked slightly yesterday to address his weaknesses, but he hadn't forgotten his identity as a spellcaster apprentice. Time to return to the main path. Magic practice took top priority. In the following days, Gauss immersed himself in Mage Armor training. Mage Armor LV2, 13/20. This should suffice for goblin hunting. Munching on dried meat as he observed the panel's changes, Gauss smiled contentedly. As he deduced, whether during adventures or in the immediate days afterward, skill training proved more effective than usual. By capitalizing on this golden period through sweat and effort, he could rapidly boost proficiency. Even practicing swordsmanship during mana recovery breaks had raised basic swordsmanship to LV1, 5/10. Improved swordsmanship fundamentals let him wield his rapier more deftly despite no increases in strength or agility. Now, even without magic missile or mage hand, in pure melee combat, Doyle and others likely couldn't defeat him. With mage armor, he could engage in close-quarters combat, trading shield for wounds. Of course, this remained just a passing thought. As a cautious individual, against potentially threatening enemies, he preferred standing at range and bombarding them with magic missiles. Noon in the forest. Cicadas were singing at their loudest, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, creating a soft, rustling sound. It looks like they're all hiding inside the cave, taking a nap. Watch out for goblin scouts, Gauss added. Although it had been a while since they last encountered goblins, he had not forgotten that his first mission was compromised because of a goblin lurking outside. His gaze roamed the surroundings. Eventually, he fixed his eyes on a cave in the distance that didn't seem very tall. After completing many commissioned tasks, Gauss had developed a basic understanding of low-level monsters and their ecosystems, unlike when he first arrived in this world, completely clueless. Generally speaking, goblins don't dig tall caves themselves unless they occupy natural caves. The exact height of a cave depends on the average height of most members in the tribe. What use would a group of short creatures have digging tall caves? To make it easier for humans to enter and hunt them? Obviously not. Therefore, most goblin nests have ceilings barely over 1 meter tall, with the tallest rarely exceeding 1.6 meters. Only if the group has a special leader or a mutated individual will the cave height be higher. So, by the size and scale of a goblin nest, one can roughly analyze the strength of the goblin tribe. Of course, this is not absolute. Some powerful goblins are of average size. The distant goblin nest was not very tall. Out of caution, the group did not approach the goblin cave. Instead, they patiently waited at a distance for Meva's return. Meva had stealthily moved near the nest to scout, mainly to check if there were any lurking goblin scouts nearby. On the clearing outside the goblin cave, a small pot was set up. Many small goblin nests placed their cooking utensils outside the cave. At this moment, the clearing was empty, with not a single goblin in sight. Snap! Gauss casually slapped a mosquito buzzing around his neck, irritated. Even after completing numerous outdoor tasks, he still couldn't get used to the seemingly omnipresent mosquitoes and insects. Despite applying insect repellent, the effect was mediocre at best. He sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure if he had bought fake products or if the world's cheap insect repellents were just naturally ineffective. After all, the mosquitoes here might be different from those in his previous life, perhaps with stronger vitality and resistance. Actually, mosquitoes weren't the main concern. More dangerous were venomous snakes and small poisonous creatures. Not long after, Meva quietly returned, shaking her head at the group. She indicated that she hadn't found any goblins lurking nearby. This further confirmed that this group of goblins was relatively ordinary in strength. Though goblins are not very intelligent, they also share a natural laziness. Without a strong leader assigning tasks, in such scorching heat, they usually choose to lie inside their caves to rest, only going out when the sun dims to do various activities. The goblins are inside. I can hear their voices. How do we drive them out? Let's use the old trick of smoke fumigation. Meva, did you find any hidden ventilation holes in this nest? Found two. Gauss watched his teammates discuss the plan in an orderly manner, without interrupting. Although confident in his strength, he did not want to fight the goblins head-on inside that low cave. First, the narrow cave was unfavorable for magic missile attacks. If the goblins' excavation was poorly reinforced, a single explosion could cause a collapse and bury everyone alive. Second, it would be inconvenient to move and turn around, limiting the use of his agility and size advantages. Third, goblins had the home advantage. Their familiarity with the environment allowed them to bring out a large portion of their combat power inside. The group took out the commission supplies they carried: firewood, sulfur powder, spicy, poisonous herbs. These were standard materials intended to drive monsters out of their homes in such cave environments. Of course, this smoke and tear gas trick was not always applicable. It had to be adapted to the situation. The last time they had a goblin-like creature mission, they did not use this method because the nest was too complicated and deep. Even if they used smoke, the effect would likely be poor and might prematurely reveal their location, alerting the goblins to prepare for battle. After a brief discussion, everyone began preparing, checking weapons, guarding ventilation holes, setting traps, preparing fires. They chose damp firewood because its high moisture content led to incomplete combustion, producing more smoke. When the firewood was nearly burning down, they sprinkled sulfur powder, spicy, poisonous herbs, and toxins made from various monster organs Meva had collected. Then, they continuously blew air into the cave. Black smoke, pushed by everyone wearing multiple layers of masks, drifted deeper into the cave. During the entire process, except for some initial noisy movements, no goblin voluntarily came out. Different goblin tribes had their own subtle styles. Some were aggressive, some sneaky, some cautious, others cowardly. This group appeared to be very cautious, preferring to keep the battle inside their nest rather than confront the enemy outside. Unfortunately, they were destined to fail. The stronger party always took the initiative. Gauss silently observed from the side. As the strongest fighter of the team, he didn't need to do menial tasks. This was both a privilege and a responsibility. He needed to hold his magic wand and be ready in case goblins suddenly poured out. Watching the poisonous smoke flood the cave, he was somewhat reminded of how rats were driven out of fields in his previous life. The only difference was that this cave was bigger, and the pests inside were much more dangerous. After about 10 minutes of smoke flooding, the cave finally reacted. He faintly heard coughing sounds from inside. How can these green-skinned little devils endure so much? Doyle's arm was getting sore from blowing air. I'll take over for you. Levin, who had been resting, patted his shoulder and continued the work. Goblins had strong vitality and higher endurance than ordinary creatures, but there were limits. After enduring the smoke for a while longer, they finally could no longer bear it. The first ugly green-skinned goblin staggered out from the depths of the cave, carrying a wooden stick. It was obvious the smoke was nearly making it lose consciousness. Rather than coming out to fight, it was driven by its desperate craving for fresh air. The moment it rushed out, it was greeted not by sunlight nor fresh, crisp air, but by a sharp cold blade. Gauss, waiting at the side of the cave, swung his rapier. With a flash of cold light, the ice-cold rapier pierced its throat. Ugh! Gauss retracted his sword. The goblin clutched its throat, letting out a hoarse, wind-like hiss before staggering a few steps and collapsing at the cave entrance. Goblin kill *1. Total monster kills 60. Another goblin left this world. Unlike previous goblin kills, Gauss vaguely felt a warm current flow into his body this time. He sensed his racial talent, rapid digestion, had slightly improved. This enhancement was subtle, but would accumulate over time, gradually increasing. Feeling the sensation of growing stronger inside, Gauss looked toward the cave's depths with sharper focus. At this moment, goblins were no longer just repulsive green-skinned pests to him, but walking experience packages. He wondered what more powerful effects rapid digestion would have after advancing from its initial level. Currently, it allowed him to quickly digest food, recovering stamina and mana. After upgrading, this effect might improve further, perhaps extracting more nutrients from the same food, or even digesting more types of substances. Although just beginning the upgrade, it didn't stop Gauss from eagerly anticipating its effects. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the first goblin gathered its courage to charge out, the other goblins gradually realized their enemies probably wouldn't enter the cave, finally organizing themselves to fight back. Wooden arrows shot out from within the cave. The group retreated from the cave entrance, dodging the first wave of attacks. Prepare for combat. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the arrows came the dense sound of approaching footsteps. Gauss listened to the commotion, crouching by the cave entrance. Sensing the timing was right, he peered inside while channeling magical energy through his bone staff. Magic missile. A deep blue energy missile rapidly condensed at the staff's tip, forming in an instant by gathering natural mana. Just as the first wave of goblins came charging forward. Boom! The missile released from the bone staff's tip crossed several meters in the blink of an eye, striking the first goblin's soft abdomen. Bang! Like a large-caliber bullet piercing flesh, the magic missile tore through with minimal resistance, consecutively hitting several goblins. Then came a second magic missile in quick succession, causing explosions within the narrow cave. Goblin killed *1. Goblin killed *1. After the brief explosions, numerous notifications flashed rapidly before Gauss's eyes. Against densely packed enemies in the narrow cave, the two magic missiles proved extraordinarily effective. Gauss didn't even need precise aim. The goblins seemed to throw themselves into the projectiles. Unfortunately, only the cave section near the entrance was relatively straight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to go through the trouble of smoking the goblins out. Total monsters killed, 66. Gauss checked the notifications, immediately realizing the casualties caused by those two missiles. 6 goblins killed in total. Feeling a warm current flowing through his body, his rapid digestion ability gradually improved. Was this the joy of being a spellcaster? Gauss felt he was understanding it more and more. Hardworking warriors had to fight tooth and nail, laboriously killing small fry while getting covered in blood and grime. As a noble mage, with sufficient mana, enemies like these goblins would die to mysterious magical attacks before even reaching him. However, the magic missile's effect seemed slightly too overwhelming. The goblins who had finally mustered courage retreated deep into their nest again, intimidated by the magical bombardment. Continue smoking them out. The goblins withdrew once more. With complete control of the situation, the group took their time. They restarted the fire and fanned the smoke, sending thick black fumes pouring back into the cave. After another 10 minutes or so, the green-skinned creatures, suffocated by the poisonous smoke, launched another charge toward the entrance. This time Gauss didn't use magic missile again. He worried that another bombardment might completely shatter the goblins' courage, making them prefer suffocating inside rather than fighting. Their supply of sulfur powder and toxic materials was limited. They couldn't maintain the smoke indefinitely. If they didn't finish off the goblins now, dragging them out later would be troublesome. Amid the black smoke, a group of goblins came charging out waving weapons. Their originally emerald green skins were now blackened and filthy, tears streaming from their eyes. Some even collapsed unconscious right after emerging. Prepare for combat. Seeing enemies finally emerging, the group raised their weapons to engage. Gauss moved swiftly, immediately targeting 3 unconscious goblins. Basic swordsmanship granted him superior weapon control. His rapier's tip pierced vital points, blossoming 3 crimson flowers of blood. Goblin killed *3. Total monsters killed, 69. There was no shame in finishing off easy targets. Besides, some goblins might be feigning. Eliminating them preemptively meant not having to watch them. After dispatching the 3 unconscious goblins, Gauss surveyed the battlefield. Others had already begun slaughtering the smoke-dazed goblins who stood no chance against these experienced low-tier adventurers. Time to pick up the pace. Goblin killed *1. Gauss weaved through the goblins, his rapier continuously reaping lives. Notifications flashed before his eyes. Slice. The Goblin Slayer title's Bane effect enveloped his rapier in a faint white glow of enhanced damage, with one final clean stroke severing the last goblin's neck. Gauss sheathed his sword, taking deep breaths to calm himself. It had been like cutting melons and slicing vegetables. Having not fought goblins for some time, this reunion made him realize how much his skills had progressed. Moreover, basic swordsmanship proved more effective in actual combat than he'd anticipated. Total monsters killed, 75. Magic Missile LV2, 13/20. Mage Armor LV2, 15/20. Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 6/10. All 3 skills gained 1, 2, and 1 proficiency points respectively. After this mission, focusing on Mage Armor training should bring it close to level 3. Wiping his hands, Gauss took some jerky wrapped in cloth from his inner pocket, chewing while recovering and contemplating. Good work, everyone. Anyone injured needing treatment? Check me, please. I think I got stabbed in the side. It hurts when pressed. Doyle pointed to his waist. Returning to reality, Gauss gave Doyle a puzzled look. Unlikely. Those goblins had been in terrible condition. How could anyone get injured? But when his gaze turned to Daphne, understanding dawned. Now that he thought about it, Doyle always seemed to have some injury after battles. Probably just excuses to get close to the priestess. How childish. Gauss shook his head helplessly. Gauss, how many goblins did you kill just now? Levin suddenly asked. Let me think. Checking his adventurer's manual's kill count, Gauss did quick math. About 15 or 16. The exact number was 16. Starting from 59 before the mission to 75 now. He'd soon qualify for another tier reward. First 1 stealth kill, then 6 with magic missiles, 3 easy finishes, and 6 frontal kills with his sword. His efficiency came from recognizing these goblins as weaklings with only wooden weapons, allowing aggressive tactics. Where others dodged attacks, he could tank hits with mage armor. The results proved his approach right. 6 quick kills spoke for themselves. What Gauss didn't notice was the sudden silence after his answer. There had only been about 20-some goblins total. Levin looked at Gauss with mixed feelings. No wonder this mission felt easier than usual. He hadn't even warmed up before it ended. Gauss had killed over half the enemies alone. Gauss! What is it, Levin? Gauss looked up. Nothing. We'll talk back a base. 2 hours after nightfall, it was the busiest golden hour in the small town. Inside a 2-story stone house with a chimney spewing black smoke, the place was packed with people. Occasionally, someone would push open the wooden door that creaked sharply, bringing the tavern's raucous noise spilling out onto the street. You didn't see it. Even though I dropped my weapon back then, I just slapped that goblin's head off with one hand. The half-orc warrior pounded the wooden table, bragging about his strength to his companions, spittle flying under the oil lamp's light. The clatter of overturned cups sparked noisy commotion. Rough thumb war challenges echoed, and waiters shouted loudly, carrying trays and urging customers to make way. Drunken murmurs, off-key hoarse singing, heated quarrels, and whispered conspiracies all swirled above the tavern, forming a noisy yet strangely harmonious background. In the corner, the bard stubbornly tried to make his lute heard amid the cacophony. The strong, slightly sour scent of ale drifted through the air, mixed with the aroma of roasted sausages and grilled meat. It awakened appetites, while also making people feel pleasantly tipsy in the alcohol-tinged air. The Night Owl squad gathered inside the tavern, where the warm yellow glow from the oil lamp in the alcove lit up their faces. A few of them sat on wooden chairs, resting their chins on their hands as they observed the tavern's atmosphere, their expressions showing rare relaxation and ease. For new adventurers, the noisy environment might feel unfamiliar at first, but after a few visits, they would quickly unwind amidst this rough and genuine bustle. A group of low-tier adventurers, who constantly flirted with danger, gathered together to numb themselves with alcohol and food. Neither dignified nor elegant, they possessed a wild and resilient vitality unique to fringe adventurers, like weeds thriving on the edge. Come to think of it, this is the first time our team has had a meal together since Gauss joined. Levin raised his huge wooden cup and took a sip of frothy ale. Gauss thought for a moment and realized it was true. He had been with the team for almost a month, and before, after missions, everyone was usually exhausted, filthy, and just wanted to disperse quickly to rest. But the recent Goblin commission had a short route and hadn't drained much energy, so everyone was still in good shape. At Levin's invitation, they had taken a bath and gathered in the tavern to eat together. "Gauss, want some drink?" Levin noticed Gauss's cup was empty. Gauss was about to refuse out of habit, but seeing that everyone else, including the two female members, had their cups full of ale, he swallowed the words back. "All right, I'll give it a try." He didn't say he was a teetotaler. In his previous life, he occasionally had a small glass of red wine before sleep. He just hadn't tried this world's cheap ale before. Every time he smelled it, it had a suspicious sourness. But seeing other customers drink it happily, maybe this was its original flavor. Levin poured Gauss a little over half a cup. Gauss sniffed it, and a strong, stale fermented grain sourness hit his nose like wet cereal or sour rice left too long. There was no malt aroma like the beer in his past life, only a raw and rough fermentation scent. He carefully took a sip. Sour. A sharp sourness stabbed his tongue's taste buds immediately. After the sourness came a sudden rush of alcohol burning and a lingering, unpleasant taste in his throat. Was this stuff really tasty? Ahem. Gauss coughed a few times, his face flushing slightly. Seeing his intense reaction, the others at the table couldn't help but burst out laughing. Having witnessed Gauss effortlessly slicing through enemies on the battlefield, seeing him embarrassed like this was a novelty. As expected, Levin, I guessed Gauss wouldn't drink. Daphne took a big gulp of ale and winked at Levin. "Gauss, are you even a normal person? I've been drinking since I was a kid, treating alcohol like water." Doyle laughed heartily, feeling somewhat proud to have finally beaten Gauss at something. "Of course I can drink. I just don't like the taste of this place's booze." Gauss defended himself. "What do you mean this place's booze? This is just the most ordinary drink." Archer Oliver looked at Gauss suspiciously. "By the way, your background must be made up, right? You look like it's your first time drinking ale." Gauss was silent, seemingly unable to explain. In this world, drinking culture was widespread. Many started drinking from childhood. Even treating low-alcohol drinks like water was not unusual. This cheap ale was basically consumed by the vast majority of commoners. Except for this oddball here. Those who had guessed the truth saw Gauss reluctant to say more and assumed there was some inconvenient secret. They laughed it off and thoughtfully changed the subject. After all, Gauss, with his outstanding background, had still fallen to associating with a group of muddy-legged folks. Clearly, he had suffered a major upheaval. When Gauss got up from the familiar straw bed, it was already the next day. He shook his head. His body still felt heavy. Thinking about last night, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was way too wild. They had eaten and drunk until late, and just as they were leaving, a small incident happened. Doyle noticed someone harassing Daphne and got into a shoving match at the tavern's entrance, which escalated into a fight. The Night Owl squad didn't hold back and overwhelmed the opponent, then ran off before the patrol guard arrived. In the end, Gauss had to escort the drunk Doyle back to his place. Gauss smiled. He felt himself becoming more integrated into this world. First time in the wild, first monster kill, first commission, first team up, first time drinking cheap ale, first brawl. Strictly speaking, he didn't dislike this experience. These rare firsts in his past life made him truly feel alive. "Want some hangover soup?" When he arrived at the main hall on the first floor, Sophia, who had just finished serving meals, looked at Gauss walking down the stairs. "By the way, it costs money." Sophia, can it be free? After all, we know each other well now. Of course not. I bought myself. Business people can't always be charitable. Sophia turned and headed to the kitchen to ladle the soup. Although Gauss joked, he felt a bit warm inside. He knew Sophia probably prepared the hangover soup, especially because of his heavy smell of alcohol from last night. After drinking some hangover soup, Gauss felt somewhat better. Sitting by the counter, watching other tenants dining in the hall, he fell into thought again. Although the dinner last night was pleasant, in the following conversation, he understood what Levin and the others wanted to convey. Levin hadn't said it outright, but spoke vaguely, yet Gauss's emotional intelligence wasn't low enough to not understand. He realized that because of his presence, the others recently hadn't been able to use missions to effectively train themselves. If the others were mercenary-type adventurers in their 40s, having lost their dreams and only working for money, they would be glad to have such a powerhouse in the team. But clearly, they were not that kind of people. Among the five, due to the types of their skills, the rogue apprentice Meva and the priest apprentice Daphne were basically unaffected by his presence. But Levin, Doyle, and Oliver were different. Gauss's effortless efficiency in killing monsters rendered their skills useless. They still needed monsters to hone their techniques. However, now, just as they were warming up, the battle was already over. If this went on for long, their skills would deteriorate. Their pride also wouldn't allow them to let Gauss hold back, handing over enemies that could have been easily defeated to them for handling. So naturally, they could only part ways temporarily. Gauss had an inkling of this. He didn't have strong negative feelings about their decision and understood their choice. A considerable number of adventurers were idealists who, chasing their extraordinary dreams, risked life and death on the toughest path. Objectively, his progress had somewhat diverged from the Night Owl squad. Even without mentioning this time, parting ways was inevitable sooner or later. At least now, it was an amicable separation. Still, he was back to being alone. Gauss stretched lazily. Being a lone wolf had its advantages and disadvantages. More freedom, but also more danger. He decided to take it one step at a time. At least now, compared to a month ago, he had gained some ability to protect himself. In terms of personal strength, among low-tier adventurers without an advanced profession, he was considered top-tier. Low-tier adventurers didn't have many flashy abilities. They mostly relied on their weapons to clash head-on with enemies. Though cautious by nature, he wasn't a coward. Otherwise, when he first arrived in this world, he wouldn't have dared to hunt goblins armed only with a small wooden spear. Next to the wheat field where green turned to yellow, a figure carrying a backpack walked steadily. Under a curtain of jet-black broken hair, a pair of emerald eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Gauss stared at the ridges between the fields. His gaze swept warily around. Having returned to a solo state temporarily, he hadn't joined any other teams. Not because of some nonsense about leaving the previous team. After all, forming and disbanding teams was common in this world of adventurers. He was simply a bit lazy. The thought of getting to know a new group of strangers again made him decide to take on simpler solo commissions for now. Since he was alone, this time he chose a commission location north of Greyrock Town. What was special about this choice? Naturally, it was safer. Geographically, Greyrock Town was located on the southern border of the kingdom. The Emerald Forest lay to the south of Greyrock Town. Viewed from high above, the forest wrapped around Greyrock Town like a harbor on three sides, with a large cleared no-man's land in the middle. The further north you went, the stronger human civilization's influence became. Correspondingly, the chance of encountering powerful monsters in the wild was lower than in the south. Unless you were extremely unlucky and ran into a high-level monster wandering north. But if that happened, you could only accept your bad luck. The mission target this time is still goblins. Gauss looked at the mission commission slip. Though the chance of encountering strong monsters decreased going north, low-tier goblins were like ubiquitous flies that couldn't be eradicated. At first, he was curious, but now he gradually understood the scoundrel nature of the goblin species. Once a tribe was crushed, goblins would flee as if it were a code engraved deep in their genes. They would hide in deep mountains and forests, then forcibly mate with other medium or small-sized animals, using their tenacious reproductive ability to create the next tribe. Although the offspring were weaker, they could survive early on by sheer numbers. Even if humans wiped out the surrounding goblins completely, the southern region, which bred countless monsters, often had wild animals wandering out that birthed green-skinned, corrupted offspring, bringing evil goblins into human activity zones, making it impossible to guard against. It was said that the green-skinned babies who fully absorbed their mother's nutrition could survive, without feeding, for a few days after birth. After several days of development, they could start moving, surviving by eating fallen leaves, grass roots, and seeds. This was similar to some documentaries Gauss had watched in his previous life. Fish existed even in small ponds atop high mountains. The goblin's tenacity was just the same. Unless the vast monster kingdom in the south, which was the root cause, was completely destroyed, goblins would never be eradicated. Found them. Suddenly, Gauss saw clear footprints on the ground. Following the footprints' direction, he finally saw a few sneaky goblins at the edge of his vision, constantly breaking off immature weed ears. Crop thieves. Yes, some goblins stole human crops for food. Gauss had heard that originally goblins wouldn't eat human-grown grains and even had a physiological aversion. They preferred high-quality protein, like carrion and insects or wild fruits and berries. But he didn't know when their digestive ability became stronger. Now, most foods humans could or couldn't understand were edible and digestible by goblins. 5 goblins, the rest should be in their nest. He observed patiently for a while. After the goblins collected a large bunch of wheat ears, he quietly circled to the side and blocked their return path in advance. All 5 goblins noticed his presence simultaneously. Their murky eyes flicked around him, and upon seeing he was alone, they all showed expressions of delight. A lone human. They preferred fresh meat over grains. Gauss checked his mage armor. It was intact, and then tossed his backpack aside, grabbing his rapier. With a heavy step forward, he sprinted swiftly along the field ridge. Whoosh! A flash of swordlight. The goblins, lost in their pleasant daydreams, didn't expect such swift action. The blade easily sliced through the wheat ears, which exploded like dandelion fluff upon contact. The rapier cut through the wheat stalks without resistance and finally slashed into the goblin's fragile neck. Before it could react, the first goblin's body was cleanly separated from the wheat ears it was clutching. Dead. The sky filled with green and yellow grains mixed with sticky fresh blood, blooming like flowers in the afternoon farmland. First one down, Gauss quickly turned, his rapier drawing a semicircle. None of these goblins carried weapons, and their bodies were bound with the wheat ears and stalks, hindering movement and leaving them no chance to resist. Slash! The semicircular sword edge cut the surrounding wheat stalks, bringing down 3 more goblin corpses unwilling to die. Gauss watched the last goblin panic-stricken, dropping the grain and fleeing clumsily on all 4s. He didn't rush to chase. He glanced at the fleeing goblin's direction. After wiping the blood from his rapier and clearing some of the odor from his body, he grabbed his backpack and calmly followed. He had deliberately left a guide behind. Monsters killed, 82. He had just killed 4 goblins, and earlier, while fetching water at the pond, he had been very lucky to encounter 3 slimes, which he easily defeated, bringing the total to this number. Approaching 100 kills. He planned to linger around nearby villages for a few days. While talking with the village chief in the morning, he learned that several nearby villages all had such wheat field pests. These pests were undoubtedly his best source of experience. Having long engaged in theft, they had developed a tendency to hide and avoid combat, and he particularly liked picking on the weak. The goblin stood in front of the stone pot, continuously stirring its contents with a wooden stick. Inside the stone pot was a mixture of various indescribably thick foods. Just from what could be seen, there were grains of wheat, berries, grass seeds, beetles, large green caterpillars, and so on. All kinds of ingredients reacted strangely under the heat of the fire, releasing bursts of peculiar and pungent odors that wafted along the smoke. But the goblin deeply sniffed the air as if it had smelled an exquisite delicacy, its face showing an expression of enjoyment. Although the goblin's brain capacity was small and its thinking simple, it did not prevent them from understanding the importance of fire. Relying on the fire pit to keep the flame alive, the tribe could cook at any time and maintain a more comfortable nest environment during the cold winter. If the fire in the fire pit unfortunately went out, they would have to steal flames from the human villages, which was a troublesome task. At the thought of humans, the goblin cooking let out a dull stream of saliva uncontrollably. Looking back at the food in the pot, it suddenly seemed less appetizing. But as it thought more, another image suddenly jumped into its mind, one it could not forget. It was a memory fragment occupying its limited brain capacity. A group of tall humans wielding sharp weapons easily destroyed the goblin's original tribe, with tribe members falling continuously amidst the flashing blades and flowing blood. Under the gaze of those demonic figures, the goblin shamefully cowered in front of the cold crossbows that could slaughter its comrades with ease. Together with several other goblins, it fled recklessly into the forest, retreating farther and farther. Eventually, not knowing how far they had traveled, they settled here. And through the efforts of the surviving goblins, they rebuilt the tribe in the wild, despite threats from beasts. Though the new generation of goblins were all skinny and small due to the frailty of their mothers, as long as this continued, one day they would live the good life of eating meat again. Thinking of the good days ahead, the goblin's huge mouth stretched ear to ear, revealing coarse, yellow-brown crooked teeth, making its already ugly face even more fierce. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Footsteps approached. The goblin cooking lifted its head and saw a green figure hurriedly rushing into view. Upon realizing it was a tribesman, not some other creature, the goblin temporarily lowered its guard. Wah, wah, wah. But the panicked cries from its companion immediately tightened its nerves again. The returning companion repeatedly shouted a word representing humans. Humans! Gauss obtained the signed task commission document from the village chief. The village chief had originally thought he would leave the village quickly like the other adventurers. But he did not expect to hear Gauss say he planned to stay in the village for a while longer to clear out more goblins in the surrounding area. A warm smile immediately spread across the village chief's face. When Gauss asked if there was an inn in the village where he could stay for a while, the chief waved his hands repeatedly. With great enthusiasm, he led Gauss to his own guest room, specially prepared for him to rest. He wholeheartedly welcomed Gauss's initiative to stay and clean up the goblins. Even if other goblins might not be that close to their village, or even in other villages, as long as goblins existed nearby, they were always a potential threat. Goblins were not like inanimate objects. Once rooted in a place, they did not migrate. And people like Gauss, who finished their commissions yet were willing to spend time on such thankless tasks, were rare indeed. Gauss could not refuse the village chief and had no choice but to stay temporarily at his home. Besides the chief and his wife, there was a boy a little over 10 years old with short, dark brown hair. After hearing Gauss was an adventurer, the boy excitedly bombarded him with questions. Questions like, do goblins bathe? Do they poop? Who is stronger, ordinary humans or goblins? How does one become an adventurer? Gauss responded while casually sharing some of his own experiences under the oil lamp, all the while performing preservative treatment on the goblin's left ear, which was part of the task materials. After all, if left unattended, by the time he returned to Greyrock Town to submit the mission, the bag of ears would likely have rotted beyond recognition. After handling the task items, he washed his hands and began maintaining his armor and weapons. Holding a piece of chamois soaked with oil, he gently rubbed the sword blade. Moonlight spilled through the window, reflecting off the polished blade with a beautiful faint blue arc of light. Fortunately, although the village chief's grandson was very curious, his character was not troublesome. He just lay nearby, eyes shining brightly but made no move to grab anything. So Gauss let him observe quietly. G knows it's time to sleep. Only when the boy's mother, a broad-shouldered woman with a kind smile, came to call him late at night, did he reluctantly jump off the stool. Go back now. Can I come see you again tomorrow? The boy looked at Gauss with eyes full of longing. Gauss hesitated. You'd better get up early. I'll probably be leaving tomorrow morning. Can you take me with you? Unfortunately, no. Seeing the boy's mother smile and nod at him before pulling the boy away, and the boy's stubborn, reluctant gaze at the door, Gauss shook his head. He knew he probably had affected the life of a rural boy. Maybe years later, that young man would leave his hometown and set out on the path of an adventurer. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? He wasn't sure. After the boy left, Gauss continued to immerse himself in equipment maintenance. This was part of an adventurer's daily life. One must always personally care for their gear to ensure nothing went wrong. The next day, under the village chief's warm hospitality, Gauss followed him to have breakfast. Unfortunately, he neither got used to the food nor ate enough. He could only secretly chew on a few pieces of jerky originally meant for emergency hunger relief. I'm setting off now. Gauss bid farewell to the village chief and Genos. Village chief, you just said someone in the neighboring village saw signs of goblins, right? Yes. A few days ago, the leader of a caravan mentioned it. After you leave the village, turn left and follow the path. The first village you encounter will be the one. After confirming the information, Gauss left feeling satisfied. Though it was just a vague rumor, it was better than wandering aimlessly without any intelligence. Leaving the village and heading in the direction the village chief indicated, Gauss continued on his journey. The forest was suffused with dusk, the dense leaves coated in warm tones. Beside the exposed, gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, Hunter Randall's heart grew colder and colder. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his furrowed temples. The sweat dripped onto the cursed, grotesque wound, causing him to gasp sharply. It was deeply ironic that the hunter was injured by his own trap. Sweat soaked through his coarse cloth clothes. He nervously glanced toward the bushes growing darker with the setting sun. About 20 steps away, in the shadows of the bushes, several pairs of eyes flickered with greed and hunger, staring intently at him. It was these few goblins that had trapped him in this desperate situation. These green-skinned little fiends were skinny, filthy to the point of almost growing mold and moss, and among goblins, they were relatively short in stature. Normally, he might still be able to maneuver and force them back, but now the wound he had only just managed to stop the bleeding on was intensifying the pain, causing his vision and consciousness to blur bit by bit. He looked down at the bow, an arrow in his hand. If not for the weapon's deterrence, the goblins would have swarmed him long ago. Unfortunately, he knew the bow's intimidation would not last long. Night was about to fall completely. By then, not only might he have lost the strength to draw the bow, but even if he had it, it would be almost impossible to hit goblins in the pitch black. Hunter Randall's heart sank deeper and deeper. He realized he might not survive this night. Time passed slowly. The stabbing pain in his leg numbed his senses, making him drowsy and sluggish, as if drugged. Just as he was about to lose consciousness completely, the adorable face of his daughter, Taylor, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Her mother had died of a serious illness years ago. Now he himself was dying. So what would happen to the little girl who was only a few years old? He was originally an outsider, with no relatives in the village. Even if others kindly raised his daughter, would they treat her well? Countless complicated thoughts surged through his mind. A powerful will to survive overcame his sleepiness. Just as he was about to faint, the green-skinned little goblins crept closer, like flies attracted to a wound. Regaining consciousness, he let out a frustrated roar like a trapped beast. Get lost, scum! At the same time, he raised his hand, trying to draw the bow to push back the approaching goblins again. Unfortunately, at the moment he lifted his arm to draw the bowstring even a little, he suddenly realized his strength was severely depleted. His arm, heavier than ever, went limp as he barely pulled the bowstring open a tiny bit. A soft, powerless wooden arrow shot out, flying only 2 or 3 meters before sinking into the ground. This is bad. Hunter Randall's heart jumped. Sure enough, upon sensing his weakness, the cunning and greedy goblins understood his outwardly strong but inwardly weak state. They accelerated their approach, no longer cautious, like a pack of hyenas smelling blood. As they came closer, they emitted chilling gurgling and chuckling sounds. Their ugly little eyes were full of greed and murderous intent. In the deep night, they looked like demons straight from hell. "Come on, you guys come at me." Randall rasped out a threat. Suddenly, the goblin on the far left, slightly larger than its companions, let out a piercing screech and lunged at him like a lightning bolt, wielding a severely rusted dagger. "It's over. They're not scared of us anymore." Randall's mind went completely blank in an instant, and his hands lost all strength to resist. He could only watch in despair as the ferocious demon, wrapped in the stench of filth, rot, and excrement, charged at him, the rusted dagger growing larger and larger in his vision. VZZE! At the critical moment, from the side, a sharp, piercing sound broke through the heavy air. A blue orb of light, brighter than the goblin's charge, flew with incredible speed and precision, stabbing into the side of the goblin's chest. The terrifying force and destructive power tore through its skin and muscle the moment they made contact, crimson muscle fibers snapping like broken threads. The pitiful green figure suddenly flew sideways, crashing into a rough tree trunk in the distance. The filthy body twitched twice before going limp, sliding down the trunk and hitting the ground. The other goblins were stunned by the sudden attack and the horrific fate of their companion. Their murky yellow eyes were filled with primal terror from the depths of their blood. Their throats rolled as their previously advancing steps froze stiff, slowly turning their heads toward the source of the attack. Randall gasped for breath, his heart pounding violently against his chest, almost leaping out of his throat. The sudden change had also left his mind blank, but as he realized what had happened, he quickly looked toward the direction where the blue orb had come from. Sparse moonlight pierced through the canopy, and in the faint silver glow, a tall, well-proportioned figure was outlined. It was a handsome young man. Good thing I'm not too late. Saved? Hunter Randall felt a surge of joy from surviving the ordeal. Careful, there are still several more, Randall reminded the newcomer in a hoarse voice after a brief moment of relief. It was nighttime now, and goblins in the forest were far more dangerous than during the day. A moment's carelessness could be fatal. "Don't worry, I have experience. I won't let any of them escape," the young man replied calmly, as if misunderstanding something. "I'm the Goblin Killer." "Goblin Killer?" Randall was stunned for a moment. Before he could say anything more, the young man moved suddenly, like a silver streak flashing through the bushes. Shoo! With a flick of his wrist, the rapier transformed into a nimble long snake, precisely piercing the throat of the nearest goblin. Looking closely, the blade seemed to be coated with a faint glow. "Second one." The young man's clear voice echoed distinctly in the quiet forest. A bone-short spear flew toward him from another direction. Small. Hunter Randall's eyes widened as he caught the scene, but the words he was about to say stopped in his throat the next moment. The white spear burst into tiny blue sparks as it touched the young man's body, and the impact dissipated like raindrops falling into a deep pool. With a soft thud, the bone spear fell to the ground. Another goblin, seemingly spurred on by its companion's bravery, rolled forward and stabbed upward with a stone dagger toward the young man's ribs near his heart. VZZ! The leather armor the newcomer wore shimmered with a ripple of energy once again. The goblin strike seemed to be dissolved by a mysterious force beyond its comprehension. Taking advantage of the goblin's momentary daze, the rapier suddenly swept upward from below. Swoosh! The spine of the blade ruthlessly cut open its neck, and a head flew into the air, accompanied by thick, scarlet blood. Third one. The calm voice continued to resonate in the night. But to the last two goblins, this seemingly plain voice was no different from a death knell. After losing 3 comrades so quickly, the last 2 goblins finally broke down. They turned and scrambled, rolling and crawling deeper into the forest, trying to escape. The young man was faster. In just a few steps, he caught up to the goblin that had thrown the spear, stabbing his rapier straight through its heart. "You try to ambush me and run?" Fourth one. Then he drew the bone staff from his waist with his left hand and aimed it at the last goblin in the distance. A blue orb rapidly condensed. "Vizz." The blue orb shot out like a streak of light again. It slammed into the back of the fleeing goblin. The heavy attack crushed its body and pinned it firmly to the ground, thick blood continuously flowing from the wound. Fifth one. Leaning against the tree root, Hunter Randall was completely stunned. This young man's power was incredible. He had seen other strong fighters before, but none as effortless and graceful as this. Every sword strike took the life of a goblin. One step, one kill, without any wasted motion. His movements were clean and swift, like slaughtering a flock of chicks. "Are you okay?" The young man approached the injured middle-aged man, his jade-green eyes glancing at the blood-soaked bandages. The newcomer was Gauss. "I'm fine." Hunter Randall opened his pale lips. "Thank you for your help." With everything settled, Randall's heart was filled with relief and gratitude toward the handsome young man before him. To him, the young man who saved his life and the future of his daughter Taylor was nothing less than an angel. Only after enduring an hour or two of torment and despair could one truly appreciate how lucky survival was. "I'll help you treat your wound, simply first." Gauss examined the man's injury and spoke. He took out bandages, hemostatic powder, and other basic medical supplies. Though he hadn't needed to use these items so far, he always carried them when going out. Maybe 9 times out of 10 he wouldn't need them, but he had to be prepared for the 10th time. And now was just that time. Gauss quickly treated the wound, then carried the man on his back, steadily heading toward the village. "Don't fall asleep. Hold on a bit longer." "Okay, thank you." Randall gritted his teeth. "Do you know the way?" He worried the other was unfamiliar with the area and might get lost in the forest at night. "Don't worry. I came from your village," Gauss reassured him. This time, he had accepted a temporary commission from the villagers to search for goblins and simultaneously look for the hunter who had not returned from the forest. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, and both tasks overlapped. He saved a person, earned money, and killed goblins all at once. A perfect triple win. As for the way back, he checked the map in his mind, which clearly showed the direction. He could walk with his eyes closed and not get lost. Under the deep twilight, by the old locust tree outside the village fence, several villagers waited with torches in hand. Why aren't they back yet? Don't tell me they failed to rescue him and got themselves in trouble too? Hush, don't say such things. Little Taylor, you should go back to sleep first. When you wake up tomorrow, your father will be back. The old village chief hesitated before speaking, seeing the little girl beside him with drooping eyelids and reddened eyes. 9-year-old Taylor wore a cloak stitched together from coarse linen, standing barefoot on the cold, hardened mud covered in dung. She kept her head down, silently staring at her already reddened toes. She did have shoes originally, but when dusk approached earlier, some village bullies mocked her about losing her father. Unable to bear it, she got into a scuffle with them and lost her shoes in the process. Will Daddy really come back? As the sky darkened bit by bit, her father, who should have returned home long ago, still hadn't appeared at the village entrance. After several uncles went searching nearby and still couldn't find him, she had nearly lost all hope. But then a big brother with very kind eyes had smiled and crouched beside her, saying he would try his best to bring her father back. That single sentence had sustained her last shred of hope. The old village chief couldn't answer Taylor's question, only sighing as he patted her head. Based on his many years of experience, in situations like this, accidents were most likely involved. Randall was no novice hunter who would lose track of time or direction in the forest. What prevented his return must be danger encountered, perhaps a wild bear, perhaps a group of monsters. But whatever it was, in the darkness, it could be fatal. Although the village had sent several young men to search before dusk, finding a single person in the vast forest was no easy task. Even the young adventurer who had entered the forest earlier to help search for Randall. The chief didn't believe he could find a missing person in pitch-black night either. Someone's coming back. Just as the old chief sighed inwardly, a villager beside him suddenly pointed into the distance excitedly. Everyone followed his pointing finger, straining their eyes. Sure enough, under the moonlight at the road's end, a figure could faintly be seen approaching slowly. Before long, the figure became clearer. It was a young man with steady footsteps, carrying on his back a middle-aged man with pallid complexion. It's Randall. He brought Randall back. The villagers glanced at the young man's attire, recognizing him as the adventurer who had just arrived in the village that afternoon. Who would have thought that someone completely unfamiliar with the local terrain could successfully retrieve the missing Randall from the dense forest? Does the village have a doctor? He's injured. Gauss quickly reached the village entrance. Yes, follow me. Without wasting time, the villager took a quick look at the visibly weakened Randall before leading the way at a brisk pace. Being fellow villagers, everyone was naturally happy for Randall and Taylor that he had been rescued. As Gauss followed the guiding villager, he glanced down at the little girl keeping pace beside him. Her eyes were fixed nervously on her father, as if looking away for even a moment would make him disappear again. "Daddy, are you okay?" "Taylor, you should go to sleep first." Randall forced himself to appear energetic, squeezing out a smile. "I'm not sleepy." Taylor wiped tears of excitement from the corners of her eyes. She exchanged a glance with Gauss, her gaze full of gratitude. As the saying goes, poor children mature early, especially in these times. Though only 9 years old, in Gauss's previous life, she'd have been a carefree elementary student addicted to mobile games. She already understood much about human affairs, especially after her mother passed away from serious illness 2 years ago, leaving her father as her only support. She also knew this strange big brother had taken considerable risk entering the forest near dusk to search for her father. "Big brother, thank you for saving my daddy. I promised you after all." Luckily, I didn't break that promise. Seeing the girl's tearful yet joyful expression, Gauss felt somewhat complicated. This era might truly not be a great time for common folk at the bottom. No wonder new adventurers kept emerging, perhaps born from this very inability to change difficult circumstances themselves, forcing them to pin hopes on others. The next day, Gauss woke early to collect the reward for yesterday's impromptu village commission, paid from communal village funds. 5 silver coins in total. While collecting payment, he also inquired about Randall's condition. After all, he'd personally saved the man. He learned that after basic treatment from the local doctor, Randall had been taken by carriage this morning to the nearest town northward for professional church healing. Based on past experience, he'd most likely pull through, meaning his life was saved. Hearing this, Gauss sighed in relief. "Here's the promised reward, 5 silver coins. Please take them." The village chief produced the coins. Just as Gauss turned to leave, the chief spoke again to stop him. "Brave warrior, might we commission you for another task?" "Please speak, chief. I hope you can help exterminate the goblins around here." The chief's gaze turned profound as he looked toward the forest. "We'll send 2 strong young men to accompany you. We'll pay 90 copper coins per goblin killed. Would you be willing?" Generally, with creatures like goblins, seeing one means there's at least a nest nearby. After Randall's incident, the village decided to commission this young adventurer to clear out the goblins. Though he looked young, after successfully bringing Randall back last night and confirming his combat abilities with Randall himself, the other villagers temporarily acknowledged his strength as an adventurer. Facing this sudden request, Gauss naturally couldn't refuse. He'd come specifically to hunt goblins. He would have gone regardless of payment. Now that villagers were offering additional income, why not accept? Perhaps this was the so-called virtue is its own reward. Taking a slight risk last night to rescue someone had not only won the villagers' trust, but led to further commissions. If this were a game world, he'd guess his village reputation had increased significantly. As for villagers accompanying him, he had no objections. Unlike the Adventurers Guild, which had special methods to verify task completion, Villagers naturally needed their own people along to confirm the goblins were truly eradicated. Accepting the village's new commission, Gauss gathered his equipment and followed two armed young villagers into the forest. Cicada, cicada, cicada. Cicada cries echoed through the forest. Sometimes, Gauss felt finding goblins was more troublesome than killing them. First, he led the group to where Hunter Randall had been trapped last night. Searching the area for clues yielded no obvious leads. He couldn't help thinking, next time he returned to Greyrock Town, he should visit Halfling Madame Annie to inquire about purchasing affordable detection or perception spells, or at least ask where to learn them. Having a decent detection cantrip or spell handy wouldn't require mastery, just something usable when needed to save time. After wandering through the woods for most of the day, it wasn't until afternoon that Gauss finally discovered traces left by goblins on the ground. Several dried, small footprints marked a gray stone. Total monsters killed, 94. After eliminating those 5 goblins last night, only 6 more kills remained to reach the goal of 100. Finding just one goblin nest would likely fulfill the requirement. The joy wasn't Gauss's alone. The 2 villagers who had been wandering through the woods with him all day also shared in the excitement. Upon finding these traces, Gauss intensified his search in the surrounding area. Eventually, he discovered a goblin tribe in a muddy patch. Observing from a distance, Gauss noted this was a relatively small tribe. Only 8 green-skinned youngsters currently enjoying mud baths. It was unclear whether yesterday's 5 goblins came from this same group, but even including them would only make 13 total. These goblins were also notably small in stature, averaging about 1 meter in height. Normally, well-developed goblins could grow to about 1.4 or 1.5 meters. Even among goblins, this size difference was quite significant. This discrepancy often led to confusion about goblin combat capabilities, as even ordinary goblins varied greatly in strength. "Wait here. I'll handle this alone," Gauss instructed the villagers, concerned they might follow. He was confident in his abilities and worried they might accidentally steal a few kills, potentially leaving him short of his 100-kill goal. "Be careful." Gauss was overthinking. The villagers had no intention of helping. His figure darted swiftly through the woods, silently approaching the muddy area. Perhaps too absorbed in the cooling pleasure of their mud baths, the goblins' vigilance had significantly lowered. Gauss was nearly upon them when one finally noticed his presence. Wah wah wah. As it warned its companions, Gauss already stepped into the ankle-deep mud. Pushing off forcefully, his feet splashed through the muddy water. His body closed the distance rapidly. A cold rapier tore through the air. Striking downward, it pierced a goblin's throat. Goblin killed *1. Total monsters killed, 95. The other goblins reacted sluggishly, scrambling frantically to grab their weapons. Under their terrified gazes, another goblin lost its head to Gauss's swift blade. Total monsters killed, 96. Gauss's swordplay grew increasingly precise. These nearly 100 kills weren't just numbers. They represented his comprehensive improvement across multiple areas. Killing efficiency, mental fortitude, battlefield strategy, understanding of monster behavior and attack patterns. These intangible skills and judgments could only be accumulated through extensive practical experience. Minutes later, as the last goblin thrust its stone spear, the tip pressed against Gauss's abdomen only to be absorbed by an invisible force. With a look of resentment, the goblin watched as Gauss's rapier flashed upward, severing its neck. The head plopped into the mud. The battle ended. Having eliminated all the goblins, Gauss eagerly checked his adventurer's manual. True to form, upon reaching the 100-kill milestone, the system provided new rewards like previous stages. Goblin killed *1. Total monsters killed, 102. Reward obtained. Talent, magic resistance. Magic resistance. Based on your magic quality, manifest corresponding resistance against hostile spell effects, thereby weakening enemy magic. This talent's effectiveness correlates with your magic quality. Reward obtained, strength +1. Next stage, accumulate 200 total monster kills. A mysterious warmth surged through Gauss's body, particularly saturating his muscle tissue like countless invisible hands kneading them. His muscle fibers visibly tightened and strengthened, previously loose flesh rapidly firming up. Within mere breaths, Gauss felt his physical power increase substantially. Opening his eyes, Gauss smiled. The enhancement wasn't limited to strength. Unlike previous rewards of spells and attribute points, this time brought something new. The talent, magic resistance. Gauss's eyes practically sparkled upon seeing this. There was no question which was more valuable between spells and talents. Theoretically, he could learn spells through spellbooks, instruction, or other means even without system rewards. But talents were different. Based on current knowledge, other apprentices only gained corresponding talents when advancing to professional status, determined by their practice skills. And him, not yet a professional, yet already possessing 2 growth-type talents. One was rapid digestion, that improved with goblin kills. The other, this newly acquired magic resistance, which, according to the description, seemed to scale with his magic quality. Therefore, theoretically, as his magic grew stronger, so too would his magic resistance. An incredible effect. Moreover, this talent addressed one of his weaknesses. Days earlier, when he first mastered casting mage armor on others, testing revealed it provided much better protection against physical attacks than magical ones. When his magic missiles struck mage armor, the magical collision caused violent fluctuations that destabilized the protective spell. He had theorized this might indicate either mage armor's inherent weakness against magic attacks or his own insufficient mastery. But now, with magic resistance, the reason didn't matter. This talent would make him far more capable against magical assaults, and perhaps combining it with mage armor would significantly boost spell defense. Furthermore, if he chose mage armor as his core skill for professional advancement, the spell itself would undergo further transformation, potentially stacking his defensive capabilities to terrifying levels for his rank. After quickly reviewing magic resistance, effects, he examined the second reward. Strength attribute +1. Unfortunately, it didn't boost his strongest attribute, intelligence. He strongly suspected the adventurer's manual's reward distribution wasn't random. Still, increased strength was acceptable. Gauss quite enjoyed his newly enhanced physical power. As a mage apprentice, he had to admit his rapier had been invaluable in these early stages. This strength boost would significantly improve his current combat effectiveness. Name Gauss. Strength 6. Agility 6. Constitution 6. Intelligence 7. Perception 5. Charisma 6. Skills. Cantrip Mage Hand LV3 3/50. Level 1 Spell Magic Missile LV2 17/20. Level 1 Spell Mage Armor LV2 19/20. Basic Swordsmanship LV1 9 out of 10. Talents: Rapid Digestion, Magic Resistance. Gauss glanced at his attribute panel. The number of skills and talents he had mastered was increasing, which also meant his strength was continuously improving. While he was browsing his panel, 2 other villagers had already walked over from a distance. There are 8 in total. You counted the number correctly, right? Gauss snapped back to reality and gestured for the 2 to look at the goblins lying dead in the mud. That's right, the 2 villagers nodded repeatedly. They had witnessed the entire battle scene just now. Naturally, they were very confident in Gauss's displayed power, even involuntarily adding a hint of awe. He was clearly a younger adventurer than themselves, with a refined and restrained appearance. Yet when slashing monsters, he transformed into a completely ruthless figure, like an old butcher who had slaughtered livestock for decades, taking lives with every move. This stark contrast in temperament made the 2 villagers secretly fearful. They were afraid he hadn't killed enough and might casually treat them as goblins and cut them down too. Fortunately, for now, his emotions seemed relatively stable. After a brief moment of joy, Gauss quickly calmed down and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He remained alert, aware that the scent of blood and any movement might attract other creatures. After collecting the items that could serve as proof, Gauss picked through the remains and took some potentially valuable scraps with him. Upon returning to the village, after confirmation with the village chief and the two accompanying villagers, they promptly handed Gauss the agreed reward of 7 silver coins and 20 copper coins. With the temporary commission completed, Gauss searched the nearby area again. After killing 2 slimes and 1 small skeleton that had crawled out from somewhere, he found no other gains. So, after bidding farewell to the village chief and Genos in the first village, he set off on the road back to Greyrock Town. Watching the density of the greenish farmland gradually thin out, Gauss was getting closer to Greyrock Town. The outline of the gray-stoned small town grew larger in his vision. Arrived. Passing through the checkpoint gate, Gauss, who had been away for several days, looked at the town streets that hadn't changed much and felt somewhat excited. Humans are strange creatures who quickly tire of the old and crave the new. On his first day living in the village, he thought the calm and peaceful atmosphere was quite livable, but after a few days, he couldn't help but start missing the town's lively bustle. The village was indeed quieter compared to the town, with fewer outsiders, but there was no proper place to spend money and consume. After nightfall, the village was pitch black, and he had no choice but to go to bed early like the other villagers. This was something he really had trouble adapting to. Pulling his gaze away, Gauss headed toward the Adventurers Guild. The first thing upon returning was to submit his task. This time, Petra was on duty at the reception desk again. As the first Adventurers Guild receptionist he had met, Gauss had a deep impression of the blonde Petra, feeling a nostalgic warmth at seeing a familiar face again. But to his surprise, before he even took out his adventurer badge to prove his identity, Petra called out his name. "Mr. Gauss, was the task smooth this time?" Not bad. I didn't encounter any dangers," Gauss replied, looking at Petra with some surprise. He remembered her as quite normal, partly because his memory was good, and partly because as his first contact in the Adventurers Guild, he naturally paid more attention. However, as a staff member of the Adventurers Guild who dealt daily with numerous adventurers from all walks of life, being able to remember him and accurately match his name was quite impressive. Maybe this was what professional quality as an Adventurers Guild employee looked like. Gauss thought with some admiration. Putting himself in her shoes, he knew he would hardly remember an ordinary low-level adventurer like himself. Petra took the task items and adventurer badge Gauss handed over and cast a few discreet glances at his face. Compared to his first visit, his face now carried much more confidence. Of course, she remembered him. Not because her memory was outstanding, but because Gauss had left a deep impression. She had also quietly kept track of his task record. For a novice adventurer, to progress so quickly and smoothly through the early stages and to start accepting solo tasks recently was no exaggeration to call exceptional talent. Sorry, these goblin left ears are not part of this commission's task items. Oh, maybe I accidentally mixed them up? Gauss said, watching Petra accurately place the goblin left ears on the table. He was also a bit surprised. Those goblin left ears were not accidentally mixed in, but deliberately submitted together to see what would happen. To his surprise, the Adventurers Guild's identification methods were so advanced that the number they rejected matched exactly the number he had submitted. Was it because the cutting times were different? Gauss pondered, but he quickly dismissed this thought because the 2 batches of goblin left ears had been cut within only a couple of days apart. If it was judged only by this, the error rate would be very high. After all, some tasks last several days, and larger missions lasting 1 or 2 months or longer are normal. So, was this achieved by some kind of magic or magical items with scouting or tracking effects? Having gotten the test results he wanted, Gauss did not delay at the counter, knowing other adventurers were waiting in line behind him. 11 silver coins. Putting the silver coins into his money pouch, Gauss felt better watching the pouch swell again. Current cash, 42 silver coins, 65 copper coins. Gauss glanced at his boots. After long walks, the soles were worn down to a thin layer. It was time to buy some clothes, boots, and other daily necessities. No choice. Adventurers consumed these intimate daily items far more than ordinary people. First, the long travel routes caused wear. Second, frequent passage through the wilderness inevitably led to fabric being snagged by branches and stones. As for why mage armor couldn't resist this wear and tear, it was because the spell's effects did not seem to work against normal interactions, such as insect bites or environmental scratches. Its magical effect appeared to have some kind of judgment mechanism. Gauss browsed through the daily goods shop, picking out various items. Several sets of ordinary linen clothes for changing. A black cloak that draped neatly behind him, providing shade and rain protection. When needed, it could be spread on the ground as a makeshift blanket. A pair of pitch-black leather boots with thick wooden soles, polished to a shine and fastened with metal buckles on both sides. An extra-large leather water skin. A more spacious adventurer's backpack with additional clasps, exterior tool nets, hidden compartments, and storage pouches to accommodate more gear. After upgrading his daily equipment, he spent another 8 silver coins. But Gauss didn't feel too heartbroken. Old things needed replacing, and money was meant to be spent. Before leaving the shop, he thought for a moment and bought a ceramic tea set along with a small booklet titled Tea Brewing Guide. After dinner, Gauss returned to the inn with his new gear. "You're back?" This outing seemed longer than usual. Sophia asked as she saw Gauss entering with packages. "Stayed out a few extra nights." Gauss approached the counter. "By the way, Sophia, I brought you a gift." He placed the tea set on the counter. "Why would you buy me a gift?" Sophia gave him a strange look. "I just saw it while shopping and thought of how you often brew flower tea. It didn't cost much." Gauss hadn't overthought it. He simply wanted to show appreciation for Sophia's usual kindness. He wasn't the type to take others' care for granted. "You really shouldn't have. Can we still return this?" "Probably not. Just keep it, Sophia. I'm tired, going upstairs to rest now." Gauss shook his head and quickly ascended before Sophia could respond. "Hey, wait. Well then, thank you." Sophia watched his retreating figure before looking down at the ceramic set, a faint smile appearing on her face. It had been so long since she'd received a gift. Early next morning, with a surge of magical energy, an invisible transparent armor coalesced around Gauss's body. A familiar warmth seeped through the armor's surface into his body, making him feel comfortably heated. Mage Armor LV2, 19/20. This proficiency level had been stuck for several days now. For Gauss, this was clearly abnormal progress. Could it be that, unlike cantrips, reaching near LV3 with a first circle spell was enough to touch the threshold of a professional path? Gauss remembered shopkeeper Grom's explanation about professionals. When a skill was practiced to extreme proficiency, one could sense mysterious guidance from the surrounding world. Following that guidance would lead one onto a professional path. Yet he hadn't felt anything resembling such guidance. Time to visit Thorn Cottage again. Though it might disturb someone, Gauss currently had no other familiar spellcasting professionals to consult, so he'd have to swallow his pride and visit. Mainly because his last interaction with the halfling Lady Annie had been quite pleasant. He doubted she developed any aversion toward him. Leaving the inn and following his map, Gauss easily found Thorn Cottage this time. Just like before, the cottage's exterior walls remained mottled with moss growth. The oak door with its embedded copper bell was equally dusty, appearing long abandoned. Knock knock, gently rapping on the door. Perhaps because it was his second visit, this time the door creaked open automatically after 2 knocks. Come in." Annie's dreamy voice called from inside. Crossing the threshold, the door closed automatically behind him as he entered the hallway. In the main room, just as expected, Annie lay comfortably on a wicker chair, wrapped in a soft wool blanket, sound asleep with her eyes closed. A trace of dried drool was visible at the corner of her mouth, with one leg kicked out from under the blanket, swinging lazily over the chair's armrest. Gauss couldn't help but develop sweat drops on his forehead. Even with few customers, this was too lax. Besides, wasn't this normal business hours? How could she still be sleeping? Damn, he envied this retired expert's daily life. Yawn. Perhaps sensing a visitor, Annie stretched and sat up, her loose pajamas hanging carelessly as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She sat chewing air blankly for several minutes before her brain seemed to reboot, her gaze gradually clearing. Gauss, what brings you here? She turned her head sharply, startled by his presence. I've been here a while, Gauss reminded her. Senior Annie, wouldn't this be inappropriate if another customer saw? Though, as a halfling, Annie likely didn't meet most humans' romantic standards. There might be those with unconventional preferences. Even as a professional, shouldn't she maintain some decorum? Relax, outsiders can't enter at this hour. Few have access to my door. Gauss pressed his lips together, a question mark appearing over his head. Should he feel honored by Annie's trust? If he recalled correctly, they'd only met once before. Why would she grant him entry permissions so readily? Though it likely only worked when she was present, this still seemed overly familiar for their acquaintance level. Why then? Gauss didn't believe his charm, previously 5, now barely 6 points, could be so persuasive. And would a veteran professional adventurer in retirement really be this naive? There must be some key factor he wasn't grasping. Noticing Gauss's thoughtful expression, Annie spoke up. What brings you here today? Based on her previous assessment of Gauss's finances, she doubted he came to shop. Well, it's like this. Setting aside his confusion, Gauss focused on his purpose. For all adventurers, matters concerning professional advancement were paramount. After hesitating, he described the changes he'd experienced, mainly the slight bodily warmth during mage armor practice. To his surprise, despite having only demonstrated the mage hand cantrip last time, and now mentioning the first circle mage armor, Annie showed no curiosity about his multiple spells. After listening, she simply blinked before her gaze went distant, seemingly analyzing Gauss's situation. Moments later, a massive hardcover book materialized in her hands. Licking her finger, she balanced the tome, nearly half her size, on her crossed legs and began flipping pages rapidly. The rustling pages made Gauss wonder if such speed could possibly locate the desired information. Just as he doubted, Annie's finger stopped. Found it. I know the reason now. Just as I suspected, Gauss, your magical energy is truly unique. According to historical records, this phenomenon occurs very rarely, only appearing in individuals with distinctive magical properties. Simply put, your magic is more active than other spellcasters. Your mage armor must have reached a fairly proficient level by now. Influenced by it, the vitality of your internal magic has increased further, resulting in magical resonance. Your magic is beginning to unconsciously resonate more profoundly with spell structures. In other words, your magic is reshaping the spell structures. Does this have any impact on me? Gauss blinked. This is actually beneficial. The resonance itself isn't harmful. Once you understand and master this phenomenon, you'll advance to professional status faster than other apprentices. Hearing Annie's explanation, Gauss felt relieved. He had worried some physical issue was hindering his mage armor progress. Turns out it was just his overly active magic, likely influenced by his innate magic resistance talent. By the way, Gauss, there's something I should mention, Annie added. Your mage armor proficiency is sufficient now. Instead of focusing on casting frequency, you should concentrate fully during casting, carefully sensing the origin and nature of that heat flow resonance and guide its transformations. You need thorough contemplation and to collect extensive feedback from various types of actual impacts, experiencing the magical resonance through corresponding responses. However, I can't assist you with this. My magic is too potent. It would only have adverse effects. Annie blinked, spreading her hands in a helpless gesture. Gauss smiled and nodded thoughtfully, beginning to reflect. He suddenly realized that since reaching mage armor level 2 and growing more proficient, he'd stopped focusing on comprehending the spell's nature itself, instead prioritizing casting speed and spell intensity. This was clearly a short-sighted approach. He hadn't fully mastered this first circle spell yet. Perhaps this was why his mage armor proficiency had stalled at 19/20ths. First circle spells were vastly more complex than 0th circle cantrips. While Mage Hand could be brute force through repeated use, the more intricate mage armor clearly wasn't so simple. He needed to return to fundamentals rather than focusing solely on practical applications. Watching Gauss, immersed in thought with dawning comprehension, seated, Annie's eyes flashed with appreciation and nostalgia. Glancing at the preoccupied Gauss, she quietly produced a palm-sized book and began reading. For spellcasters unlike warriors or rangers, immersive mental contemplation held profound meaning. While magic appeared to manifest through magical energy, its true roots lay in mental power. Magic required mental control. Only when Gauss finished pondering and his gaze cleared did Annie calmly put away her reading material. "Gauss, how's your adaptation to that bone staff coming along? Why suddenly mention the staff?" Emerging from his thoughts, Gauss hesitated momentarily before answering. Taking out the staff, he rubbed it gently. As his magic infused it, the bone staff seemed to grow more lustrous, even faintly radiating a sacred vitality. "It's become quite comfortable." After days of adjustment, he felt the staff had reached optimal compatibility. Annie's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. While Gauss might not sense it, her magical perception detected that although the bone staff's appearance remained unchanged, its inner essence had transformed completely. It might as well be a different staff from the lifeless artifact it once was. In Gauss's hands, it felt perfectly harmonious. She shivered slightly as an inexplicable thought surfaced, as if the staff had always belonged to him, with fate merely having her safeguarded for decades before returning it to its true owner. But she quickly shook her head, chuckling inwardly at herself. Such thoughts ventured into fatalistic territory, something she'd always scoffed at before. Why this sudden fancy? Was age making her susceptible to others' subtle influences? Yet for a halfling, she was still in her prime. "Do take good care of it," Annie said, gazing at the jade-like bone staff with lingering reluctance. After decades in her collection, she'd grown somewhat attached. Moreover, what spellcaster wouldn't covet a staff of mysterious origins and tremendous potential? Had repeated tests not confirmed her magic completely incompatible with it, she'd never have relinquished it to another. "I understand." Ahem. At Thorn Cottage, Annie taught Gauss a magical circulation exercise to enhance control. After answering his questions about magic origins and gifting him 2 spell theory books, she formally dismissed him. She needed to nap. Leaving Thorn Cottage, Gauss returned to his room. Sitting on the straw bed, he cast mage armor again. This time, instead of his usual haste, he deliberately slowed the casting. Like watching slow motion, he carefully observed the connections between mind, magic, and spell during casting, and the resonating heat flow post-cast. With each attempt, he vaguely sensed deepening comprehension of the spell. Like solving math problems in his past life, hastily writing answers earned no full marks. Only through step-by-step analysis, applying formulas, and showing calculations could one achieve complete solutions. Was this remedial study? Gauss wondered. While the adventurer's manual accelerated spell proficiency, its very convenience sometimes made one neglect genuine understanding. Gauss practiced all day. Only at dinner did a satisfied smile finally appear. Though his mage armor proficiency hadn't increased, he felt his comprehension had deepened. Continued effort would inevitably lead to level 3. He theorized. Level 1 was introduction, level 2 proficiency, and level 3 mastery. 0th circle cantrips, being simpler with limited magical complexity, showed only modest effect enhancements between levels without substantial magical improvement. But mage armor differed. Each stage brought significant changes. Level 1 allowed basic use. Early level 2 proficient use. Late level 2 enabled casting on others with enhanced protection. Reaching level 3 should bring further improvements. He intuited that once his mage armor fully resonated with his magic, he'd officially embark on the professional path. Then mage armor would undergo its true metamorphosis. Have you been troubled by something recently? I've noticed you've been locking yourself in your room these past 2 days. Sophia's curiosity was piqued by Gauss's unusual behavior. Gauss shook his head in response. Just reading and contemplating cultivation matters. At the mention of cultivation, Sophia found herself at a loss for words. Though her father had once been an adventurer of some renown in Greyrock Town, those were stories from long ago, and she herself had little understanding of such matters. Well, good luck then. Sophia could only offer verbal encouragement. She wasn't overly worried. Staying indoors reading and thinking seemed far safer than venturing into the wilderness to fight monsters with a rapier. This won't do. Theory alone isn't enough. After cramming on spell principles, Gauss ultimately decided to go out. Magic couldn't be mastered through pure imagination. While theory was important, practical application was equally necessary to verify and internalize the knowledge. As for his destination, he already had a target in mind. So after lunch, under Sophia's concerned gaze, Gauss, who had finally been well-behaved for 2 days, packed his bags, bid farewell, and left Greyrock Town once more. This time he hadn't accepted any specific commission. Instead, he paid a small fee to join a merchant caravan heading northwest to Absinthe Town, a slightly larger settlement than Greyrock that specialized in medicinal herbs. More importantly, Annie had mentioned it hosted a small gathering of spellcaster apprentices. Apprentices from surrounding towns all converged there, gradually forming a small, open organization. This kind of modest gathering would be perfect for someone like Gauss to broaden his horizons. With luck, he might even find a spellbook or two that could prove immediately useful. Lying atop a wagon piled with hay, chewing on a grass stem while gazing at the azure sky, Gauss found himself eagerly anticipating Absinthe Town. Though he occasionally spotted adventurers dressed as spellcaster apprentices on Greyrock Town streets, he'd never properly conversed with any. Perhaps due to magic's diverse nature, apprentices maintained a wary distance from unfamiliar peers, politely keeping apart even when crossing paths in town. Surely at a gathering, interactions would be more frequent? Just as Gauss was about to return to his spell theory book, a commotion erupted at the front of the caravan, bringing the wagons to a gradual halt. After carefully donning his gear, Gauss vaulted from the wagon and approached a squad leader among the merchant guards. "What's happening?" he asked curiously. The squad leader shook his head without answering. Whether due to Gauss's youthful appearance or general uncertainty about the situation remained unclear. Gauss frowned. He disliked this lack of information. It felt like being blindfolded, with events slipping beyond his control. Through multiple missions, he learned that regardless of circumstances, sufficient intelligence was prerequisite for rational decision-making. He couldn't help but sigh. If only he were a bronze rank adventurer. Simply displaying that badge would make the caravan members deferentially share information. Though his combat ability already ranked among the top of low-level adventurers, and to ordinary people, the danger he posed differed little from a bronze ranker, both being unbeatable, with only the speed of defeat varying. Without that badge, he lacked credibility. He couldn't go around beating people up like some rage-filled brute just to prove his strength. The bronze badge served as credit endorsement backed by the Adventurers Guild's formidable social credibility. Whether dealing with country bumpkins or urban nobility, flashing that badge spoke louder than any words. Drawing his bone staff, Gauss advanced toward the front while using Mage Hand to float his rapier beside him. His current 1v3 Mage Hand could still only lift 10 pounds, but with improved speed and precision. Near the lead wagons, several caravan managers and the guard captain were huddled in quiet discussion. As the stranger approached, the captain moved to order him back, but sharp-eyed managers spotted the floating rapier and restrained the captain. Spellcaster apprentices commanded respect among ordinary low-level adventurers. Without direct conflict, even moderately positioned managers hesitated to offend them, for one never knew what cantrips an apprentice might possess. Many could kill silently and imperceptibly. "Master Spellcaster, how may we assist you? Why is the caravan stopped?" Gauss asked directly. Relieved at the captain's restraint, he marveled again at magic's utility in averting potential conflict. Without his display, given the group's grim expressions, unpleasantness would have been inevitable. The manager sighed. Our scouts report a goblin gang blocking the road ahead, dozen strong. Can't we detour? Gauss asked. With advance warning, circumvention seemed obvious. Impossible. We're transporting time-sensitive herbs that must reach Absinthe Town before losing potency. The losses would be catastrophic, and alternative routes would take too long. We've traveled this route over a dozen times without incident. After listening, Gauss understood the situation. A goblin group preparing to rob passing caravans. The good news, early detection by scouts. The bad news, no time for detours, which would require backtracking and taking a lengthy alternate route to Absinthe Town, causing the herbs to arrive too late and incurring heavy losses for the merchant group. Their complacency stemmed from this route's established safety record over many prior uneventful trips. Now fully apprised, Gauss had his bearings. The entire caravan, counting all personnel, numbered about 50, with roughly 15 guards. From his perspective, dealing with several dozen goblin bandits shouldn't be too difficult. However, after quietly observing for a while, the caravan's cautious approach surprised him. The caravan planned to camp in place and wait, hoping to encounter other caravans so their combined guards could join forces to clear out the highway bandits. If they failed to meet others, they would rather risk economic loss than confront the bandits head-on and would take a detour instead. After some thought, Gauss could understand why they chose this path. Whether the caravan manager or the guard captain, they were essentially senior employees of the merchant guild, naturally unwilling to take major risks just for their wages. Not to mention being evenly matched on the surface, even with a slight advantage. No one wanted to take the initiative to attack unless they had a clear superiority. After gathering enough intelligence, Gauss returned to the carriage he had boarded. He was neither a merchant employee nor a temporary hire, just an outsider who paid the fare. Even as a respected apprentice mage, he had no standing to speak on matters concerning the caravan's safety. Besides, he didn't have the ability to kill dozens of goblins by himself, despite possessing several special attack buffs against goblins. So what else could he do but continue reading? Time slowly passed, and just as Gauss thought the caravan was preparing to detour toward Absinthe Town, suddenly the distant sound of wheels rolling on the road came from behind. Stop! A group of knights riding tall, powerful horses escorted a luxurious covered beast carriage, slowly stopping behind the caravan. Upon realizing their path was blocked, a tall male warrior clad in exquisite silver chainmail quickly dismounted to negotiate. His steps were steady and strong, subtly revealing the composed demeanor of someone accustomed to authority. Perhaps seeing his extraordinary presence, the caravan manager immediately softened, bowed apologetically, and patiently explained the situation ahead. Leaning against the carriage, Gauss observed with curiosity as the situation unfolded further. Suddenly, the male warrior not far ahead seemed to sense something, sharply turning his head and fixing a piercing gaze toward Gauss's carriage. Their eyes met directly. Gauss, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly felt a jolt inside. Professional? That glance instantly made his entire body tense, as if a fierce wild beast had locked onto him. The magic power within him quietly surged, as if triggering a protective mechanism. Although physiologically uncomfortable, Gauss did not look away but stubbornly held the man's gaze for 2 seconds, as if confirming his identity. After exchanging smiles and nods, they simultaneously averted their eyes. What he did not know was that the chainmail-clad man a short distance away also felt a shock in his heart. Gauss's presence subtly threatened him, the feeling identical to facing professional mages or warlocks. His previously arrogant attitude instinctively retracted somewhat. When traveling, it was best to be as friendly as possible with strangers of unknown background. After retracting his gaze, Gauss looked back toward the caravan behind. That caravan was not large, with fewer than 10 people. The carriage in the center was noticeably more luxurious than the others. Obviously, the man who came to negotiate was just one of the guards. Given his strength, Gauss vaguely sensed there were a few others in the caravan. Also heading to Absinthe Town, Gauss knew that the highway bandits ahead probably had nothing to do with him anymore. This rear caravan alone was enough to easily deal with them. Professionals are just serving as guards, but who's sitting in the middle carriage? Could be a noble. In this era, commoners rarely had contact with nobles. Therefore, Gauss's memories of nobles were very scarce. He recalled that most nobles lived in big cities. Even if their fiefs were in small towns, they often entrusted relatives or trusted governors to manage them. Noticing several subtle glances cast his way, Gauss quickly withdrew his eyes. As expected, there were quite a few professionals. For so many professionals to lower themselves and serve as guards, the person inside the carriage must be someone important. The following developments matched Gauss's expectations. Only 3 people from the rear caravan rode out, and within 10 minutes, they returned on horseback. The knight's armor was still clean. Only the bloodstains on the horse hooves showed that a battle had taken place. The caravan yielded the road to allow the rear caravan to pass first. After the caravan had left for a while, they resumed their journey toward Absinthe Town. What was originally a moderate crisis instantly vanished with the arrival of a mysterious caravan. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Gauss finally saw the tragic state of the highway bandits. On both sides of the road, roughly over 50 goblins lay sprawled in the mud. Crimson blood soaked the ground, emitting a strong stench and staining the originally tan soil into a deep dark brown. Professionals really are powerful. Seeing the battlefield, Gauss couldn't help but sigh. Only 3 had been deployed. Even if their horses moved faster than the carriages, the round trip must have taken around 10 minutes, meaning they had only 1 or 2 minutes to actually kill over 50 goblins. His gap with them was indeed huge. Gauss believed that even if it were 3 of him, he wouldn't have killed 50 goblins that quickly. Moreover, the 3 returned without many stains on their bodies. Clearly he recalled that most nobles lived in big cities. Even if their fiefs were in small towns, they often entrusted relatives or trusted governors to manage them. Noticing several subtle glances cast his way, Gauss quickly withdrew his eyes. As expected, there were quite a few professionals. For so many professionals to lower themselves and serve as guards, the person inside the carriage must be someone important. The following developments matched Gauss's expectations. Only 3 people from the rear caravan rode out, and within 10 minutes, they returned on horseback. The knight's armor was still clean. Only the bloodstains on the horse hooves showed that a battle had taken place. The caravan yielded the road to allow the rear caravan to pass first. After the caravan had left for a while, they resumed their journey toward Absinthe Town. What was originally a moderate crisis instantly vanished with the arrival of a mysterious caravan. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Gauss finally saw the tragic state of the highway bandits. On both sides of the road, roughly over 50 goblins lay sprawled in the mud. Crimson blood soaked the ground, emitting a strong stench and staining the originally tan soil into a deep dark brown. Professionals really are powerful. Seeing the battlefield, Gauss couldn't help but sigh. Only 3 had been deployed. Even if their horses moved faster than the carriages, the round trip must have taken around 10 minutes, meaning they had only 1 or 2 minutes to actually kill over 50 goblins. His gap with them was indeed huge. Gauss believed that even if it were 3 of him, he wouldn't have killed 50 goblins that quickly. Moreover, the 3 returned without many stains on their bodies. Clearly the fight was effortless for them. At this moment, his desire to become stronger surged intensely. He felt the profound truth of a true strong person moves like the wind. He also wanted to become such a free and powerful warrior who came and went like the wind. By the time the carriage Gauss was arrived at a distance from Absinthe Town, it was still before noon of the 7th day. They had spent an entire day traveling. The checkpoint at Absinthe Town was stricter than that of Grey Rock Town. A long line of carriages waiting to enter the town underwent inspections, and after an hour in line, it was finally Gauss's caravan's turn. As a passenger, He also had to undergo questioning and identity verification. Fortunately, showing the adventurer's badge saved him considerable time. Upon entering the town, Gauss immediately sensed a strong herbal fragrance in the air. Along the streets, beasts carrying loads of herbs had copper bells tied to their necks, jingling and startling sparrows as they passed. Herbal merchant caravans unloaded their heavy cargo boxes, moving them into shops one by one. Potion makers wearing crow blue cloaks hurried through the alleys, while young girls sat in front of shops, slowly grinding medicinal powders in stone mortars. Along both sides of the road, at least 60% of the shops were engaged in the medicinal and herbal trade. Unlike the dull, grayish gray rock town, this was a verdant green town. Big brother, want a copy of the Absent Town Guide? Only 20 copper coins. It has all the information you need. A child suddenly appeared beside Gauss, enthusiastically pushing a small booklet. Sharp-eyed, the child seemed to immediately recognize Gauss as a first-time visitor. Gauss looked skeptically at the booklet in the child's hand. He could afford 20 copper coins, but doubted if the contents were what he truly needed. You can start by browsing through this. The child handed over a booklet with a surprisingly mature demeanor. Gauss took it and flipped through it briefly. Although he couldn't verify the authenticity of the contents, the booklet was richly illustrated and looked quite legitimate, including a simplified map of the town with marked important shops and districts, as well as the location and schedule of the spellcaster apprentice gatherings he needed to know about, along with various notes and cautions. Though called a guide, it was actually a strategy summary prepared by someone else, aimed at travelers arriving in Absent Town for the first time. After confirming the content and feeling it unlikely to be fabricated, Gauss took out 20 copper coins and handed them to the child. Passing through the town square and walking past the liveliest tavern, he spotted that familiar luxury car again, the same group he had encountered yesterday. Sure enough, their destination was also Absent Town. As Gauss observed just at that moment, the man in the silver chainmail shirt stepped out of the tavern. Their eyes met across the distance once more, and the man's brow involuntarily furrowed. This wasn't because he was surprised to see Gauss in Absinthe Town. After all, he had already inquired about this caravan's destination yesterday, but he hadn't expected to bump into him again so coincidentally right in front of the tavern. After exchanging nods again, neither had any intention to talk, and they quickly went their separate ways. Gauss found a budget inn and checked in. He then began to read the guidebook more carefully. While reading in detail, he discovered that besides the gatherings, the town also had an interesting place, the Spellcaster Apprentice Mutual Aid Association. The guide explained that this was not an official institution, but rather a loosely organized grassroots group formed spontaneously by the town's spellcaster apprentices, with a history spanning several decades. Apprentices could fairly exchange information, form teams, help each other train, and so forth. Considering that the gathering would only open at night, Gauss decided to visit this mutual aid association first, hoping for unexpected gains. Following the map directions in the guide, Gauss eventually arrived in front of a 3-story red brick building. This red brick building looked no different from the surrounding residences. If not for a sign hanging at the door with the association's name, Gauss wouldn't have been able to distinguish it from the neighboring buildings. Mistake. Stepping inside, Gauss's attention was immediately drawn to a statue in the hall. The statue wasn't large, only about 90 centimeters tall, placed on a display pedestal in the center of the hall and carved in great detail. Looking closely, it seemed to be a miniature adult female figure standing proudly with hands on hips on the high pedestal, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. Gauss narrowed his eyes, scanning the statue up and down. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, and suddenly he realized, isn't this Annie? The statue's face was almost identical to Annie's. Welcome to the Spellcaster Apprentice Mutual Aid Association. I'm Vice President Lawrence. A man emerged from the office nearby. Hello, I'm Gauss. May I ask whose statue this is? Gauss deliberately looked at the statue to confirm his suspicion. That is Mr. Shanyu Ni, a halfling and the first president of your Lawrence Apprentice Mutual Aid Association. He was also a minor professional mage. As expected, no wonder any recommended he come here. His thoughts drifted back to a few days ago. If you want to train thoroughly, I recommend you come to Absinthe Town. It's a place where spellcaster apprentices band together for mutual support. I went there many years ago, and I heard it hasn't changed much since. Annie had said so seriously before sending him off, and she said she had been there. Turns out she founded the organization herself. Gauss couldn't help but shake his head. Could you tell me more about Ms. Annie? He couldn't hide his curiosity. Although he had met the halfling Annie twice and received much care, he knew almost nothing about her personally, and now he wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about her. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Gauss's question, the self-proclaimed current Vice President Lawrence scratched his head awkwardly. Ms. Annie founded the association so long ago that all we know is she was a kind lady. It is said that when she last appeared at the association, she was already an Iron Rank adventurer. Oh, Gauss caught the word Iron Rank and was somewhat surprised. Bronze, Iron, Silver, Gold, Platinum. This was the Adventurers Guild's ranking system. Don't underestimate Iron Rank as just the second tier. It may look unimpressive, but Gauss had been a low-level adventurer for a while and had already inquired in advance about ranks he would eventually reach. The highest-ranked adventurers passing through Grey Rock Town were usually bronze rank, since higher-level commission tasks wouldn't reach the Grey Rock Town Adventurers Guild. Even in a city like Barry, Iron Rank adventurers were considered major figures capable of handling town-level crises. Thinking back to a few days ago, seeing Annie slumped in a chair, drooling like a useless wreck, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He suspected that Lawrence might have exaggerated Annie's rank to add prestige to the association. Originally, Gauss had guessed Annie was probably a bronze rank adventurer. Putting aside doubts about Annie's true strength for now, Gauss moved on to the main purpose of his visit. If the Spellcaster Apprentice Mutual Aid Association's function was as its name suggested, its role would be easy to understand. After learning more from Lawrence, he found it wasn't far from his expectations. The Mutual Aid Association was literally a place where a group of spellcaster apprentices helped each other without involving monetary transactions, only exchanging labor. The most common activities were helping each other train skills and simulating combat. But if you want to officially join, you need to obtain 5 introduction letters from ordinary members or 1 formal recommendation letter. Are you aware of this? Lawrence asked. Gauss thought for a moment. Naturally, he wouldn't have 5 ordinary member introduction letters, but it seemed Annie had given him an envelope before. He opened it once. It was empty except for a piece of paper stamped with a gold seal. Is this it? He cautiously handed over the letter. Before the spellcaster took it, a flicker of strangeness flashed in his eyes. The magical aura was unfamiliar. He had sensed similar magical waves on the 8th floor. It was the magical trace left by Mr. Gauss and I. Such magical waves could not be forged. Thinking about Gauss's earlier questions about Ms. Annie, the spellcaster gave Gauss a peculiar look. Although very puzzled, since Gauss possessed a formal recommendation letter, indicating he was trustworthy and on their side, the spellcaster could only proceed to help Gauss process his membership application. A few minutes later, Gauss received his own member badge and explained the purpose of his visit. So, Gauss, you want to practice protective spells, right? Lawrence's face showed a look of pleasant surprise. Yes, Gauss had come here specifically for mutual training among members. Originally, he planned to spend some money in this town to hire others for practice, but free training was naturally better. His mage armor improvement required collecting a large amount of feedback from being hit, with as much variety as possible. After he obtained magic resistance, the level 1 mage armor seemed to show some resistance to magic attacks. He guessed it could resist attacks from other level 0 cantrips. This Spellcaster Mutual Aid Association was undoubtedly the best training room for him. Here, he could collect enough data and deepen his understanding of the resonance between magic power and mage armor through continuous practice. Shall we start? Lawrence led Gauss to a training room. Although this building looked ordinary on the outside, the interior was quite elaborate, especially the training room. on the surrounding walls. Powerful spell traces were clearly visible. These magical effects were obviously beyond what ordinary spellcaster apprentices could produce. There were professional-level spellcasters behind the association. "The cantrip I've mastered is Chill Touch," Lawrence introduced himself. In their mutual aid association, protection-type apprentices were the most respected. He hadn't come here just to watch. Naturally, he would pull Gauss into training first. "Chill Touch." Gauss glanced at Lawrence with some surprise. He hadn't expected a guy with a necromancer cantrip as his core skill. There was quite a contrast. "Let me feel it first." Gauss activated mage armor. In the next moment, an invisible protective force field gathered around him. Looking carefully, the bottom of the protective field had a faintly glowing pale blue sheen. That was his own magic resistance. It seemed to have a special effect on the original mage armor. Lawrence nodded, then extended his right hand. With his eyes closed and focusing, after 1 second, a ghostly green skeletal hand slowly appeared in front of him. The moment the ghost hand appeared, Gauss seemed to feel a chilling coldness like being inside a tomb, but it lasted only briefly. His magic resistance seemed to dispel the negative effect. Seeing Gauss remain completely calm from start to finish, Lawrence silently approved. No wonder he had Annie's letter of introduction. His strength and psychological quality were indeed stronger than most spellcaster apprentices. Though this level 0 cantrip Chill Touch seemed unremarkable, most apprentices would shudder upon first close encounter with its accompanying eerie coldness. This was the psychological pressure from a necromancer cantrip. Let's start formal training. As the initial test, the ghostly green skeletal hand cautiously touched the edges of Gauss's mage armor. Though called Chill Touch, this necromancer cantrip was essentially negative energy erosion. The original mage armor would have had difficulty resisting, but with magic resistance, it showed a different effect. After brief contact, ripples quickly spread across the mage armor. However, under the strange resistance Gauss's body emitted, the armor finally stabilized. Was it tough? Gauss was frozen on the spot the moment of contact, his whole body snapping alert. Before, he hadn't had any negative reactions at all. At the same time, he felt his own magic power seemed to become active again after that attack. This resonance effect with mage armor appeared once more. Let's pause. Originally, the spellcasters were surprised that Gauss had no reaction, feeling a little disappointed. Hearing Gauss say that, they continued attacking him. Ghostly claws relentlessly scratched at Gauss's body. Ripples kept spreading on the mage armor, resisting the claw's erosion. Thus, Gauss remained caught in an interplay of external coldness and internal warm currents. In this alternating cold and heat, his uniquely personalized mage armor gradually grew tougher. Mage armor proficiency +1. Mage armor LV3 0/50. Finally, at a certain moment, words flashed before Gauss's eyes. Mage armor successfully broke through to level 3. On his body surface, the mage armor seemed slightly stronger, accompanied by the generation of a special magical resistance coating. Gauss, firmly guarded inside the armor, felt the solid defense wrapping him. At this moment, he understood the significance of a level 1 spell reaching LV3. Unlike level 0 cantrips reaching LV3 proficiency, a level 3 proficiency of a level 1 spell formed a unique personal style. The same spell could show subtle differences in different hands. When your understanding of the spell was deep enough and you explored it further, you would eventually form your own personalized, stylized spell. The current spell was already a variant based on the original, potentially even evolving into a new spell. Gauss closed his eyes. Feeling the mage armor entering a new stage, he already understood its transformation. Deeply combined with the power of magic resistance, the original mage armor began evolving toward an omni-purpose armor direction. Of course, this omni-purpose was just a concept. In reality, achieving omni-purpose in a short time was impossible since countless types of attacks existed in the world. Many factors were closely related: magic power strength, magic resistance strength, mage armor skill proficiency, and so on. Reaching the ultimate form of omni-protection was still a long evolutionary process. But the unique mage armor undoubtedly had stronger growth potential and adaptability now. In the future, it might be able to add other abilities just like it added magic resistance this time. Perhaps as a core skill, it was not just a simple armor. Gauss opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing in them. Lawrence was already sitting on the ground, exhausted from using up his magic power. Seeing Gauss still radiant and energetic, he secretly gasped and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Annie introduced this freak. His strength was terrifying. He seemed not like a spellcaster apprentice of the same level, but more like a professional spellcaster. Thanks for your hard work. Gauss helped him up from the ground and supported him to a nearby chair. Are you really still at the apprentice stage? Lawrence still couldn't calm his shock and asked, If not, why would I come here to train? Gauss smiled and countered, True. Lawrence looked at Gauss's relaxed expression. He felt increasingly powerless. Encountering a top-tier opponent of the same level by chance, he couldn't shake him despite his all-out effort. Do others have plans today? Gauss wanted to invite others to train again. His mage armor had entered the V3 phase, but he was still some distance from fully resonating magic power and mage armor. He needed to collect a large amount of diverse hit feedback. Essentially, this was mutual practice. There was no concept of who was whose training partner. Yes. Lawrence rested for a moment. I'll go call some people later. Gauss's reminder helped him regain his spirit. He just didn't believe it. Was Gauss really that strong? After calming down, he thought maybe his necromancer cantrip was just naturally countered by the other's skill. Otherwise, it was unreasonable that the other had no reaction at all on the first encounter. If another cantrip came, perhaps his protection wouldn't work so well. Gauss looked at the crowd, blocking the doorway in front of him, then turned to look at Lawrence. His eyes were filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, Lawrence was supposed to have gone to a range for a spellcasting apprentice to train with him, right? So why were there so many people here right from the start? Was this some kind of gang fight? A bunch of them against just him. Everyone heard that you want to train protective magic, so they're all very enthusiastic and have voluntarily asked to come see if they can help. Lawrence smiled confidently. Although he had been a bit annoyed earlier. After all, he had exerted his full strength but still couldn't break through Gauss's defense. These people had come on their own, so it was nothing to do with him. At most, he had said a few words praising Gauss's protective magic skill, and suddenly every apprentice's eyes lit up. After all, who would want a magic punching bag with good attack feedback? Hitting a magical protective shield that has a magical force field effect is not comparable to training by striking a dummy or other props. Compared to other spellcasting apprentices, those learning protective cantrips were still relatively few. Moreover, many protective cantrips are not very durable, so finding a suitable punching bag itself was not an easy task. I'll go first. A male apprentice squeezed through the crowd. My cantrip is Electric Claw. Please be careful. The apprentice spoke politely, but his movements during the formal training were very rough. Without much preparation, he activated the cantrip. A blue lightning wrapped around his palm. He swung his palm toward Gauss's direction, and blue electric light drifted along his fingers. Finally, the electric current gathered on Gauss's body surface. Lightning is a dangerous attack for ordinary people, but since this electric claw was cast by an apprentice, its strength was not too exaggerated. Gauss watched as the electric current on his body's surface jumped like glowing little snakes, feeling a slight tingling sensation. Fortunately, the mage armor, infused with magic resistance, resisted most of the attack, so this tiny, tingling feeling didn't cause him much trouble. Did it really resist it? This protective spell is so strong. Looks a bit like level 1 mage armor, but that's a first-level spell, right? It shouldn't be. I remember mage armor's protection against magical attacks is weak. Should we ask? Sure. You forgot. It's taboo to inquire recklessly about other people's spells. There are countless kinds of magic and spells in this world. Some exist inside a gem. Some are buried in ruins waiting to be discovered, and others are simply fused into the omnipresent natural magical energy. So theoretically, anyone could potentially master some mysterious spells or cantrips that others had never come into contact with or even understood. Very few spells are perfect, especially some rare and niche spells. Therefore, many professional apprentices who have mastered uncommon cantrips or spells are reluctant to share their exact spell information. Of course, for some of the most common popular cantrips and spells, there is no need to hide. After all, for popular cantrips and spells, even if you don't say anything, as long as you use them, apprentices with some experience will understand. Gauss didn't care about the murmurs from the crowd nearby. He was simply immersed in feeling the electric therapy, no, the electric claw, and a momentary surge of magical resonance within his body from the clash with mage armor. As he carefully savored that tingling yet warm resonance, the electric shock suddenly stopped. Was it over this quickly? He looked up and saw the male apprentice, slightly panting, with an embarrassed expression. "Sorry, I've run out of magic." Gauss clicked his tongue. Although interrupted during training and feeling a bit displeased, he still politely said, "Good job." He was well aware that not everyone had superior conditions like him. With his extraordinary magic reserves, he could even cast several first-level spells in succession. For other apprentices, this was almost unimaginable. Many spellcasting apprentices, lacking resources and cultivation, could not last long even with zero-level cantrips. This was the norm for ordinary apprentices. They had to carefully budget their limited magic power. Only after officially becoming professionals, gaining more magic reserves, and mastering core skills with lower consumption would this situation improve. Next one. Time quietly passed during the magic tag battle. Mage Armor LV3, 5/50ths. After a round of training, the Mage Armor, which had just reached level 3, gained a few more points of proficiency. This speed was very fast. Normally, ordinary training shouldn't produce such effects, but there were simply too many varieties of attacks present. His Mage Armor seemed to be in a state of constantly collecting data, absorbing nutrients, and evolving. Every new spell seemed to bring new changes to Mage Armor. That's why the level-up speed was so fast. Gauss took out some meat he carried with him and chewed slowly. Although he had more magic power than other apprentices, it wasn't enough to withstand 8 or 9 apprentices taking turns wearing him down without damage. During the process, he also replaced his Mage Armor and used his rapid digestion talent to train while eating and restoring magic power. So in the end, he completely drained the magic power of all the apprentices present. Seeing them sitting on chairs by the wall, pale-faced, eyes closed and concentrating, Gauss shook his head. Ordinary apprentices really couldn't wear him down with such consumption. First-level spells already had a considerable advantage over zero-level cantrips. Moreover, his Mage Armor could no longer be considered a simple first-level spell. Plus, he had abundant magic reserves and could supplement magic power while training. Unless they attacked together, one-on-one, it was impossible to outlast him. To be honest, although the process was often interrupted, the overall experience of this training was quite enjoyable. Of course, that meant watching the proficiency grow rapidly and feeling the thrill of progress. He didn't particularly enjoy being damaged itself. Glancing at the other Mutual Aid Association apprentices, all looking exhausted and unlikely to continue training anytime soon due to excessive magic consumption, Gauss greeted Lawrence and left first. After Gauss left, the apprentices who had been sitting upright against the wall all relaxed and lay down on the benches. "Lawrence, what exactly is his background? You're not lying to us, right? Are you sure he's not a professional spellcaster?" Lawrence suddenly felt more balanced in his heart. Looking at the mutual aid members who were equally shocked, he finally wasn't the only one doubting reality. Do you think I'd invite a professional spellcaster to put on a show with you guys?" Lawrence shook his head. Besides, this apprentice came with a letter of introduction from Miss Annie. Isn't it normal that they're strong? The others fell silent upon hearing this. They naturally knew who Annie was. She was the founding first president of the Mutual Aid Association. For these young apprentices, her identity as an iron rank adventurer was legendary. Hearing that he came through in these connections, the hidden feelings of discontent and jealousy in their hearts quietly dissipated. This was clearly someone not on their level. Hurry and practice your cantrips. Opportunities for training like this are rare. Upon hearing this, no one said anything but inwardly agreed. Regardless of this or that, having a perfect practice dummy to fully display their cantrips was something to take advantage of. Better to practice first. President Lawrence, will he come again tomorrow? Gauss walked along the streets of Absinthe Town, noticing that every town had its own characteristics. Greyrock Town, for example, was full of stone buildings and streets, a very typical adventurer town, while Absinthe Town had many natural elements like grass and trees. Gauss also noticed that many adventurers returning from outside carried not various monster loot, but freshly picked herbs. The pillar industry of a place affects many aspects. Arriving at the night market location, the crowd was even denser. It was a small square nestled among low houses. Besides open shops, many small vendors had stalls with tarps spread out, displaying their goods for sale. It was quite lively. As Gauss entered the square, he was dazzled. Merchants selling herbs, stones, and some unknown items. Book vendors selling books and skill books. Apprentices trading magical items, potions, and powders all gathered here. Everything was sold, a mixed crowd. No wonder Lawrence from the Mutual Aid Association had specifically warned him this afternoon to be careful and not be scammed. Gauss approached a book and scroll vendor stall, crouching down to scan the tarps. "Look for whatever you want yourself," the stall owner said coldly, seemingly not interested in actively introducing goods. This suited Gauss perfectly. Heads-up herbal guide around Absinthe Town, cantrip miscellany, light dance technique analysis, Archmage manuscript, mage hand. A rough glance revealed a dazzling variety. But Gauss was suspicious of some items. For example, would an Archmage manuscript really appear in such a roadside stall stockpile? Just then, he saw a familiar name. For verification, Gauss asked the vendor, "Can I open and take a look?" "You may, but no book can be read for too long." Gauss picked up a scroll labeled Mage Hand, unrolled it, and quickly scanned the glowing content. Dense tiny text was interspersed with some small model images. After scanning, Gauss rolled the scroll back up. It was a fake. Since he himself had mastered the Mage Hand cantrip, he could easily spot the flaws on the scroll. Even though it looked very real, it couldn't fool him. If someone tried to use this scroll to learn magic, it would most likely be a complete waste of time. He quietly put the scroll back on the stall and said nothing. After browsing a few more books, he left the stall. They all seemed to be fakes, probably only good for fooling ordinary people who wanted to become spellcasting apprentices or those apprentices who weren't very skilled. Torn pages of handwritten copies sold for about 2 to 5 silver coins, while some complete second-hand cantrips were priced near 30 silver coins. Gauss was stunned. If they were real, it wouldn't matter, but these didn't even look genuine. Would anyone really buy them? Gauss couldn't imagine how a normal person who had scraped together a few silver coins might spend all their savings buying several cantrip torn pages said to be able to teach spells. After months of cultivation, getting nothing in return, how desperate would that feeling be? It was not easy. For ordinary people at the bottom, the first hurdle to becoming a spellcasting apprentice was not the difficulty of learning cantrips, but earning money and how to buy authentic study scrolls. Someone like him could roughly judge authenticity by experience and magic power. But how could ordinary people discern real from fake among these vendors? The path to becoming a professional was indeed full of hardship. Gauss continued browsing several similar stalls and shops, finding the quality uneven at best. Some stalls were slightly more conscientious, selling cantrip learning scrolls for 1 to 2 silver coins, with some even priced at just a few dozen copper coins. However, the stall owners weren't entirely honest. When Gauss couldn't help but question their authenticity, one shopkeeper pounded his chest with solemn vows of no cheating old or young. Fake items compensated threefold. But clearly, what genuine items could be bought so cheaply? There were also honest stall owners who, upon recognizing Gauss as a spellcaster apprentice and realizing he wouldn't be easily fooled, frankly admitted their trinkets, books, and scrolls were sourced from other suppliers, with truth and falsehood intermixed. Even these vendors themselves weren't entirely certain about their wares' authenticity. Apart from scattered stalls, there were proper shops selling legitimate scrolls, but their prices were exorbitant and temporarily beyond consideration. Just as Gauss turned to purchase some adventure gear, his footsteps halted abruptly when passing one particular stall. His gaze lingered among the numerous fragmented pages on display. At that moment, the bone staff at his waist emitted a warm, flowing heat. Approaching the stall and gripping the staff, he carefully sensed its guidance before inquiring about the price. How much for these fragments? 1 silver coin per sheet. Any discount? No. Not bothering to haggle further, Gauss tossed a silver coin to the vendor, pretended to browse casually, and finally picked out the page that had caused his staff to react. Only after walking away did he examine the content. Light cantrip. Isn't this just a common level 0 cantrip? Gauss glanced at the bone staff, now returned to its usual calm state, as if the earlier guidance had been an illusion. So is this fragment genuine? Getting authentic goods for 1 silver coin naturally pleased him. If learnable, it would at least expand his magical repertoire. Yet he remained puzzled why the bone staff had shown such particular interest. The shop he passed earlier had numerous authentic cantrip and spell manuals for sale, and the owner seemed quite extraordinary too, though priced prohibitively, with cantrips generally starting from dozens of silver coins up to 1 gold coin. After inspection, Gauss judged those items genuine, but still couldn't bring himself to purchase them. Therefore, the staff's reaction couldn't be about authenticity, or else it wouldn't be mere wand base material, but an excellent authenticity-detecting artifact instead. Was light cantrip somehow special? Shaking his head, Gauss circled the market once more, bought some inexpensive items, then returned to his rented inn. Sitting on the bed, he began studying the light cantrip fragment. Though incomplete, the crucial spell model page remained intact. Upon review, Gauss realized that without the staff's prompting, he likely wouldn't have purchased this dubious-looking fragment with its missing information and uncertain authenticity. Even if genuine, there was significant chance of failing to learn the recorded cantrip. But having bought it already, Gauss decided to attempt learning it anyway. 1 silver coin was affordable. Lighting an oil lamp and holding the fragment, he began reading carefully. Wealthier apprentices could purchase blank spellbooks and special ink for transcription to accelerate learning, but Gauss's limited means forced him to rely on traditional rote memorization. Fortunately, his 7 intelligence provided some advantage over ordinary people. Yet after several readings, he only gained a headache without much comprehension. This being his first self-taught magic, the difficulty proved greater than expected. The light cantrip model appeared simple, yet somehow became elusive upon observation, let alone constructing a clear, stable mental model. Suddenly remembering the bone staff, he quickly retrieved it from the bedside table. Holding the staff while rereading the fragment, Gauss noticed an immediate difference. The previously obscure knowledge now seemed more accessible. Moreover, under his gaze, the bone staff began emitting faint white fluorescence, flickering intermittently, yet gradually maintaining illumination longer each time. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Gauss's head. Wait, I haven't learned it yet. Why are you studying it first? Closing the window and drawing curtains, he watched as the staff completely mastered light cantrip within surprisingly short time. Observing its sustained bright glow, Gauss wiped cold sweat, feeling inexplicably mocked by a wand. Fortunately, after prolonged luminescence, the staff eventually dimmed back to normal. Simultaneously, a peculiar awareness transmitted through Gauss's gripping hand into his mind. Re-examining the fragment's content, everything suddenly became clear. So that's how it worked? With the staff's assistance, Gauss immersed himself in the knowledge anew. Next morning, level 0 cantrip, light LV1, 5/10. Waking early and checking his adventurer's manual status panel, Gauss found his late-night efforts hadn't been wasted. Through diligence and talent, he'd self-taught a new cantrip within hours. Sensing the new cantrip within his consciousness, Gauss felt quite satisfied. While light wouldn't directly enhance combat power, its core function of providing stable illumination in darkness could eliminate environmental disadvantages and aid exploration. It might even counter certain dark magic effects under specific circumstances, an immensely practical cantrip for travel. The only notable effect was a slight increase in mental weight from the additional cantrip. So self-learned spells added some psychic burden, but the effect proved negligible unless carefully noticed, so Gauss dismissed further concern. After morning ablutions and breakfast at the inn's restaurant, he hurried out. Today's schedule remained packed. Having agreed with Lawrence to practice spells daily at the Mutual Aid Association, Gauss wanted to maximize mage armor proficiency in their precious training room. For days passed swiftly. Mage armor LV3, 23/50ths. Feeling the renewed protective spell, Gauss wore a satisfied smile. The principles behind that magical resonance grew increasingly clear through continuous training and proficiency gains. "You seem in good spirits today." Lawrence patted his shoulder. Several days' interaction had familiarized them. As the association's vice president and local resident, Lawrence came from family owning multiple herbal medicine shops, a minor rich second generation who divided time between organizing activities, practicing cantrips, and carefree leisure. Despite barely 20, he already enjoyed an enviable semi-retired lifestyle. Though Lawrence's abilities paled against Gauss's, he ranked quite capable among spellcaster apprentices, especially in necromancy cantrips. Augmented by his wand, many other professional apprentices would suffer burns and fear effects if careless. His magic also showed certain suppression against healing and recovery methods. Not bad. Gauss ate while recovering mana, smiling wryly. "By the way, Gauss, we're planning to explore a newly discovered micro-dungeon soon. Interested?" Lawrence suddenly broached the main topic. "Micro-dungeon?" Gauss blinked. "You don't know about these?" Lawrence regarded him incredulously. "No, please explain." Gauss admitted honestly. After momentary stunned silence, Lawrence launched into explanation. Long ago existed a great kingdom, now called the Forgotten Realm, whose magical research peaked before sudden annihilation by unknown catastrophe. With lands shattered and civilization fallen, only occasionally resurfacing dungeons, caves, and underground ruins remained as traces of their existence. Modern human civilization's rapid development path emerged partly through exploring these micro to large-scale ruins. Micro-dungeons represented the smallest ruins, potentially containing unknown treasures and wealth alongside unpredictable risks. As friends acquainted less than a week, Lawrence's willingness to share this opportunity reflected both personal approval of Gauss and appreciation for his formidable combat strength that would enhance expedition safety. "Who else is joining besides us?" "A few other professional apprentices, 6 or 7 total." Lawrence continued. "For micro-dungeons, too many participants complicate matters and reduce individual gains." After further inquiries, Gauss contemplated internally. Having sparred with nearly every mutual aid member these past days, he'd largely exhausted mage armor's learning potential here. Continued stay would only yield diminishing proficiency returns. Exploring a dungeon might prove more rewarding. According to Lawrence, most micro and small dungeons posed manageable risks even for apprentices. With his current mage armor level, Gauss estimated it could withstand several professional-level attacks. Given reasonable safety margins, attempting dungeon exploration seemed viable, especially considering potential rewards like money, magical items, equipment, and spell scrolls he currently lacked. "Count me in then." After careful consideration, Gauss made his decision. Lawrence did not just learn about that micro-dungeon in the past 2 days. In fact, he had known about it more than a week earlier. During this time, he had been preparing thoroughly before exploring the dungeon, including but not limited to preparing equipment and supplies in advance. Silver-plated weapons for possible undead creatures, ranged weapons like crossbows and bolts, lighting tools, water, antidotes, food, and other supplies. He also prepared tools for special terrain, such as lockpicks, climbing ropes, and reconnaissance kits. Next was recruiting the team members. He contacted some apprentice friends he had known before through letters, most of whom had decent strength. The main purpose of this more than a week-long period was to wait for the team members to assemble. After all, not everyone happened to be free at the same time, so some time had to be reserved for others to finish their ongoing commissions. As usual, the temporary team preparing to explore the micro-dungeon held their first meeting at the tavern. In Absinthe Town, the Oak Barrel Tavern. Perhaps due to local characteristics, the tavern in Absinthe Town even faintly carried a herbal fragrance. This subtle aroma added a hint of tranquility to what should have been a noisy place. If forced to compare, the style was somewhat similar to Gauss's previous life's quiet bar. Gauss pushed open the door and entered the main hall, looking around. He finally saw Lawrence's figure in a booth near the corner. With him were several unfamiliar men and women, presumably the temporary companions for this exploration. Let me introduce you all. This is the spellcaster Gauss. His strength is quite formidable. Lawrence pulled Gauss over and was the first to introduce him to everyone. The others had already heard about this expedition from Lawrence before Gauss arrived, including that a spellcaster apprentice would be joining the team. Now that they saw him in person, they immediately sized him up based on his slightly inexperienced appearance. Adventurers who had been in the field for years rarely maintained such pale and smooth skin as his. For a moment, they exchanged glances secretly, unable to help but mutter doubts in their hearts. Could it be that Gauss was a wealthy friend Lawrence had made who, out of curiosity about dungeon exploration, just tag along for fun? Actually, they had misunderstood Gauss. Gauss was a farmer's son. His previous temperament was nowhere near as refined as it was now. Just 1 or 2 months ago, he had been a dusty and grimy little Kalami boy. It was only during this period that he had eaten well and replenished the nutrition his original body had lacked. Coupled with the continuous improvement of his physical qualities, his temperament naturally became more outstanding, giving the faint feeling of a rebirth. Gauss noticed the several glances cast his way and vaguely sensed the emotions behind their eyes, but he was not intimidated. After all, adventurers relied on strength. He believed that with his current power, it was basically impossible for any low-level adventurer to be stronger than him. So most of the time, he didn't care much about others' opinions. He met their gazes and greeted them confidently. This composed behavior earned him some credit, and those who had been pondering their suspicions temporarily suppressed their doubts. One by one, they introduced themselves. I am. After the introductions, Gauss gained some understanding of his dungeon companions. Including himself and Lawrence, there were 7 people in total. They were 2 warrior apprentices, human warrior Liam and half-orc warrior Sork, rogue apprentice Edith, the burly priest apprentice Adrian, ranger apprentice Bianca, and the spellcaster apprentices Lawrence and Gauss. Except for Lawrence, who looked worn down by indulgence, the rest were all physically strong experts, their muscle lines revealing their prowess. This discovery made Gauss silently nod in approval. He hoped his team would be reliable. The next day, after half a day of continuous team drills, Gauss quickly bonded with the previously unfamiliar members. The teammates fully recognized some of the strength Gauss showed during training. What did they see? A strong, capable fighter who could run and fight, adept at offense and defense, and even wielded impressive swordsmanship. His versatility somewhat exceeded their expectations of an apprentice. They were not curious about how Gauss cultivated. That had little to do with them. Knowing he was their teammate for this expedition was enough. Gauss, want to hit the tavern for drinks tonight? The half-orc warrior Sork casually draped an arm over Gauss's shoulder, speaking loudly and carefree. Most half-orcs were straightforward like this, clear in their likes and dislikes, acting before speaking, valuing strength. Their thoughts were often plainly written on their faces, just like the enthusiasm and friendliness overflowing on Sork's face at this moment. Yet last night when they first met at the tavern, he had been the coldest one, leaning back in his chair. I won't go. We set off tomorrow. so I'll drink less tonight. Gauss felt somewhat awkward being grabbed by the shoulder and sniffed the strong scent emanating from Sork's body. Aha! Fair enough, fair enough. Sork wasn't angry at the refusal and instead nodded in agreement with Gauss's point of view. This scene made Lawrence rub his forehead beside them. Actually, he wasn't that familiar with Sork either. His impression of Sork was that of an impulsive, straightforward man who often offended others with his blunt speech. Unexpectedly, this rough man also had such a reasonable side. His gaze involuntarily shifted back to Gauss. Among everyone, he was probably the most surprised. Having known Gauss for so many days, he thought he was already very familiar with him. But this morning's drills showed many previously unseen skills from Gauss. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Inviting Gauss this trip was probably the best decision. Due to the micro-dungeon's location a bit far from Absinthe Town, the dungeon exploration team had an early assembly time. After boarding the carriage from Lawrence's family herbal shop, the group headed toward the dungeon. No one inside the carriage wanted to keep chatting frequently. Instead, they each leaned back in their seats with eyes closed, resting. The scenery outside the carriage became increasingly desolate as they left the human settlement behind. After traveling some distance, they got off by the roadside and began walking the final stretch with their backpacks and supplies. At a few stone pillars jutting abruptly from the wasteland like bamboo shoots, Lawrence, leading the group, stopped. This is it. Gauss turned his head to observe the surroundings. The scene here was indeed somewhat bizarre and eerie. Some structures looked as if they had been squeezed out from underground. But this assumption was clearly unreasonable. The group didn't rush to explore, but set down their packs nearby to rest and recover their strength. Before embarking on a real adventure, the first thing to do was to restore their condition to the best. Gauss also began to eat the food he had brought in big bites. The physical energy consumed while walking here, as well as the magic power spent earlier casting mage armor, were continuously replenishing like a rising tide as he ate. Once everyone had rested sufficiently, Rogue Edith began her work by scanning the surface area near the dungeon. She confirmed whether there were any other monsters or wild beasts around the dungeon's ground area. After this check confirmed no danger, the group's attention shifted to the dungeon entrance itself. Dungeon entrances like this were often controlled by some kind of mechanism. Lawrence pointed to a spot where, among the tightly fitted stone tiles, one was relatively loose. Carefully pulling it out, with the sound of mechanism activating, the originally flat stone floor slowly cracked open, eventually forming a 2-meter square underground entrance. The entrance slanted downward into the earth. Due to the lack of lighting, the depth and condition inside were unclear. Cough, cough. From the thick, profound darkness came a stuffy breath of air first. Let my little pet go in first to check things out. Rogue Apprentice Edith pinched the scruff of a weasel's neck, her slender fingers gently scratching its belly, both soothing it and checking its condition. After feeding it a little snack, Edith placed the pet weasel on the ground in front of the entrance passage. She pointed inside the passage, making some sharp sounds. The weasel received its master's command and cautiously peeked inside the passage for a while before finally entering. Sniff, sniff. Before long, several short, sharp cries came faintly from inside the passage. Edith crouched by the entrance, as if understanding something. I'll go in first to investigate. If there's no danger, I'll come back to inform you. Then her figure quietly merged into the darkness. Gauss patiently watched his team's disappearing figure. Lawrence, worried that Gauss might be nervous about entering the dungeon for the first time, had explained a few days ago the possible crises and situations that might be encountered inside. The dungeon was a product of the Forgotten Realm civilization. Almost all dungeons contain traps and mechanisms. Rushing and hastily relying only on some combat power without preparation could lead to death without even knowing what happened. Compared to visible monsters and guards, some silent traps were sometimes more deadly. The rogue Edith was responsible for reconnaissance. She needed to use stealth skills early on to gather information inside the dungeon, mark traps and mechanisms, record enemy distribution, and draw maps and routes to provide more intelligence for the teammates. It could be said that in a dungeon exploration, anyone could be missing except an experienced rogue. This was also why Gauss, after restoring his lone wolf status, only took simple tasks. Before his combat power reached a qualitative leap, relying on only one person's strength was always insufficient. Such insufficiency would become more apparent in complex environments and missions. After waiting for a while, Edith returned with a roughly hand-drawn parchment map and began explaining the environment and layout of the dungeon's first half. Gauss looked at the map and gradually formed a clear understanding of the underground space below. Inside this dungeon were independent rooms connected by narrow passages, arranged in a tree-like structure. Each enlarged node represented a dungeon room. Edith had only explored the dungeon environment near the entrance passage. Further exploration still required the team to venture deeper inside. This is the micro-dungeon. A hint of surprise appeared on Gauss's face. At first, when Lawrence mentioned micro, he had thought it might be something like a small basement of several dozen to 100 square meters. But now, with the detailed map, he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. The dungeon was not a single complete space. In the complicated network of small rooms, enemies or mechanisms might lurk, and exploration would take some time. After double-checking their equipment and weapons, one by one, they entered the dungeon passage. Gauss walked in the middle of the team. After communicating with his teammates, he cast a light cantrip on the shield of the half-orc warrior Sork. The light cantrip did not consume even the slightest bit of his magic power. This was because the bone staff had a certain mysterious affinity with the light cantrip, allowing him to store the effect of 5 light cantrips in advance. As for other spells, he had tried them all, but unfortunately, none worked. Thanks. After releasing the light cantrip, the passage instantly brightened. The pure white light emitted from the light cantrip on Sork's shield seemed to have a calming magical power, even suppressing the dark and eerie atmosphere farther away. Lawrence glanced at Gauss. For some reason, walking inside the light cast by Gauss's light cantrip made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He had encountered light cantrips before, which were fairly common cantrips, but he had never experienced anything like this. He always felt Gauss's light cantrip was somehow different from other spellcaster apprentices' versions. But since they were in the middle of an adventure, he didn't inquire further and suppressed his confusion. Be careful, don't step on this tile. There's a pressure plate inside that triggers the mechanism next to it. While walking downward, Edith would occasionally remind the team to watch out for traps. Everyone cautiously avoided them. They silently continued walking downward. Gauss estimated they had traveled over 100 meters, and the vertical depth from the surface should be about 30 to 40 meters when the stairs finally reached an end. What greeted their eyes was a space resembling an entrance hall. Of course, it was not large, around 20 square meters, with a ceiling barely over 2 meters high, giving a slightly cramped and oppressive feeling. Dull, dull, dull. Perhaps because of the obvious effect of a light cantrip, several skulls scattered on the ground slowly stood up, emitting hoarse roars. I got this. Gauss stopped his teammates who were about to act and charged forward with his rapier. In no time, he easily dispatched 5 skeletons. These were enemies even an ordinary farmer could handle, so naturally, they posed no real trouble. Kill ordinary *5. Total monster kills, 110. Feeling relieved, Gauss looked at the skeletons that had completely lost their spirit and sheathed his rapier. The monster encyclopedia count, which had stagnated during the mage armor training these days. He gazed at the several pitch-black, deep tunnels extending continuously ahead and couldn't help but feel excited inside. He hoped this micro-dungeon would contain more such ordinary weak enemies. After all, the monster encyclopedia in the Adventurer's Manual did not discriminate by monster strength. Even weak ordinary skeletons contributed to kill counts like other monsters. Perhaps this dungeon would allow him to accumulate enough total kills. Meanwhile, Lawrence watched Gauss charge forward, moving fluidly and slaying enemies in just a few strokes. Although he knew these skeletons were weak, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this really how spellcasters fight? Something inside his heart quietly shattered into pieces. In Lawrence's understanding, spellcasters, especially at the apprentice stage, need to avoid charging into battle and maintain at least 20 feet of distance from enemies. As for close-quarters combat, that grueling task falls to the warriors. Spellcasters only need to control the battlefield and provide buff for the team. If they master some ranged attack techniques, they can use them under the protection of their teammates when appropriate. Although he was reluctant to admit it, deep down he knew that just learning cantrips made it very difficult for apprentice spellcasters to match warriors' frontline combat abilities. Damage from swords, bows, and crossbows was more direct and wasn't limited by mana reserves. Why don't apprentice spellcasters learn close combat weapons? On one hand, a person's energy is limited. On the other hand, they lack sufficient physical strength to support it. Even if they mastered melee weapons, they wouldn't perform well. It would distract them too much, hindering their magic training and even causing difficulties focusing. Lawrence shook his head. He had never encountered such a unique spellcaster apprentice like Gauss. You could say he was negligent in his main duties, yet his magic practice was even better than Lawrence's. After killing 5 skeletons, a brief rumbling sound came from deep within the dungeon. It was as if the entire dungeon had been awakened by their arrival. The group huddled together cautiously, wary of their surroundings. After the rumbling passed, a long time went by without any new enemies appearing. They stayed alert for a while, and seeing nothing unexpected, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and spread out. In the entrance hall, aside from the 5 skeletons, there were no other enemies, but there were some trap-triggering mechanisms. Considering they might go back and forth multiple times to avoid accidentally triggering traps, Rogue Apprentice Edith decided to use tools to disarm the mechanisms and traps. Gauss and the others stood in front of 3 different passageways, peering inside. The 3 entrances were straight ahead and on both sides, stretching straight into the distant depths. Let's explore the left side first. I feel the structure inside shouldn't be much different, Lawrence suggested. As the initiator of this dungeon exploration, he had considerable influence in the team. Besides, their group was one of the strongest among low-tier adventurers, so naturally, they had ambitions to explore the entire micro-dungeon. So no matter which route they chose, it was just a matter of order. Agreed. Sork nodded lazily, unwilling to think much. His thoughts were usually simple: where to go, who to kill, and how to run if he couldn't win. Especially when part of a team, he would leave the heavy thinking to his teammates. Gauss had no objections either. I scanned the surroundings. Inside the dungeon, being far from the surface, the air was oppressively hot and humid. Without the illumination from my light cantrip, it would be pitch black in the cramped, low-ceilinged space. The dark brown rocky walls, nearly 100 in shade, were crisscrossed with grooves. Occasionally, large water droplets fell from cracks in the rock, hitting the floor with hollow tap, tap, tap sounds like a countdown urging them onward. Listening for a long time gave a strange, inexplicable irritation and unease. Thankfully, the light cantrip was bright enough. Otherwise, even with torches or other light sources, the darkness would amplify the oppressive atmosphere, possibly causing psychological issues. This was not scaremongering. Exploring dozens of meters underground, away from the open surface, brought a tide-like pressure seeping from all sides that only those there could truly feel. After a while, Rogue Apprentice Edith finished disarming the traps. The team continued in formation, heading toward the designated left passage. The corridor was just wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. The air inside was even more putrid. The team members kept clearing their throats as they walked. The walls on both sides were covered with strange, long-faded runes and totems. The lines were chaotic and fragmented. Even without understanding their meaning, one could feel the madness and unease embedded within. Several who couldn't resist looking felt their heads grow dizzy, their bodies shuddering involuntarily. A chill wind seemed to sweep through the silent corridor, filling them with dread. Don't look too much. There's something wrong with these walls, Gauss warned quickly. He reacted fast, pulling back his gaze as soon as he sensed the malice hidden in the runes. The others, heeding Gauss's warning, dared not look at the walls again. They swallowed nervously and stared straight ahead, walking quietly. Thanks to the light cantrip's illumination, the thick, dark dread didn't swallow them whole. After walking some distance, they finally emerged from the corridor into a new room. After passing through the eerie passage, the team members collectively exhaled. In front of them was a purple space. All 6 walls of the room were covered with purple mushrooms, whose root-like tendrils were deeply embedded in the dungeon walls, emitting a faint purple glow. As soon as they stepped into the room, they stepped on purple mushrooms. Under their weight, faint mist sprayed from the center of the mushroom caps. "Be careful, the air is poisonous," someone immediately warned as dizziness started in the brain after inhaling the air. "Put on gas masks." Poisonous gas was a common danger when exploring dungeons, so before coming, they had prepared gas masks. Gauss quickly put on his mask and pressed his forehead. His vision blurred slightly from inhaling the poison, but after a moment, the double vision gradually faded. Because of this, he also discovered a flaw in his mage armor. It couldn't block poison gas. But then again, if it blocked the air entirely, how would he breathe? While the group hesitated about whether to temporarily retreat, on the ceiling, several slender objects suddenly dropped out of the purple spore sacks. Plop! The slim, unknown creatures slowly stood up. The group got a clear look at them. They were mushroom creatures come to life. Their huge, umbrella-shaped heads had hollow, lifeless small eyes. The gray-brown, gill-like skin curled and layered like waves of decay. Their dense surfaces evoked a feeling of trypophobia. The main body looked like rotten wood swollen by rain. Their limbs were bundles of mycelium twisted and bound together, ending in fists and feet. Behind them, tattered cloaks woven from humus waved in the poisonous gas, rustling sharply. The mushroom creatures looked at the group. Red light flashed in their hollow eyes. Pressing their wrists, the mycelium weapons they held pointed in the group's direction. Enemies appeared. Adult mushroom creatures. Several people's minds flickered with information about these monsters. While they were thinking, behind them, with a clack, a gate fell, blocking their retreat. They glanced back and saw there was no way to return to the hall. Uneasy, the group could only focus on the adult mushroom creatures ahead. Generally, mushroom creatures were intelligent beings capable of communication and usually friendly. But these few seemed different. Their eyes radiated chaotic, uncontrollable danger. They were clearly in an abnormal state. Poo-roo-poo. After the adult mushroom creatures stood firm, glands under their skin began releasing spores, which floated and spread in the air. Charge! After trying to speak some common language to the mushroom creatures with no response, the group decided to end it quickly. In the poisonous air, their condition would only worsen. Facing mushroom creatures, fire attacks were the best choice. But the team was trapped in the same room, so fire attacks were obviously unsuitable. Warriors Liam and Sork stomped hard on the ground, using the recoil to launch their bodies forward at high speed. Each stomp crushed patches of the purple mushrooms carpeted on the ground, releasing pale, purple liquid and poison gas continuously. The sword swung like a flash of lightning. The blade struck the long arm of the mushroom creature holding a weapon, cutting off the arm and weapon with a sharp sound. Nearby mushroom creatures, linked by spore communication, shared the pain and immediately rushed to defend their injured comrade against the two warriors. The mycelium wildly lashed against the shield, producing crisp whip-crack sounds. The injured mushroom creature retreated. Countless tiny mycelia floated from the severed arm, drifting slowly to the wound. Amber-colored sap was secreted rapidly at the connection point. Countless fine mycelia surged and intertwined like tiny waves, reconnecting the severed limb at visible speed. Such strong regeneration. Gauss looked on enviously. He hadn't forgotten that after accumulating 20 monster encyclopedia entries, he could perform another talent draw. If he could get the mushroom creature's regeneration ability, he wouldn't need to worry about injuries. Unfortunately, he was still far from 20 types, and what talent he could get wasn't up to him. All he could do was kill the mushroom creatures before him and add them to his lottery pool. He took out the bone staff. Magic missile. A pure white tip of the staff quickly gathered deep blue energy. A missile formed with a sharp whistle, then locked onto a mushroom creature's head by his will. The magic missile shot out. Boom! The magic missile was like 100% accurate arrow. So far, once released, it was guaranteed to hit the enemy. This time, it was no exception against the mushroom creatures. Oh, the magic missile struck a mushroom creature's huge umbrella-shaped head, which exploded with a pop, like a sniper bullet smashing through a watermelon. Countless tiny mycelia scattered like drifting cotton. The dead mushroom creature never felt the agony of the headshot, but the living mushroom creatures perceived it through their mental link. For a moment, all the mushroom creatures twitched wildly like electrocuted, their heads trembling continuously. Killed adult mushroom creature *1. Total monster kills 111. Current monster kill types 6. You have cumulatively killed 1 adult mushroom creature. Title earned Mushroom Hunter. This title upgrades as kill count increases. Current effect Wound Suppression. In battles against mushroom creatures and related advanced species, wounds inflicted prevent opponents from using self-healing abilities for 5 seconds. Seeing the Adventurer Encyclopedia's feedback, Gauss nodded knowingly. He already knew the mushroom creature's weak point was their heads, like most creatures. Those with smashed heads couldn't regenerate. Also, the unlocked title effect was tailored to counter the mushroom creature's regeneration. All these title effects were perfectly targeted. Good opportunity. The others also caught on to the pain transmission weakness between the mushroom creatures. They all swung their weapons forward. Boom! As Gauss used magic missile to headshot the second mushroom creature, the others finished off the remaining adult mushroom creatures. Bang! The mushroom creatures' bodies scattered across the ground. After the team killed all the adult mushroom creatures, the fence behind them retracted with a series of crackling sounds. At the same time, the mushroom colonies growing like carpets on the 6 walls suddenly began to wither and decay in vast patches. As if they had lost their vitality along with the death of the adult mushroom creatures, they quickly shrank and dried up, eventually turning into small gray, shriveled fungal mats. It's over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When the fence dropped just now, they had been a bit panicked, feeling like trapped prisoners. Fortunately, after successfully eliminating the mushroom creatures, everything returned to normal. Why does this place feel like a training ground? Gauss shook his head. This dungeon did not deliberately trap them. After the battle ended, the blockade was lifted on its own, seemingly designed to let them fight the mushroom creatures. Yes, Lawrence agreed with Gauss's opinion. Many people say these dungeons are training camps used by the Forgotten Realm to cultivate their own warriors. Kill monsters, clear stages, obtain loot, rest, then continue forward. But I'm not exactly sure how it all works. I've only heard others say that. Gauss nodded. As low-level adventurers, they didn't need to care about useless information. Knowing that they could get loot here and hone their skills was enough. Rumble. Before all the mushrooms withered completely, a stone pillar suddenly rose from the smooth floor in the center of the room amidst a roaring sound. Outside the central groove of the stone pillar, several large objects were placed. Gauss and the others leaned down to take a closer look. Under the stone platform were 8 amber-colored gel spheres. Inside the spheres floated purple, fungal thread patterns, while on the outer layer there were densely packed compressed spores resembling fish roe. Spore bombs. The moment they saw the spheres, a voice echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds, revealing they all knew what these were. They quickly exchanged glances. They immediately understood the function of the 8 spore bombs as loot. Before throwing them, the released low-pressure spores did not generate a huge impact and could not cause significant damage to enemies or terrain. Of course, it was worth noting that users also needed to maintain distance, since the bombs were not intelligent enough to avoid harming allies. In short, these were powerful one-time use items. Let's store them first. Edith gestured for Rogue Apprentice Lawrence to take action. Be careful. Your big body can handle their explosions. Don't worry. Edith nodded, took out a small cloth bag with a cushioning pad, and carefully packed 3 of the spore bombs inside. Maybe we'll need them for future dungeon explorations. If we don't use them, we'll figure out how to split the profits at the end. The others had no objections. At this moment, Gauss was still immersed in a special feeling. Right after picking up the spore bombs, he sensed a peculiar change in his surroundings and body, a strange sensation hard to describe. Some invisible energy in the air slowly seeped into the spell models imprinted deep within his will. He opened the Adventurer's Manual. Sure enough, new changes had appeared. Entered Special Map, Forgotten Realm, Micro Dungeon. Skill Mage Armor Proficiency +1. Mage Armor LV3, 27/50ths. Skill Magic Missile Proficiency +1. Magic Missile LV2, 19/20ths. 1. 2 skills had gained 1 point of proficiency. Was it because they had just cleared this mushroom monster room? Gauss's light flickered quietly across the faces of the others. He noticed they showed no unusual reactions. So, was this proficiency reward only appearing on him? Was it because he had an attribute panel that could solidify data? Or was there another reason? He judged that the others probably didn't experience what he did. Although they didn't have panels capable of quantifying skills, he was the first to notice something was off because he sensed the spells imprinted in his were becoming more proficient. Then checked the panel to confirm. If the other skills had such abrupt improvements, they should have sensed some abnormality. Gauss swallowed his saliva. He looked at the dungeon rooms extending ahead. 1 point of proficiency didn't seem like much, but there were so many rooms here. This dungeon truly was the right place to be. He hadn't expected extra gains from exploring here. Could it really be some ancient civilization's training ground? But why was only he able to improve? Was it really just because of the panel? If others could also improve skill proficiency by clearing rooms in the dungeon, people would be fighting tooth and nail to get in. Gauss's heart was restless. Let's rest a bit. Hearing his companions call for a break, he composed his excited yet puzzled mood. Having cleared the mushroom room, the team didn't rush to explore further. The air had refreshed. The few removed their masks, seizing time to recover their strength. Who knew what awaited them in the next room? Although Edith had previously explored some of the dungeon's first half rooms, that was without fully activating the dungeon. Now the dungeon situation differed from when she explored, so they needed to quickly adjust their state to face possible dangers. Gauss gulped down water from his pouch, growing more eager for this dungeon journey. Several days later, lure them together. My light cantrip seems to suppress them. Gauss shouted to his teammates, circling with a large group of zombies. Seeing teammates running over, Gauss's bone staff immediately released a wave of magical energy. Light cantrip. Brilliant white light burst forth along the bone staff. Gauss had now discovered that his light cantrip was no ordinary spell. Especially the light cantrip enhanced by the bone staff seemed to carry strong, holy attributes. Some dark creatures would be restrained by this intense light. Right now, under the illumination of the dazzling light cantrip, the dozen or so zombies pulled over by teammates suddenly halted simultaneously, their hollow, sunken eye sockets shrinking the light inside. Their cracked lips tore backward, revealing black fangs. From deep within their throats came agonizing, hoarse howls of pain. The burning agony made their previously swift movements slow as if delayed by half a beat, with joints cracking like rotting wood. Let's attack. Originally worried about zombie bites spreading infection, the team grew braver seeing the zombies weakened. Cut off their heads. Those dark creatures inside the dungeon all had some regeneration ability. Only by decapitating a few could they be truly killed. Understood. Gauss moved swiftly. One hand gripped the bone staff, maintaining the light cantrip's effect, while his other hand swung the sword, slicing the rotten, dirt-covered, dried blood-stained neck of a zombie. He was indeed very effective against zombies. Because the bone staff was in his hand, the suppression effect on zombies around him was the strongest. Whenever zombies approached him, They would be slowed by the close-range light cantrips burn, and that brief moment was enough for Gauss to cleanly decapitate them. Zombie Kill *1. Title obtained, Zombie Hunter. This title upgrades as the number of kills increases. Current effect, Sharpness. In battles against zombies and related advanced races, attack penetration is increased by an additional 10%. Gauss quickly skimmed the panel without wasting time. He took a long step toward the next zombie. The sword light flashed, this strike faster and fiercer than before. The sword precisely struck the zombie's swollen, rotten neck. The dark green neck tore under his blade, leaving a bowl-sized gap, and murky blood gushed out. Several minutes later, the last zombie was also killed by the team. Boom, boom. On the stone platform, rising from the center of the room, several red and blue potion bottles were placed. Edith, now very familiar with the dungeon exploration routine, stepped forward to collect them. After the battle, everyone sat down panting heavily. Although they had occasionally left the dungeon during these days to camp and rest on the surface, the continuous dungeon exploration still exhausted them physically and mentally. Every morning upon waking, they faced the dark, oppressive dungeon space and those foul-smelling monsters. Their minds had become completely numb. Let's rest a bit longer. There shouldn't be many rooms left in this dungeon. Lawrence looked at everyone's exhausted faces and said. Gauss nodded, found a clean spot, and sat down to rest. He took the opportunity to check his personal panel on the Adventurer's Manual. His attributes hadn't changed much, but skill proficiency had increased considerably. Skills: 0 ring cantrip light cantrip LV2, 5/20. 0 ring cantrip mage hand LV3, 25/50. 1 ring spell magic missile LV3, 13/50. 1 ring spell mage armor LV3, 45/50. Basic swordsmanship LV2, 10/20. Talents: rapid digestion, magic resistance. These days of dungeon exploration had upgraded light cantrip and basic swordsmanship to LV2. At the same time, magic missile had increased from LV2 to LV3. After leveling to LV3, magic missile unlocked a rapid-fire effect, allowing him to release 2 missiles consecutively in an extremely short time with almost no interval, and the missile speed also became faster. Mage armor had increased proficiency by a full 18 points, bringing it close to an upgrade threshold. Thanks to the rapid proficiency rise, his understanding of the resonance of magical energy within his body had deepened significantly. At this moment, he was very sure that Mage Armor LV4 was the key to unlocking his professional path as an adventurer. Besides these changes, there was also monster kills, 178. The target of 200 was only 22 away. Gauss glanced at the map in his mind. They had completely cleared the 2 routes on the left and right sides of the hall. The only remaining path was the central route. Judging by the number of rooms in the first 2 routes, it seemed this central route had only a few rooms left. As he pondered, Lawrence was reminding everyone needs to be extra careful. According to my intel, this kind of dungeon might have special rooms. Although we haven't encountered any yet, we must stay vigilant. Lawrence glanced at the hand-drawn map Edith made and marked an X on the square representing this room. Gauss looked toward the passage leading to the next room. The night sky was sprinkled with stars, and tonight was cloudless. The silver-white moonlight poured down unrestrained, without any obstruction. On the open ground, orange-red flames roared fiercely, and the wood in the campfire crackled and popped crisply. The firelight stretched the shadows of the people sitting around the campfire. The warrior Liam used a dagger to poke the embers, setting up the grill. The wild rabbit on the fork slowly roasted over the flames, fat continuously dripping into the fire, sparking embers and releasing bursts of savory aroma. Gauss's slightly tired eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. This might just be the last night of this dungeon exploration trip. According to the estimated progress, the dungeon should be completely explored by tomorrow. So, Lawrence suggested they rest and recuperate tonight, gathering around the fire for a meal as an early celebration for the upcoming successful conclusion of the dungeon exploration. This trip had been quite fruitful, and everyone found it hard to hide their joy. After a busy day, delicious food, especially meat dripping with fat, was the best comfort. Unfortunately, the traps set up in the morning only caught one wild rabbit, barely enough for everyone to have a small portion and savor some meat flavor. Faced with Lawrence's proposal, Gauss felt a bit strange inside, inexplicably reminded of popping champagne halfway through a game. But after hesitating, he didn't spoil the mood. By the campfire, priest-apprentice Adrian couldn't help but admire. "Lawrence, you really know how to enjoy life." The spices used for roasting the wild rabbit were kindly sponsored by young Master Lawrence. Good spices were not cheap, even for adventurers like them. They didn't always splurge on seasoning for every meal. If you're alive to see it, not being able to enjoy even basic good food would truly mean you wasted your time in this world. Lawrence waved his hand dismissively. Gauss gave him a warning glance. That statement was like a map-wide AoE insult. Even without considering others, among the few here, at least half were ordinary people born in poverty. Many ordinary folks will be happy just to have enough to eat, let alone enjoy gourmet meals. At least the original body never had such conditions. Besides the roasted wild rabbit, everyone also brought some emergency food. After all, the small portion of meat on the grill wasn't enough for 7 adventurers who all ate more than ordinary people. Gauss carried coarse wheat cakes, dried meat strips, and meat paste. The others also took out food they could heat up themselves. Gauss glanced around and took note of everyone's provisions. Only the food that the half-orc warrior Sork brought puzzled him. Had this guy really been eating black bread for several days straight? Watching him, as usual, let boiled hot water cool slightly before eating the black bread. Gauss raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering with doubt. Logically, with his strength, even relying on the money earned from daily commissions, he shouldn't have to survive on black bread alone. Moreover, could black bread provide sufficient nutrition? Was it just a preference for black bread? Or was he poor? Gauss found it hard to imagine anyone really loving black bread. But if it was poverty, it was rare for an adventurer with decent strength to be in such a state. Sork quickly finished his food in just a few bites. "Want some of my bread?" Gauss silently slid his own food closer to Sork. He wasn't suddenly showing goodwill without reason. During the past few days of dungeon exploration, Sork instinctively stood in front of him to provide protection. Although most of the time, those dangers couldn't really threaten him since he had mage armor. Still, it was this half-orc warrior's good intentions. "Forget it. My bread is enough." Sork shook his head. "Keep it then." Gauss noticed the cloth bag storing Sork's black bread was already empty. He handed over some of his extra coarse wheat cakes and meat strips. "The exploration should end tomorrow. This is just extra stuff I brought. It's not worth much." Sork hesitated for a moment, then wiped his hands on his clothes and accepted Gauss's food. "Thanks then." After thanking him, Sork tore the wheat cakes and meat strips into pieces and chewed. Seeing him accept his kindness, Gauss finally relaxed. In the past few days, others had also shared their food with Sork, but he stubbornly refused. Perhaps it was because it was the last night, or maybe seeing that Gauss's food was indeed not valuable, he finally accepted it this time. "Sork, are you really short on money?" Gauss hesitated a bit, but asked softly. "Yeah." Sork was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I've sent all my money back home. There are more than a dozen brothers and sisters at home. I'm the eldest. Once this exploration ends, it should be enough." Stop. Let's talk about this after the exploration is done." Gauss felt increasingly uneasy and quickly interrupted. "Oh, okay." Sork nodded without understanding. This low-voiced little side conversation didn't attract the attention of others around the campfire roasting the wild rabbit. Gauss finished his own food. He moved closer to the fire to warm himself while recalling the events of the past few days. Tonight was the 5th day since they began exploring the dungeon. In these past 5 days, he had killed a total of 68 monsters, an average of 13 or 14 per day, which didn't sound like much. But considering there were 7 people in the team, this number was actually quite impressive. They couldn't expect temporary teams to beat the monsters down and let him finish them off. On one hand, he didn't have that kind of reputation, and on the other, he simply couldn't do it. Monsters weren't soft targets to be manipulated at will. So Gauss was actually quite satisfied with this kill efficiency, mainly because it was steady, with a consistent number of kills recorded every day. Compared to commissions that required spending a lot of time searching for monsters and traveling, the kill efficiency here was much higher. Every day they woke up, washed, ate, organized gear, then went into the dungeon. Although the process was tedious and oppressive, if it could continue, he was willing to endure it. Unfortunately, this exploration was coming to an end, and he didn't know when such an opportunity would come again. Exploring ancient civilization dungeons like this wasn't something that happened often. After roasting the rabbit, everyone shared a little, and the simple gathering meal came to an end. Gauss watched as everyone returned to their tents to rest. He stood up and added some unused wood to the campfire. Tonight, he would be the first to keep watch. Boom! After adding the wood, the flames rose even higher, burning more fiercely. Rumble! The deafening rumbling behind grew louder and louder. Ta-ta-ta! Urgent and rhythmic footsteps echoed rapidly inside the downhill passage. In the narrow corridor, Gauss and the others ran swiftly. Sweat droplets fell from their skin, hitting the ground with a splash. As expected, I shouldn't have agreed to Lawrence's half-game champagne-style celebration banquet yesterday, nor should I have asked Sork about money. Gauss, trapped in the middle of the team and running constantly, was soaked with sweat. But hearing the growing roar behind, he dared not stop running. The early exploration went smoothly until entering this narrow corridor. Shortly after, as if a hidden mechanism was triggered behind, a huge rolling stone about 2 meters in diameter fell, gaining momentum downhill and relentlessly chasing them. It forced the team to keep running forward in the passage. If they stopped, they would be turned into minced meat. Are we close to the next exit? This downhill passage was terrifying. Under the pressure of the rolling stone, everyone squeezed out all their strength, desperately accelerating. Almost. Sork at the front had already spotted a faint light at the end of the passage. Run faster! Lawrence at the back yelled loudly. He originally thought the last position in the team was safe, but now he felt terrible about it. If the rolling stone rolled over, he'd be the first to die. With the team desperately running, the light at the end grew bigger. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, as the team sprinted out of the passage and jumped aside, the huge rolling stone also rolled out, scattering broken stones that struck near their feet. Everyone's hearts jumped. If they were a step slower, they would have been crushed in a meat pulp by the massive stone. Unexpectedly, the first thrilling crisis of this dungeon exploration was brought by a stone. Thud! While the team lay on their backs, panting heavily, the giant rolling stone dropped into a groove in the center of the room. Boom! A huge, thick stone wall gate then fell, blocking their retreat. They were used to this. This wasn't the first time this had happened. So, what kind of monsters would appear? The team lying on the ground blinked, and suddenly sensed something was off. The ceiling above seemed ridiculously high, at least 10 meters tall. Glancing sideways at the room, unlike the dozens of square meter small rooms before, this one was especially spacious, looking like a small plaza. There's something wrong here. Everyone be careful. After surviving a life-and-death moment, the team's hearts, which had just dropped, lifted again. This place looked abnormal, unlike all the rooms they had experienced before. Rumble. As everyone anxiously got up, the ground began to tremble. Those who hadn't fully stood up yet quickly braced themselves on the ground to keep their balance. Their gaze turned to the far end of the room, the source of the shaking. A stone cage slowly squeezed out from the tall rock wall. Bang! The stone cage shattered like an eggshell, and amidst the dust, a scraping sound of a shell was heard. A tall humanoid monster finally stepped out of the shadows, appearing before everyone. It was about 2.5 meters tall, covered with brown, chitinous hard armor gleaming metallically, with 4 sickle-shaped forelimbs and a pair of strong, sturdy hind legs. On its huge mantis-like head were a pair of compound eyes, glowing red, and serrated blade-like jaws. It's a Slickland mantisman. Seeing its appearance, Lawrence's pupils shrank sharply as he gasped. No other reason. This mantisman was a level 1 challenge monster, a deadly enemy to their 7-person team. Gauss swallowed hard. Even from a distance, he felt an overwhelming aura of power from it. It was like facing a huge, terrifying hunter while they were the locked prey. Suddenly, the mantisman's long, jointed hind legs bent like a grasshopper's, then pressed down. In the next moment, it coiled and launched itself forward with a crisp cracking of the joints, propelling its body at high speed. Tap, tap, tap. In the empty room, every jump echoed clearly. In a few flickering moments, it darted past as a brown shadow, and when it reached the center, it suddenly stomped on the ground, using the bounce to leap onto a huge stone ball in the center of the room, standing tall and looking down at the 7. Gauss gripped his bone staff tightly. He could feel the cold, emotionless, murderous intent conveyed from its compound eyes. Watch out! The team slowly dispersed. Holding weapons, they cautiously faced the mantisman. No denying it, the pressure this mantisman put on the team was immense. Whether its exaggerated large size or the fierce speed it just showed, it was clearly a terrifying opponent, essentially a killing machine easily slaughtering ordinary people. Ranger apprentice Bianca's bowstring twang taut. The next moment, she released an arrow with terrifying speed spinning toward the mantisman. Whoosh! With skill enhancement, this arrow's speed was at least twice that of a normal archer's shot. The arrow tore through the air, forming a black streak aimed straight at the mantisman perched on the giant stone. The mantisman's compound eyes flared red. In an instant, its hind legs sank slightly, and its body flickered sideways a short distance. The arrow was dodged, grazing its body and flying into the rock wall, breaking apart. Not a scratch. Gauss swallowed saliva. Thanks to Bianca's attack, he deeply felt the agility that completely contradicted the mantisman's large physique. The arrow shot, after Bianca used her skill, was extremely fast, almost matching the speed of his magic missile. In other words, the mantisman could react to Bianca's arrows and even track and see his magic missile. It's coming. Gauss suddenly noticed the mantisman's coiling and lowering motion. He quickly warned his teammates. Everyone sprang into action. The team arranged themselves with melee fighters in front and ranged behind in a fan shape to provide support. No sooner had Gauss spoken than the mantisman launched itself again, flying forward with several bounces and landing heavily where the team had just been. Boom! The sound struck the hearts of the team members. Such speed. For a moment, unease filled their hearts. Damn monster! 2 warriors held their weapons and shields, their hands trembling slightly, but still remembering their duties. They raised their shields to face the mantisman, shouting loudly to attract its hatred. Sure enough, after noticing the movements of the 2 little guys nearby, the mantisman turned its head, its compound eyes coldly fixing on them. Its hind legs sank, and in the next moment, it appeared right in front of Liam. So fast, the mantis claw slashed through the air. Swish! Liam's shield was slapped aside by a secondary limb, and the main forelimb followed with a fierce claw strike, knocking Liam flying. Liam was knocked 2 or 3 meters away, rolling twice. His face suddenly turned pale, blood-drained. Cough, cough. Blood spilled from Liam's mouth. He looked at the towering mantisman, pupils trembling wildly. Just one hit, and the team's warrior lost combat capability. Magic missile. Taking advantage of the mantisman pausing to attack again, Gauss finally locked onto its figure. If the target was too far or moved too fast, locking on was difficult, but luckily, the mantisman had to pause briefly when attacking. A deep blue missile shot from the tip of his staff. The mantisman, originally preparing a second attack to finish him off, felt the threatening attack wave from the side and had to shift its body. Its agile forelimb chopped the trajectory of the magic missile. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk. The moment the magic missile contacted the sharp claw blade, a heavy force was immediately added to the mantisman's forelimb. Ding, ding, ding. Compared to the arrow, this magic missile was much closer and caught it off guard. Boom! The mantisman's figure staggered backward onto its knees, forced back a few steps. But before the magic missile exploded, it used a quick claw strike to slightly deflect its path. Using the gain space, it jumped backward a short distance. The deflected magic missile exploded midair, making a loud noise. Are its claws very tough? Or is my magic power quality insufficient? Gauss recalled the contact moment, but it couldn't take my magic missile head-on, and it needs some time to coil and prepare before long jumps, while short-distance moves require shorter reaction times. Gauss noticed the mantisman's trembling forelimb and silently analyzed. After being pushed back several meters, the mantisman's gaze locked onto Gauss from afar. But at this moment, except for the priest who stepped forward to rescue Liam, others who had arranged their formation finally provided support. Though the mantisman's sudden attack speed was too fast for anyone but Gauss to help Liam immediately, now they had to restrain it. They couldn't let it keep hitting the team's members one by one. Almost none of the team members had the strength to fight it one-on-one. Chill touch. A blue, ghostly skeletal hand shot out, attempting to grab the mantisman's forelimb and inject necrotic energy into its body. Stare. The skeletal hand was too slow. Before it could hit, the mantisman stepped back a few steps to dodge. As long as it focused, with its developed leg muscles, it could evade most attacks from low-level adventurers. At the same time, its gaze remained fixed tightly on Gauss. It seemed determined that only he and this team, the Mantis Man, was definitely the strongest enemy this team had ever encountered in the dungeon, and possibly in their entire adventuring careers. A few days ago, the dungeon exploration had gone too smoothly, causing the team members to unconsciously become a little careless and overconfident. Even Lawrence, despite verbally reminding them, was caught in the inertia of his thoughts and believed that this dungeon run would not have any major surprises. That was until the appearance of the Mantis Man delivered a heavy blow to their confidence. Fortunately, although everyone in the team was intimidated by the Mantis Man's imposing presence, they were not inexperienced rookies and quickly adjusted their mindset. The stronger the enemy, the more important it was not to lose composure. Adrian, the priest apprentice, supported the injured Liam and moved him to the back of the group. Using Life Sustain, he stabilized Liam's internal injuries while pulling a small red potion bottle from his pack. It was a basic healing potion capable of restoring life energy to injured adventurers within a short time and was one of the important loot reward from the previous dungeon exploration. Each small bottle sold for at least 30 silver coins. Adrian poured the healing potion into Liam's mouth, and before long, a flush of color slowly appeared on Liam's pale cheeks. Seeing this, Adrian breathed a sigh of relief and conducted a further examination. With the combination of Life Sustain and the healing potion, Liam should not be in life-threatening danger. Meanwhile, on the battlefield ahead, the Mantis Man, sensing the threat Gauss posed, had red lights flickering in its compound eyes, locking on a Gauss from afar. Its mandibles emitted high-frequency, piercing shrieks. It ignored everyone else. Suddenly, it crouched deeply, charging its power on the spot. Its strong hind legs burst forth with terrifying force. Then it launched itself like a cannonball directly toward Gauss, who was standing at the end of the line. Some of the members at the front also realized who the Mantis Man was targeting. Gauss! Watch out! Sork, the half-orc warrior who was standing cautiously at the front, saw the Mantis Man speeding past him and sharply turned around, shouting angrily toward Gauss at the end of the line. At the same time, he tried to rush forward to intercept the Mantis Man, but the speed difference was just too great. He could only watch helplessly as the Mantis Man's figure raced farther and farther out of his reach. Bianca, the ranger apprentice, took a deep breath and shot an arrow, attempting to disrupt the Mantis Man's charge trajectory. But the Mantis Man, moving at high speed, merely tilted its body slightly, causing the arrow to scrape past its shell, leaving only a barely noticeable faint white mark. As for the others, they had all been on guard against the Mantis Man's assault, so in those few blinks of an eye, they had no ability to intervene in its charge. It was just too fast. When the Mantis Man reached Gauss, its speed was terrifying. Gauss's pupils suddenly contracted. Fortunately, before the Mantis Man arrived, he instinctively rolled to the side to dodge. Clack! The Mantis Man raised its giant, sickle-like hind leg and fiercely struck the spot where Gauss had just stood. Gauss rolled up from the ground. Luckily, he anticipated the attack in advance. Although he was protected by mage armor, under such a high-speed charge, it was best to avoid absorbing the powerful claw strike. Mage armor had its limits. The Mantis Man's enormous destructive power, carried by its ultra-fast impact, massive body, and exaggerated claws, was nothing like the goblins they had bullied before. The attacks from those green-skinned little fiends would probably not match this strike even after 10 hits. Gauss quickly got to his feet and stepped back several paces, drawing his weapon and raising his eyes toward the Mantis Man. The Mantis Man, unable to hit Gauss with one blow, blinked its compound eyes, seeming a little surprised. But it immediately adjusted its stance. Its four sharp sickle-like claws crossed in front of its body, and the next moment its hind legs gathered power slightly. This was the sign it was about to launch a short-distance leap. Compared to long-distance leaps, this one had a smaller crouch and took less time, but the impact was far less terrifying. The Mantis Man made a small jump, landing in front of Gauss and swinging its claws down again. Bang! The Mantis Man's sickle claws struck Gauss's rapier, which he had raised in advance to block. Gauss immediately felt a tremendous impact force transmitted through the weapon he tightly gripped. After a brief stalemate, he quickly realized he was at a disadvantage in strength. Fortunately, his intelligence of 7 allowed him to quickly notice some details during the fight. In a brief moment where the world seemed to slow down and his awareness sped up, he caught the Mantis Man's other secondary limb sneakily slashing toward his abdomen. Thud! The secondary limb struck his lower belly. Mage armor instantly released a strong protective barrier, with rippling waves quickly spreading across its surface. So heavy, using the force transmitted through his weapon, Gauss was flung out, barely stabilizing himself in midair. He rolled twice and stood up from the ground. Thanks to the Mantis Man's momentum, he avoided fully absorbing its next concealed attack. Such a sneaky Mantis Man. Before the Mantis Man could launch another attack on Gauss, Sork charged over with blood-red eyes, his beastly fangs growing even thicker. The enemy bypassing him, the warrior, to recklessly attack his teammates in the back. That was a disgrace to him. At this moment, his already muscular upper arms seemed to swell as if filled with blood, as though awakening the bloodline power hidden within his body. He stomped his thigh forcefully into the ground. The soles of his feet pressed like springs against the earth, and his whole body soared upward, propelled by the recoil force. Jump slash! His spine bent backward like a fully drawn hard bow. His neck, chest, and waist formed a tight arc in midair, presenting a crescent shape. His raised greatsword tore through the air with a ripping roar, fiercely slashing toward his target ahead. This full-power, spectacular attack was almost a life-for-life gamble, forcing the Mantis Man to temporarily abandon Gauss at a distance and turn to block Sork's slash with its secondary limbs. Clang! After the loud clash of metal, sparks flew. Using momentum, skill, and the gravitational potential energy from his jump slash, Sork forcibly activated the combined power of his bloodline, nearly reaching the limit of his current attack power. However, the physical difference between Sork and the Mantis Man was still too vast. The Mantis Man, caught off guard, only retreated half a step after turning around, unable to fully exert its strength at first. Once it stabilized, its full body power erupted again through its upper limbs. Bang! Sork's weapon was knocked away, and he staggered back 2 steps under the huge recoil, his trembling arms propping him on the ground to avoid falling. Chill touch. Nearby, Lawrence finally landed a cantrip on the Mantis Man for the first time. The blue skeletal hand touched the Mantis Man's body surface, and the cold, undead energy seeped continuously into its body. This chilling energy made it tremble slightly and fall into a brief, sluggish state, unable to launch a further attack on the exposed Sork. Gauss, rising from the ground, also seized this rare attack opportunity created by his teammates. He tightened his grip on the bone staff and cast Magic Missile. Light exploded from the staff. Magic Missile. Not just one, but two missiles shot out in quick succession. Whoosh! Unfortunately, perhaps due to the Mantis Man's sharp senses and agility, or its small head hit area, the first missile, Gauss's hopeful shot aimed at its head, was deflected, barely grazing its cheek. Fortunately, the second missile, aimed at another weak spot on its abdomen, hit successfully. Like most shell creatures, its waist and abdomen housed breathing apertures and were the most flexible parts, so the shell there was relatively weaker. Also, the larger waist and abdomen area made dodging more difficult. Plus, the Mantis Man seemed briefly stiff again just now. Bang! The magic missile that struck its abdomen exploded with dazzling light. An immense force spread from the explosion's center, and the Mantis Man, over 2 meters tall, was knocked back. Lawrence and Sork widened their eyes, their faces showing delight. Thud, thud, thud. The Mantis Man rushed forward a few steps, barely stabilizing. Its previously light brown waist shell was now scorched black, with faint yellow-green viscous liquid oozing out. Although it wasn't fully pierced through, it clearly sustained considerable damage. Gauss, who had quickly released consecutive magic missiles, was breathing heavily. His mana remained, but the rapid consumption in a short time made him a little exhausted, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Fortunately, it was worth it. The consecutive magic missiles finally inflicted a decent injury on the Mantis Man. Once there was one successful hit, there could be a second. Moreover, Gauss had vaguely noticed a detail just now, while Gauss silently pondered and briefly adjusted his breathing. The Mantis Man, stabilizing its stance, was struck again by an arrow from Bianca, the ranger apprentice not far away. Thud! The metal arrowhead hit the Mantis Man's chest armor, leaving a white mark on the impact spot. Seeing the hit succeed, a smile appeared on Bianca's face. Although it didn't pierce the enemy's armor, causing damage meant the battle was gradually tilting in their favor. With their numerical advantage, they would sooner or later wear down their opponent bit by bit, especially after Gauss's successful, powerful magic missile hit that left a clear scar. Their once weakening morale was reignited with hope of victory. They could win. The Mantis Man, hurt by the magic missile, felt persistent pain in its abdomen and grew even more agitated. At this moment, it noticed that the pesky mosquito it had been ignoring had actually landed a hit and was showing what seemed like mocking delight. The Mantis Man appeared humiliated. Its attention finally shifted away from Gauss. Its red compound eyes fixed tightly on Bianca. Swish! Although hit in the abdomen, the Mantis Man hadn't lost mobility. If anything, its movement speed had only slowed somewhat. But for most present, this speed loss probably made little difference. Watch out! Gauss, who had just regained his breath, saw this and suddenly felt a bad premonition. But before he could finish speaking, the Mantis Man had already leapt in front of Bianca. A tall shadow loomed over her body. Before she could react, its sharp sickle-like forelimbs tore through the air, leaving a white trail and slashed diagonally across Bianca's neck. Exclamation point. Its sharp forelimbs cut through like blades slicing tofu, encountering little resistance, carving out a smooth, bowl-sized wound. Blood splattered everywhere. Thud! Her head, still full of confusion and unaware of what had happened, dropped heavily to the ground. Gauss's eyes widened and his throat bobbed. Bianca was dead? He was no stranger to decapitation. He had beheaded dozens of monsters before. But this time, it was his teammate who had been decapitated. Only the night before, they were joking and sharing food together. Now her body was separated and her death was tragic. This absurd contrast flickered repeatedly before his eyes, leaving him deeply unsettled. He did not have much affection for Bianca. A few days was not enough to cultivate friendship. But this sudden life-and-death shock made his heart inexplicably race. At that moment, he truly realized life was so fragile. Swallowing his saliva, he slapped his cheek, forcing himself to regain composure. At the same time, he took out some jerky from his pocket. Now was not the time for sorrow. He took a deep breath. Everyone, be careful. The wounded one is more aggressive. Gauss loudly warned his teammates, and the only thing he could do was chew quickly and rely on rapid digestion to restore his mana and stamina. His premonition was correct. The injured Mantis Man had become more aggressive. Its next target was the rogue apprentice Edith. Edith's face was pale. Though shocked by her companion's death, she quickly regained her composure. Facing the charging Mantis Man, she did not give up but pulled the trigger on her crossbow, aiming an arrow at its abdomen. The Mantis Man noticed and had to change its path, veering sideways like a dragonfly skimming water, then changed direction again to rush at Edith. But this slight delay was enough for Edith to react. She pulled a spore bomb from her pack at her feet. This item was the first reward they had obtained earlier. They had already used one for testing during exploration and still had two left. If it hit the Mantis Man, its power would cause considerable damage. As a rogue apprentice, Edith's perception was also very sharp. The crossbow shot forced the Mantis Man to alter its trajectory, and she threw the spore bomb onto its path ahead. The plan was solid, but she overlooked the most important point. The Mantis Man's perception was equally outstanding. Almost the moment she threw the spore bomb to the ground, its compound eyes locked onto that area and sensed a strong threat. This time, unlike Gauss's magic missile attack just now, with Sork's jump slash in front and chill touch corroding it in an instant, plus the consecutive magic missiles, the Mantis Man had no effective way to evade. As the spore bomb hit the ground in front of it before the explosion, its hind legs immediately released powerful force, propelling its body abruptly sideways to jump several meters away. The spore bomb's strong shockwave released intense blue flames, rising black smoke. Did it work? Edith squinted her eyes. The next moment, a huge yellow-brown silhouette stepped out of the smoke. It wasn't dead. Edith's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. But her strong will to survive made her crawl and turn to escape, using both hands and feet to fight for her last chance. But behind her, the tall shadow already loomed over her. Seeing the Mantis Man about to effortlessly kill her like it did to Bianca. Magic missile! Gauss ran over, squeezing out his mana. The tip of his staff flared brightly. A condensed, high-speed azure missile shot out, aiming directly at the Mantis Man's compound eyes. The Mantis Man had to stop attacking and turn its head to dodge the missile. The missile brushed past its head, and the intense light it emitted caused its compound eyes to momentarily go blind. Yes, this was Gauss's discovery during the battle. Its eyes could not withstand close-range light exposure. A sudden flash caused a brief stiffening. He had originally wanted to cast the light cantrip, but it required touch to amplify the light on the target. Plus, the situation was urgent, leaving no time to think. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The blinded Mantis Man stood dazed in place. The second missile tore through the air and came toward the ground nearby, not the Mantis Man itself. It targeted the pack where Edith had left her spore bombs. Shatter! The magic missile pierced the pack, and the spore bomb exploded instantly with a thunderous roar. The huge blast radiated outward, like a heavy hammer striking the Mantis Man. Countless tiny spores expanded instantly, releasing an ever-intensifying fiery shockwave in the air. The eerie blue flames, like bone maggots, quickly engulfed the tall figure covered with chitinous armor that had been knocked back. The translator skipped Chapter 87, and this chapter is taken from MTL. Within the eerie blue flames, viscous yellowish-green blood sprayed from the charred wound, igniting into a pungent green mist the moment it met the flames. The shattered fissures in its carapace rapidly spread under the high heat, emitting a crisp crack like glass being quenched. Its chitinous carapace, which had seemed incredibly tough, began flaking off in pieces, revealing the rope-like, fibrous muscle tissue beneath. Gnawed by the blue flames clinging with spores, it further released the acrid smell of burning protein. Can this burn it to death? Gazing at the praying mantis monster burning fiercely in the fireball, Gauss, who still hadn't received a kill notification from his panel, could only first drag the trembling Edith, who was nearby, to a safe distance. After confirming she was unharmed, he casually picked up the hand crossbow beside her and the scattered short arrows from the ground. Arrow into groove, string drawn, aimed, fired. Just like that, he shot arrow after arrow toward the praying mantis monster. The others also approached him, similarly hesitant to go near the praying mantis monster. Even though it was now burned to a wretched state, especially its compound eyes, which had been shattered into tiny fragments by the spore bomb shockwave, scattered all over the ground. But due to the psychological shadow it had cast just now, everyone still didn't dare to step forward and deliver the finishing blow. They were afraid that the praying mantis monster, despite being riddled with injuries from the blast, might still possess the power to kill. Careful, it's not dead yet. Don't go over there, Gauss warned. This was also one of the panel's functions. As long as the panel didn't show a kill notification, it meant the enemy hadn't truly died. This also prevented him from encountering situations where an enemy might feign death, only to launch a final, desperate counterattack. All right. Upon hearing Gauss say this, the others became even more reluctant to approach. Now that they had briefly relaxed, they also began to recall the details of the battle. With a little reflection, they immediately realized something. If Gauss hadn't been present for today's battle, it would have been difficult for anyone to survive. It wasn't self-deprecation, but a clear understanding of the enormous gap between themselves and the praying mantis monster. This was the terrifying aspect of monsters with a challenge rating. The frontline warrior apprentices couldn't effectively restrain or resist the praying mantis monster head-on, and the backline archers and spellcasters struggled to be effective. Furthermore, the praying mantis monster possessed high mobility that they couldn't match, allowing it to completely bypass their relatively clumsy front line and ambush the more lightly defended spellcasters and archers. If the praying mantis monster hadn't initially focused its attention on Gauss, Bianca might not have been the only one instantly killed. Remembering Bianca, the few people present showed a touch of sadness, especially Lawrence, who at this moment dared not look in the direction of Bianca's body, afraid of seeing the head that had fallen to the ground. Edith, too, looked terrified in retrospect. If Gauss hadn't extended a timely helping hand just now, she would likely have suffered the same fate as Bianca. Exclamation point. Crack. Gauss was unaware of the mixed emotions swirling within his teammates. He had merely transformed into a ruthless finishing machine. The shockwave from the spore bomb had shattered the praying mantis monster's sturdy carapace, and the persistently clinging flames continued to widen the cracks. At this point, its internal flesh was exposed. Thus, every arrow he fired now could pierce into the praying mantis monster's flesh. Finally, after one more arrow was loosed from the hand crossbow, the translucent notification that made Gauss sigh in relief finally appeared before his eyes. Slick-Claw Mantis Man killed *1. Total monsters killed 179. Details: regular monsters 178, elite monsters 1. First time killing an elite monster. Reward obtained. Perception +1. Reward skill obtained. Enhanced leap. Skill, enhanced leap. Upon using this skill, consumes more stamina to temporarily strengthen leg muscles, granting enhanced jumping ability for better terrain traversal and rapid mobility. You have accumulated 1 Slick-Claw Mantis Man kill. Title obtained. Mantis Hunter. This title will upgrade as the number of Slick-Claw Mantis Man kills increases. Current effect: armor penetration. In combat against Slick-Claw Mantis Men and related advanced racial creatures, attack-based armor penetration is slightly increased. Text flashed continuously before Gauss's eyes as if there was too much information to process all at once. At the same time, after one particular notification sound, his brain was enveloped by a clear, cool energy which felt exceptionally comfortable. Then came changes in his five senses: sight, hearing, smell, and so on. With every blink, the information captured by his vision seemed to increase. Colors, pixels, the speed of visual signal reception, changes on every level. His hearing, too, felt as if an invisible veil had suddenly been torn away, and after a whoosh, the world seemed to grow much quieter. Gauss felt the world before him was completely new. Is this what the world is like after perception is enhanced? He stared blankly, lost in thought, and it took him a while to adjust to the changes brought by this enhancement in perception. He opened his panel. Name, Gauss Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 7. Perception, 6. Charisma, 6. On the attribute panel, his last weakness had finally been remedied. He felt it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe himself as a hexagonal warrior on an ultra-low budget. Gauss, who had a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, looked at the panel and finally felt a sense of comfort. Aside from his 7 points in intelligence, everything else was a clean 6. Next were the changes in skill proficiency. As he cleared the dungeon's final room, the proficiency of various skills had increased. Skills: 0 Circle Cantrip, Light LV2, 7/20. 0 Circle Cantrip, Mage Hand LV3, 27/50. First Circle Spell, Magic Missile LV3, 17/50. First Circle Spell, Mage Armor LV3, 48/50. Basic Swordsmanship LV2, 12/20. Enhanced Leap LV1, 1 out of 10. Talents: Rapid Digestion, Magic Resistance. Light improved by 2 points, Mage Hand by 2 points, Magic Missile by 4 points, Mage Armor by 3 points, and Basic Swordsmanship by 2 points, as well as the new skill, Enhanced Leap, just acquired from the Praying Mantis monster. He now possessed exploration support skills, range spell attack skills, defensive skills, melee weapon skills, and movement enhancement skills. Unbeknownst to him, his abilities were becoming more comprehensive and diverse. He opened the second page of the Monster Encyclopedia. Beyond the initial page, for regular monsters, the elite section on the second page had also been unveiled. There, a tall, mighty, dark brown praying mantis monster appeared on the first page of the elite encyclopedia. Gauss focused his gaze on it, and surprisingly, a data file card about it popped up. He was a bit surprised. Isn't this preferential treatment? Regular monsters don't even have this. Creature name: Slickclaw Mantis Man. Challenge rating: 1. Creature type: humanoid, insect subspecies. Size: medium, adult height 1.8 to 2.2 meters. Habitat: deserts, grasslands, savannas. Social structure: solitary or small hunting parties, typically 2 to 3 individuals. Lifespan: approximate 30 years, no sleep required, leading to shortened lifespan. Racial talents: camouflage carapace, super leap, forearm combat, psionic talent, rarely manifested. Looking at the information on the praying mantis monster's data card in the encyclopedia, Gauss gained a deeper understanding of this creature, which he had previously been unfamiliar with. The one that appeared as the final boss in the dungeon this time must have been nearly 2.2 meters tall. In other words, judging solely by its size, it should be counted among the larger specimens of its kind. However, as this was Gauss's first encounter with a praying mantis monster, he wasn't yet sure if this particular one was strong or weak compared to the average individuals of its species. After exiting the Adventurer's Handbook, Gauss began to feel a pang of hunger. The magic missiles he had just cast had consumed a significant amount of magic power, and his body was urging him to eat quickly to replenish the depleted magical energy. It's all right now, it should be dead. Gauss, eating as he spoke, realized his teammates were still on high alert, and he'd forgotten to share this information with them. Is it finally dead? Lawrence plopped onto the ground. His back was completely drenched in sweat. The praying mantis monster had exerted immense psychological pressure on him earlier. For a frail spellcaster apprentice, if it got too close, it was virtually indistinguishable from death. Of course, Gauss's case didn't count. Gauss was the only one in the team who had withstood the praying mantis monster head-on for several rounds, and almost all effective damage had been dealt by him. The difference in strength between Gauss and his teammates wasn't very apparent in low-tier encounters. Everyone could relatively easily kill those low-level monsters. But in truly high-tier encounters like this, the gap between Gauss and the other apprentice professionals became very clear. Is this the way out? Gauss noticed that an upward-sloping passage had appeared on the side. Judging by its incline and direction, it should lead back to the surface. However, there was no rush to leave now. There were still many things to deal with here. He walked over to the praying mantis monster. The eerie blue spore flames clinging to its body had burned for a long time and had significantly weakened. The praying mantis monster was also charred black by the flames. What a pity, Gauss sighed. If the praying mantis monster's corpse had been intact, he could have harvested many valuable materials from it. Its tough insect armor, its 4 blade-sharp forelimbs, its intricate compound eyes, and so on. Unfortunately, the explosion and the continuous burning flames had caused significant damage to its organs and materials, likely reducing their value considerably. But then again, if not for the spore bomb's shockwave and flames, it might not have been defeated so easily. If it meant reducing danger, then everything was worth it. Watch out, there's movement. As Gauss was lamenting, his teammate Edith's startled cry came from afar. Boom, boom, boom. He followed his teammate's gaze. After a rumble, a massive platform pushed up from the flat ground. That was scary. Isn't this just the room reward? Lawrence, startled by her sudden exclamation, sighed in relief when he saw it was just like the previous clearance rewards, only a larger platform. What was this reward item? The others, filled with curiosity, also gathered around. On the meter-square platform stood a heavy, black metal scepter, about a meter long and completely unadorned, with a dust-covered geoquartz embedded at its very top. Inviolate's scepter. Just like before, information about this reward item suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. A spine of steel will not break. A wielder's shall not bend. Gauss could feel the effects of this plain, unadorned metal staff with its dull black finish. That effect was extreme durability. Yes, this was an extremely peculiar staff. Other staves either enhanced spell power, increased casting speed, or extended attack range. This staff had none of those. All it offered was a slight boost to protective spells and an exceptionally sturdy construction. This seemed utterly unmagical, clumsy and heavy, its only advantage being a durability more suited to melee weapons. It would only be suitable for a spellcaster with considerable melee capabilities, outstanding physical attributes, and the ability to cast spells. The others sensed the staff's properties and unanimously looked at Gauss. There were only 2 spellcasters present. Given Lawrence's physical condition, he clearly couldn't wield this nearly 2-meter-long metal staff. Gauss was perfectly suited, and coincidentally, he specialized in protective magic too, as if this were tailor-made for him. Gauss, this staff suits you well. Take it, Lawrence said after some thought. The others exchanged glances. Right, give it a try. They all knew perfectly well who had contributed most in the recent battle. Even if this were some universally useful item, they wouldn't dream of competing with Gauss for it, let alone a staff they couldn't use. Seeing his teammates' unanimous agreement, Gauss nodded gratefully. He leaped onto the platform and gripped the staff's only slightly matte-textured handle with both hands. Applying some force, he pulled the scepter from the stone pedestal. His first impression, it was somewhat heavy. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to handle it. He swung it a couple times before him. The staff gave him an incredibly reassuring sense of stability. But the crucial question remained, could it channel magic? If he couldn't cast spells through it, then it would merely serve as a blunt melee weapon, drastically reducing its effectiveness. Gauss hadn't forgotten how picky his magic was, Back when testing wands with Annie, it had taken considerable time to find a match. So, will it work? Gauss channeled his magic through the metal shaft. After a brief pause, he discovered surprisingly smooth compatibility. With minimal resistance, his magic flowed effortlessly through the staff's body. Could it be that my magic rejects ordinary mass-produced wands, only accepting unconventional ones like the bone staff and this metal scepter? Gauss found this theory uncomfortably plausible. With his only two compatible implements both being highly unconventional staff types, he couldn't help but wonder. Like Cantrip, due to his currently depleted magic reserves, Gauss cast a simple illumination spell. As magical waves emanated, pure white light radiated from the metal staff. Successful spellcasting. Gauss exhaled in relief. While the metal scepter didn't offer the smooth casting sensation of the bone staff, nor any spell enhancement, its value as a melee weapon compensated significantly. Thus, it still had numerous applications. Behind him, Lawrence looked up at Gauss, standing on the pedestal, holding the illuminated staff aloft. His envy mingled with an involuntary sigh. Though unsure of the metal staff's exact value, judging by the Mantis Man's strength, it might well be the dungeon's most valuable find. But what could he say beyond envy? Gauss had saved all their lives, his included. Moreover, this staff clearly wasn't suited for him, only for an unusual spellcaster apprentice like Gauss. This realization reminded Lawrence of a rumor he'd once heard, possibly true, that the dungeons and ruins left by lost civilizations would adjust their challenges and rewards based on the adventurers entering them. This reward, seemingly custom-made for Gauss, suggested that in the dungeon's logic, only Gauss had performed meaningfully against the Mantis Man, while the others contributed little. The thought left Lawrence somewhat resigned. Boom! Boom! While the group rested, the entire dungeon began shaking violently. Let's get out first. The dungeon seemed on the verge of collapse. The others hastily gathered their belongings, helping the injured Liam and carrying Bianca's remains as they rushed from the crumbling space. Emerging through the exit tunnel to the surface, they had barely moved away when, crash! The ground above the dungeon shook even more violently. Like sinking quicksand, the towering stone pillars visible on the surface visibly descended, until they disappeared completely. It was over. Watching the entrance vanish entirely left the group dazed. Their 6-day dungeon exploration had concluded with one member injured and another dead. Processing the dungeon's loot took 2 full days. The total value exceeded Gauss's expectations considerably. 27 gold coins in total. Per their prior agreement, Lawrence took slightly over 5 coins. As the expedition's organizer who had invested in intelligence gathering and covered organizational and transportation costs, this amount raised no objections. Gauss received 4 gold coins, not including the metal scepter he'd acquired, making him the expedition's true biggest beneficiary. The remaining members each received about 3.5 coins, an exceptionally lucrative haul. 4 gold coins also represented the largest sum Gauss had ever earned. Back at their starting tavern, the 6-member team reconvened. Gauss sipped apple cider while looking at Lawrence across the table. What about Bianca's share? I recall he left beneficiary information. Gauss asked casually. Bianca's death had been unexpected, but the team needed to handle his affairs. Though a temporary party, everyone except Gauss had been acquaintances, not truly strangers. Yes, my family's caravan happens to pass Bianca's village soon. I'll personally oversee delivering his remains and inheritance, Lawrence said heavily between gulps of ale, likely dreading facing Bianca's family. You got it handled then. Having barely known Bianca, Gauss only asked out of courtesy and didn't press further. 3.5 gold coins could support a family for years if spent wisely, Edith sighed. A small consolation in their tragedy. Though Bianca died, he left his family substantial means. Unlike many struggling low-level adventurers who perish anonymously in the wilds, leaving grieving families both bereft and destitute. Edith turned to Gauss, her dark-circled eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Gauss, you're close to becoming a professional, aren't you? Remembering how Gauss had slain the Mantis Man, a foe only professionals should handle, still seemed unreal. Her recent nightmares kept replaying the Mantis Man's claws decapitating her, sometimes making her wonder if their survival was just death's final illusion. Yes, Gauss nodded. Mage armor LV3, 49/50ths. He glanced at his adventurer's manual status panel. These past 2 days hadn't been idle. He'd squeezed in training sessions at the Apprentice Association whenever possible. The others' faces showed dawning comprehension mixed with intense envy. For all apprentices, becoming a ranked professional represented the ultimate dream. Apprentices and professionals inhabited entirely different worlds. Technically, when the Adventurers Association first formed, low-level adventurers like them didn't exist. Only professionals could register. The association's founders considered apprentices merely weapon-proficient commoners, unworthy of membership. A single professional's destructive power eclipsed dozens of apprentices. Only the rising tide of monsters and minor incidents that professionals disdained handling forced the association to lower its standards. Of course, they simply shifted privileges to bronze rank and above instead. Unofficial, low-level adventurers still enjoyed few benefits. Truly enviable, said warrior apprentice Liam, still healing and thus avoiding alcohol, his voice muffled by food. Hearing Gauss's confirmation, he couldn't suppress his jealousy. You'll get there soon too, Gauss countered. If stuck, hire a professional tutor for guidance. 3.5 gold could indeed secure professional instruction. Liam chuckled sheepishly, clearly having considered this. His laughter abruptly turned into a pained hiss as he aggravated his injuries. After I heal, though promotion isn't just about money. It takes luck, effort, and talent too. He remained grounded. That's only if you're not rich enough. Noble scions absolutely buy their way up with expensive elixirs and artifacts, Edith pointed out. Silence fell across the table, Edith included. Even the wealthiest among them, Lawrence, was light years from such privilege. The injustice stung, years of struggle versus those born with professional status guaranteed. Why should noble youths have their paths paved with elite tutors, precious medicines, and custom equipment while others languished? The thought made their teeth ache with resentment. Oh, Gauss, Lawrence suddenly said, as if remembering something important. What's wrong? Gauss asked, puzzled. Nothing. I just wanted to say that if you need some supplementary herbs or potions while condensing your rank, I can help provide them. Do you actually need herbs and potions to condense a rank? Gauss asked curiously. They're not absolutely necessary, but having the right supplements can speed up the process and might even slightly improve the results, Lawrence explained when he saw Gauss didn't understand. For spellcaster apprentices like us, it's important to supplement with things that calm the mind and nourish the brain, whether through food or potions. Warriors, on the other hand, need supplements that strengthen the body. Other professions each have their own necessary supplements. I see, Gauss nodded. Then I'll trouble you to help with the purchases. Lawrence had a herbal medicine shop at home, and after spending some time together recently, Gauss felt he wasn't someone who would take advantage of others. Having him handle the shopping would save Gauss a lot of trouble. It's no trouble at all. Seeing Gauss agree, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. This showed that Gauss's relationship with him wasn't too distant. After one dungeon exploration, everyone on the team understood that Gauss's future was absolutely limitless. He definitely wouldn't stop at just crossing the professional threshold, but would keep moving forward to see sights they might never witness in their lifetimes. Making friends with him early was like befriending a future high-rank professional. I'm paying for this meal. No fighting over it, Edith said, finally catching the meaning and quickly standing up. Thank you, Gauss, for saving me. If you ever need anything, just contact me anytime. She said this while winking at Gauss. Sometimes receiving help could itself deepen relationships. After all, interpersonal interactions thrive on mutual give and take. Inside a simple, unpretentious 3-story red brick building. Bang! A glob of acid was hurled at Gauss, splashing deep green acid all over him. Beep, beep, beep. The mage armor covering Gauss's body emitted rippling light, with wisps of white smoke rising continuously from his skin. It looked scary, but the mage armor's protection was never breached. Gauss raised his hand to block the apprentice in front of him, who was about to cast another cantrip. The apprentice gave up on casting. At first, he didn't understand the excited and joyful expression on Gauss's face, but after a moment, he looked at Gauss in disbelief. "Yes, I made it," Gauss laughed heartily. "Thanks for your help." After practicing for several more days, the proficiency of his mage armor finally broke through level 3, successfully advancing to level 4. Mage armor LV4, 0 out of 100. Gauss felt the natural magic power of the surrounding world slowly converge toward his body, a gleam flashing in his eyes that a strange feeling. It was as if some unknown, supreme force was casting its gaze upon him. He quickly strode toward the cultivation chamber of the association, pushing open the door. Inside, there were already many supplements and foods that he had asked Lawrence to purchase for him, especially the bright blue potion bottle placed in the middle of the shelf, the most expensive one. The cost price for a bottle of nourishing spirit potion was 95 silver coins. It could quickly provide the nutrients his brain needed whenever necessary. Many spellcaster apprentices would prepare a bottle in advance if conditions allowed during the rank condensing process. It wasn't that it was indispensable. Condensing a rank was a gradual phase, also known as the guiding phase. During this process, the worlds would bestow gifts upon every apprentice about to be promoted, helping them improve their physical fitness and eventually condense the rank inside their body, officially crossing the professional threshold. If some targeted supplements were lacking, this guiding process would take longer. The improvement in physical fitness would slowly and subtly increase over time, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and there was even a certain chance of failure. Gauss sat on the bed in the cultivation chamber. He felt his condition becoming very strange, his brain unusually active, as if refreshed. New ideas flooded his mind every moment, like a child encountering a brand new world filled with all kinds of thoughts. In front of Gauss, the adventurer's manual's prompt text also began to refresh frequently. Condensing rank in progress. Intelligence slightly increasing. Constitution slightly increasing. Mage armor proficiency +1. Mage armor proficiency +1. Gauss exhaled a breath of white vapor. A mysterious power felt like an invisible giant hand constantly remodeling his body and spirit. So hungry. Wasn't this supposed to be a slow, continuous process? Gauss had originally prepared for a long battle, ready to stay secluded for several days or even longer. But he hadn't expected the feedback from the changes to come so suddenly and rapidly. Fortunately, this cultivation chamber was fully equipped. It not only stored abundant living supplies and supplements, but also had resting and washing areas. He stood up, grabbed some drinking water and food, and started stuffing it into his mouth in large bites. So hungry, so hungry. Gauss felt like he was about to be swallowed whole by an intense hunger. If there were a piece of meat in front of him, he felt like he could pick it up and devour it raw. Luckily, he had prepared plenty of supplies in advance. Otherwise, following other people's experiences at a moderate pace could have been fatal for him. But while eating, Gauss suddenly had a nosebleed, but he didn't dare stop eating. The hunger inside him kept urging him to consume more food. Eat. Keep eating. Gauss didn't even know how many meals he had eaten, just instinctively continuing to eat without stopping. Jerky, oatmeal cookies, bread, nuts, water, medicinal cakes, tonic pills, nourishing spirit potions, all gone. Exclamation point. Gauss felt completely full. The strange thing was, even after eating enough food and supplements to last a normal person several weeks, his abdomen didn't swell too much. It was as if the food had simply disappeared. Luckily, that intense hunger feeling was suppressed. He was alive again. Gauss breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he finished the rations at hand and was about to get more supplies, he looked at his own arm and even wanted to bite down hard on it. Luckily, he restrained himself in the end. After eating so much, Gauss soon felt a strong wave of sleepiness. Every cell in his body seemed to urge him to rest. Eat and then sleep? Is this my rank condensing process? Gauss shook his head, but also knew that at such a critical moment, he shouldn't resist his instincts. Because at this time, those instincts were actually the guidance of the world's will. Resisting it would mean refusing the help the world's will was offering. He locked the door. Gauss returned to bed and lay down. He closed his eyes. After only a few breaths, he quickly fell into a baby-like sleep. Lying on the bed, his chest rose and fell. Although asleep, his cerebral cortex was unusually active, constantly releasing a large amount of signals and hormones. After his consciousness sank into deep sleep, his body began to emit a faint, pure white glow, like a layer of armor firmly protecting his sleeping self. Beside him, the bone staff also glowed faintly. Inside his body, the magic power that had originally flowed like a small stream was now being washed and rapidly expanded in a very short time. Every time the magic power circulated in his body, it rapidly expanded in volume. The rapid digestion talent was perfectly providing massive logistical support to the magic power, which was proliferating like a virus at high speed. Moreover, it wasn't just the magic power that was changing. If anyone else were present, they would feel the air around Gauss on the bed begin to warp, even making it difficult to see him clearly, like viewing flowers through mist. The dust particles floating in the air around him suddenly disappeared, and ants and mosquitoes crawling under the bed froze completely. It was as if the entire space was being suppressed by an invisible force. Sunlight poured through the window, filling the room with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Gauss opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just awoken from a very long dream. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up, but the sunlight felt a bit harsh to him. What is this? He sat up in bed and paused for a while, only then recalling the memories from before he fell asleep. Right? I was in the secret training chamber of the Mutual Aid Association, secluding myself. At first, I was eating wildly, then sleepiness overcame me. So, have I successfully undergone the universal advancement? Gauss, finally fully awake, excitedly looked down at his body. His mind slowly emerged from the dormant state, and he sensed many differences. These changes were beyond words. If every previous attribute increase made him feel refreshed, what he experienced now was a completely revitalized feeling stacked upon itself. Every cell in his body was emitting a comfortable groan as if telling him that his body had entered a brand new, unprecedented realm. In his vision, sunlight entered the chamber, illuminating the rough, red brick walls. Not far away, a stone table reflected a cold, hard sheen, still carrying traces of food scraps he had eaten earlier. Every detail and color was vividly clear. Every speck of dust in the air was distinctly visible. They floated in the air, drifting and wandering freely like little fairies. Transparent. This was the only word Gauss could use to describe how he now perceived the world. And his body contained so much magic power. He lightly sensed it and realized it was at least many times more than before he fell asleep, and it felt completely different. If his previous magic was formless, scattered like flowing water, now the magic had become exceptionally viscous. The same amount carried a weighty texture several times thicker. So much. The changes reflected by his body after waking overwhelmed Gauss a little. He immersed himself in the feeling for a while, then opened the adventurer's manual. After a moment, a flood of accumulated information poured out all at once. Job change successful. Profession level increased to 1 inch. Current profession, magician. Obtain profession talent, spell mastery. Spell mastery enhances the caster's control over the magical source, improves efficiency in learning various spells, optimizes mana consumption, and boosts spell effectiveness. Magician, a master of spell application, a natural caster. The first thing that appeared before Gauss was his job change information. Magician? Gauss blinked. It seemed no different from a mage, both being some kind of magic-based profession. In fact, he had already anticipated that after entering the professional stage, his new profession might not be an ordinary mage. After all, others, mainly Annie, had mentioned several times about the uniqueness of his magic power. Plus, his abilities and talents were indeed more diverse, so it wasn't hard to predict he would become a special type of caster-related profession. Feeling the vast magic surging in his body, he had no dissatisfaction with his chosen profession. Moreover, the profession talent that came with it made him very satisfied. Spell Mastery, a talent with multiple effects. Whether it was strengthening control over the magical source, increasing spell learning efficiency, reducing mana consumption, or enhancing spell effectiveness, he was pleased with every aspect. Especially after inquiring about some common profession talents among mages, the comparison made him even more satisfied. Many mages might awaken talents like Precision, gaining enhanced spell accuracy bonuses, or Piercing, Alertness, Silent Casting. Normally, these were relatively single-effect skills. His, however, was very powerful. Gauss tried to control the magic within him, immediately feeling the smoothness brought by spell mastery, a fluidity as if the magic obeyed his every command. The magic had become exceptionally obedient and intelligent. And Gauss discovered that the core skill, Mage Armor, had also undergone changes. It was as if he could cast it with just a thought, no longer needing to focus intensely to operate magic as before. Thinking of this, he immediately tried. The moment he formed the intention to use Mage Armor, a thick protective force field suddenly erupted from his body's surface with a rumbling sound. Boom! This Mage Armor was very different from before. First, it felt heavier in Gauss's perception. Of course, this did not mean clumsy or burdensome. Essentially, it didn't weigh him down or affect his mobility. The heaviness referred to the shield's volume. After advancing to Magician, Mage Armor had become several times sturdier and had an additional special force field. He looked down at his surroundings and sensed the air slightly distorting under the influence of Mage Armor. It was as if Mage Armor separated the inside and outside worlds. Moreover, it was released very quickly, almost instant cast. This must be the effect of a core skill. Gauss knew that other apprentices would receive some enhancement to their core skill after profession advancement, such as reduced consumption or faster casting speed. But whether it could speed up to near instant cast, he wasn't sure. In any case, this was a good thing. Looking back at the adventurer's manual attribute panel, the information had noticeably changed. Name Gauss. Strength 6. Agility 6, 7. Constitution 6, 7. Intelligence 7, 8. Perception 6, 7. Charisma 6, 7. Core skill. First Circle Spell Mage Armor LV4 0-23/100. This skill has already surpassed its original effects and can be renamed. Other skills. 0 Teach Circle Cantrip Light Cantrip LV2 July 19th, 20. 0 Teach Circle Cantrip Mage Hand LV3 27 and 35/50. First Circle Spell Magic Missile LV3 17 and 26/50. Basic Swordsmanship LV2 12/20. Enhanced Jump LV1 1 out of 10. Talents. Rapid Digestion, Magic Resistance, Spell Mastery. Except for Strength, all other attributes increased by 1 point, a total increase of 5 points. The biggest increase was in Intelligence. On the surface, they all seemed to increase by just 1 point, seemingly no big difference. But the change from 7 to 8 in Intelligence was completely incomparable to that from 6 to 7. He even felt that his 8 points of Intelligence were relatively strong for this stage. It sounded strange, but since the attribute values on the panel only displayed integers, there was actually a considerable deviation even with the same number of points. Gauss guessed that whether it was 8.1 or 8.9, the panel would still show 8 points. As for skill proficiency, except for Basic Swordsmanship and Enhanced Jump, which were unrelated to casters, the other 4 spells had varying degrees of improvement. Light Cantrip increased by 12 points, Mage Hand by 8 points, Magic Missile by 9 points, and Mage Armor, the highest proficiency, improved the most by 23 points. Altogether, a total of 52 skill proficiency points. Rename skill Mage Armor? Gauss hesitated for a moment, but chose to rename it since the spell had essentially evolved beyond its original base. Gauss Force Field. Renamed to Gauss Force Field. The information on the panel changed accordingly. He named it this with good wishes. He hoped the spell was only the beginning. He wished that in the future, like those true Grand Mages, he could have a series of spells named after himself. As a core skill, it would grow with him and might one day evolve into Gauss's complete form in his heart. Gauss shifted his attention away from the adventurer's manual and back to himself. He felt much stronger now. After careful feeling, he discovered something he had previously overlooked. Within his body, at the source where magic coiled, there seemed to be a phantom anomaly. Upon close sensing, it was a small forest continuously surging with magic. Gauss instinctively understood its existence. It appeared to be the profession rank, the power source of a professional. It was not a physical entity, but a conceptual existence. However, it was not an illusion or intangible. It was the conceptual core formed by the condensation of magic inside Gauss's body. The existence of the profession rank allowed a professional to effectively command the power they possessed. With its help, the originally scattered magic had a central backbone, and the quality of magic greatly improved. In his perception, even when using spells other than the core skill Magic Missile, their power was no longer comparable to the apprentice stage. Gauss clenched his fist. With every movement, power and magic surged within his body. He felt that even if several of his former selves stood before him now, he could defeat them with relative ease. It was worth remembering that even during his apprentice stage, his combat ability had already been extraordinary. If facing ordinary apprentices, the number he could handle simultaneously would be even greater. No wonder he had felt such overwhelming pressure when encountering those professionals in town before. Professionals possessed physical attributes far superior to apprentices. Moreover, their consolidated ranks could further enhance the essence of their power, allowing their skills to unleash their full potential. By comparison, the skills mastered at the apprentice stage were like castrated versions. For apprentices, professionals represented absolute superiority in both life, essence, and power. Finally advanced to professional status. Gauss opened the window. The bustle outside flooded into the secret chamber. Distinct layers of sound waves, wheels rolling over cobblestones, vendors hawking their wares, children playing. Observing the lively street scene, he felt a surge of emotions. It was that profound sensation of suddenly feeling the vastness of heaven and earth. To be honest, ever since transmigrating to this world, he had always carried an uneasy sense of caution and wariness. Only now, having officially stepped into the professional level and risen above the common masses, did he finally feel a preliminary grasp on his own destiny. His mind had become remarkably calm. Even his temperament had grown more composed and steady without him noticing. After gazing at the street scene for a long while, he finally withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he first took a cold shower in the chamber's bathroom and changed into fresh clothes. Then he pushed open the heavy chamber door. A waiting staff member outside was startled by the movement. Seeing Gauss emerge, the person visibly froze. She had seen Gauss before, but the Gauss before her seemed like a completely different person. His temperament radically transformed, shedding the youthful immaturity and suddenly becoming restrained and introverted, exuding an unhurried composure like jade revealing its inner glow after polishing. "Mr. Gauss, you succeeded in advancing?" The staff member's voice carried a trace of reverence. "Yes." Gauss nodded with a peaceful smile. The staff member's expression grew even more respectful. "How long was I inside?" "It's been 5 days." 5 days. Gauss was somewhat surprised. No wonder waking up earlier felt like emerging from a long dream. To think he'd been immersed for a full 5 days. That explained it. "Is Lawrence here?" The vice president is present. He instructed me to inform him immediately when you emerged. The staff member bowed before hurrying toward Lawrence's office. Watching her excessively cautious demeanor, Gauss couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't dwell much on her drastically changed attitude. After all, this was precisely the status professionals enjoyed. Even employees of civilian organizations fully understood the power professionals wielded. These humans wielding formidable strength each required careful handling. Ordinary people could never predict a professional's temperament. While unlikely, offending a volatile professional might invite disaster. As Gauss pondered this, hurried footsteps approached. It was Lawrence. The moment he saw Gauss, his pupils constricted sharply. As a spellcaster apprentice, he could perceive more keenly than ordinary people the powerful aura emanating from Gauss, that mental pressure higher existences exerted on their inferiors. That superior's presence made him stiffen noticeably, becoming involuntarily awkward. The hand he'd initially raised to clap Gauss' shoulder rubbed against his clothes before ultimately failing to complete the motion. Long time no see. I didn't expect this cultivation session to last 5 days. Gauss broke the silence first. Seeing Gauss initiate conversation, Lawrence subtly relaxed. Not that long, really. Some apprentices remain in this stage for weeks or even months. That's normal. You've progressed quite quickly, G. Gauss. Is that so? By the way, Lawrence, how much for the chamber rental? I'll pay you. Gauss glanced back at the chamber. No need. These are benefits all mutual aid association members enjoy. Public welfare services with no charges. Lawrence shook his head repeatedly. Besides, we're friends. All right then. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. Seeing Lawrence's determination, Gauss knew he wouldn't accept payment and simply stated this. During his time in Absinthe Town, Lawrence had provided considerable assistance. Without him, Gauss' professional advancement might not have proceeded so smoothly. He wasn't an ungrateful person. Look at you talking like that. That's not why I helped. Lawrence complained verbally while grinning internally. Truthfully, he didn't really need Gauss' promise. If anything came up, he'd likely hire Adventurers Guild members first, solving problems with money where possible. But Gauss' attitude still made him feel valued. Warm feelings blossomed in his heart. This was friendship from a genius spellcaster, something money couldn't buy. Let's eat first. Parker Tavern? Go, go. In the gently rocking carriage compartment, Gauss lifted the canopy cloth to observe the scenery outside. Greyrock Town had arrived. When the carriage gradually stopped, he hopped out and followed the crowd waiting for checkpoint inspections. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the inspection seemed quicker than usual this time. After brief consideration, theoretically, ordinary guards shouldn't detect his status. He'd completely concealed his aura these days. Perhaps it was the effect of his charisma reaching 7. After all, humans were visual and perceptual creatures. Between a handsome, distinguished young man and a fierce-looking brute, which seemed more dangerous and required closer inspection, was obvious at a glance. So high charisma did have its benefits. Gauss entered Greyrock Town. Greyrock Town marked where his adventuring journey began. Even now, as a professional, this was far from the end point, merely arriving at a new starting line. Many splendid adventures and journeys still awaited him. Of course, most pressingly, to qualify as a bronze rank adventurer, he needed to return to his registration location. This badge, representing Adventurers Guild recognition, held significant utility. On one hand, it served as direct proof of professional rank. Even ordinary people would immediately recognize a professional upon seeing it, avoiding many hassles. On the other hand, only with a bronze rank adventurer badge could one access more diverse missions. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild internal exchange shops and benefits would then become available. Gauss had no intention of disguising his strength. He simply wanted to obtain status matching his capabilities promptly. Besides, the missions available to low-level adventurers were too simple and trivial. While he might still accept these simple missions short-term to complete bestiaries, that didn't mean he lacked curiosity about higher-level assignments. if a single commission involved eliminating 40 or 50 goblins, the efficiency would surely surpass handling 10 or 20 at a time. After all, one must account for substantial time costs spent traveling. Arriving at Grey Rock Town's Adventurers Guild, Gauss surveyed the hall briefly. Among several counters, he spotted a familiar figure. Petra was on duty today. After queuing patiently at her counter, his turn came quickly. Next, Gauss stepped forward. Petra looked up to see a black-haired, green-eyed, strikingly handsome young man. Unfamiliar, yet familiar. She hesitated momentarily before recognizing who stood before her. With tentative tone, she spoke. "It's you, Gauss. Long time no see, Petra." Seeing his response, Petra exhaled in relief. She hadn't seen Gauss for quite some time, even fearing some accident had befallen him. "It has been a while. I recently visited Absinthe Town." Gauss smiled faintly. Yet Petra grew increasingly unsettled, her golden eyes scrutinizing Gauss up and down, sensing some indescribable change about him, almost like those professionals she'd encountered before. But soon she laughed at her own unrealistic notion. How could that be possible? She'd personally registered Gauss' adventurer identity, giving her some understanding of his circumstances. For a rookie registered mere months ago, to directly advance to professional status was simply unbelievable. Such speed, even the genius professionals in the capital, with resources and talents far exceeding ordinary people, rarely achieve this, let alone some hunter boy from a remote town. So he came today to submit a commission? Petra wondered silently. Just as she was ready to receive the task item and the identity badge Gauss handed over, he still hadn't taken out the item. Her thoughts paused for a moment, unclear about the situation. But she quickly shifted into work mode, wearing a professional smile. "Is there anything I can help you with? I'm here today to ask about how to specifically advance to a bronze rank adventurer," Gauss said straightforwardly. In fact, Petra had explained it to him once before. Roughly, after completing 10 ordinary-level tasks, one gains the right to accept beginner-level tasks. Completing 3 beginner-level tasks then allows application to the Adventurers Guild to become a bronze rank adventurer. After the guild verifies the task completion process, a bronze rank badge is issued. Though Petra felt confused inside, she assumed Gauss was preparing in advance for the future, so she patiently explained the rules once again. "Where do I accept beginner-level tasks, then?" "I don't see any in the hall." Gauss glanced around the hall, where the court task board was filled entirely with ordinary tasks aimed at low-level adventurers. "You need to accept those specially from our receptionist. But have you reached the required number of ordinary tasks?" Petra blinked at him, her tone a bit hesitant. "According to the rules, you need to show your badge here to verify your task history. 10 ordinary tasks, neither too many nor too few." Gauss had only recently entered the field, so he might not have reached this goal. Her intuition was correct. Gauss's original task record showed he had completed only 8 ordinary-level tasks. The first was with Haley's team, and the remaining 7 were with Levin's squad. He simply did not meet the prerequisite. However, in Absinthe Town, he had cheated by accepting 2 herb gathering tasks, and then bought the required materials at Lawrence's herb shop to submit and fulfill the tasks. So, he quickly used money to make up the shortfall for 2 ordinary tasks. Strictly speaking, this didn't violate the Adventurers Guild's rules. For gathering tasks, only submitting the materials is required. It doesn't matter whether the materials were picked personally or purchased. Moreover, for most adventurers, quickly filling up 10 ordinary tasks has no real significance. So this wasn't considered exploiting a loophole. Okay. Gauss took out his identity badge and placed it on the counter, waiting for Petra to check. Petra took it and operated under the counter. She raised her eyebrows after a quick scan. He really had completed them. Although the first 2 gathering tasks were suspiciously slow and might not truly count, the last 4 task records were genuine combat missions. According to the Adventurers Guild's unspoken rules, combat-type commissions must account for over 60% to meet basic requirements. Although you meet the requirements to accept beginner-level tasks, I must remind you again that the beginner-level tasks for assessment are solo tasks and must be completed independently by the examinee. We will review the commission process afterward. You can accept 5 assessment tasks in total and need to complete at least 3. If you fail all 5, you will enter a 1-year cooldown period. Are you aware of all this? No problem. Seeing Gauss's still somewhat confused and naive expression, Petra felt a bit anxious. In her eyes, Gauss was a pure rookie. He hadn't realized the difficulty of advancing adventurer ranks, mistakenly thinking that after meeting the basic condition of 10 ordinary tasks, he could immediately take the assessment and advance to bronze rank. In fact, 10 ordinary tasks were not important at all. Many low-level adventurers cautiously completed 20, 30, or even more ordinary tasks. If their strength wasn't sufficient, they still wouldn't dare to accept promotion tasks. Beginner-level tasks were very dangerous for ordinary people, and since they were solo tasks without assistance, some newly promoted professionals wouldn't dare to take the assessment rashly. They would wait until they were familiar with their professional-level abilities before carefully selecting tasks. Gauss, what I want to say is only adventurers who have advanced to a profession can complete beginner-level tasks. Isn't it a bit too early for you to accept them now? Petra sighed and stopped following the formal script, hesitating before gently advising him. Low-level adventurers accepting beginner-level tasks either waste time, then hesitate and give up after accepting, or they are courting death. Every year, quite a few new adventurers die due to extreme overconfidence. In her eyes, Gauss was a promising young talent. As a guide, she didn't want to watch Gauss die in vain. But Gauss didn't see it that way. After his battle with the Mantis Man, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. Although he used props, it still proved that as an apprentice, he had the strength to fight an elite monster of challenge level 1, even if he might be at a disadvantage. After advancing to a profession, his strength would multiply several times over. After fully practicing his skills in Absent Town for the past few days, he was very confident his strength was sufficient to participate in the assessment. After all, the assessment that most new professionals could complete, there was no reason he couldn't. No problem. Take me to get the tasks. Seeing Petra's worried expression, Gauss shook his head. Petra looked conflicted. Although she still doubted Gauss's strength, the Adventurers Guild had regulations. Since Gauss fully understood the situation and insisted, she had to accompany the qualified Gauss to select tasks. Garcia, cover the counter for me. She called out to someone in the rest area at the back of the hall to take over her post, then gestured to Gauss to follow her. As they walked toward the task receiving room, her steps felt heavy. She couldn't help but recall several new adventurers she had guided before, who, like Gauss, were full of confidence and thought they could complete beginner tasks. But in reality, they never returned. Thinking of this, a twinge of guilt arose in her heart. She led Gauss quietly down the corridor along one side of the hall to the end. One side of the corridor was a room, very quiet, and completely different from the noisy hall outside. You'll come in with me, but don't speak carelessly. There's a big figure from our branch inside, Petra whispered to Gauss, then took a deep breath and knocked on the office door. Come in. A mature female voice came from inside. Gauss followed Petra inside. Sitting behind the desk was a red-haired woman with exquisite and beautiful features, a clear but gentle jawline. What caught attention were her amber eyes, in which flames seemed to burn and flicker deep within the pupils. Little Petra, what brings you here? It's like this, Lady Sherry. I have an adventurer here who wants to take the bronze rank assessment. I want to retrieve the 1-star beginner commission files used for assessments, Petra said, showing great respect and a serious tone toward the woman in the office. No need to make it so complicated. You could just go upstairs and get a task crystal, the red-haired woman said, putting down the book in her hands. She paused, looking at Gauss's face for a moment before speaking to Petra with slight confusion. Task crystal? Isn't that only usable by professionals? Petra quietly asked. The red-haired woman winked at her. But the person you brought is a professional, isn't he? Ah, Petra was stunned. She turned and exchanged a glance with Gauss. Gauss shrugged helplessly. Little Petra, you really need to fix your bad habit of judging by appearances. The red-haired woman laughed lightly, then focused her gaze on Gauss. My name is Sherry, a warlock. And you, young new professional? She sensed a strange, yet familiar fluctuation from this good-looking young man. It was odd, and that was why she glanced at Gauss several times. Gauss, spellcaster, Gauss answered cautiously. Ha ha, a sly rookie. The woman named Sherry laughed heartily. But that's good. As professionals, we must always be wary of strangers. She naturally understood the clever vagueness in Gauss's answer. Spellcaster was a general term for a class of professions that cast spells. It could mean mage, warlock, wizard, or various subprofessions, including some mysterious professions long gone. She was curious because she felt the unique magical power fluctuation Gauss emitted, so she wanted to test this rookie. Unexpectedly, Gauss was cautious and didn't fall for it. But she wasn't angry. Instead, she expressed admiration for Gauss. Vigilance was a virtue for adventurers. Many died due to carelessness and negligence. Well then, Lady Sherry, I'll go upstairs to get the task and record crystals, Petra said, her gaze lingering between Sherry and Gauss, feeling the atmosphere was a bit strange. Go ahead. After Petra left, Sherry invited Gauss to sit down. Want some tea? Thank you. Are you a local? Do you have a teacher? From out of town, self-taught. Then your talent is quite good. Sherry shook her head, not commenting on Gauss's answer. After a brief chat, Petra quickly returned with the task crystal. Sensing Gauss's awkwardness, Petra bowed politely, then pulled Gauss out of the office. Well then, Lady Sherry, we won't disturb you further. We'll go to the VIP room next door to complete the procedures. All right. Left behind with the door closed, Sherry blinked. Was chatting a couple more sentences really so suspicious? Sent to such a remote small town, she finally met a rookie professional who seemed interesting and wanted to chat more. But there would be time later. Shaking her head, she buried herself back into the book in her hands. After leaving the office, Gauss let out a sigh of relief. The warlock named Sherry had exerted quite some pressure on him. It felt like his entire aura had been suppressed. This sudden encounter with a mysterious powerhouse made him rein in some of his pride after becoming a professional. There were always greater masters beyond one's current level and higher skies above the heavens. Many powerful individuals existed in this world, and becoming a professional was merely the starting point. Walking further down the corridor, Petra led him to a VIP room. This was a room usually not open to the public, primarily reserved for adventurers of professional rank. Although most bronze-ranked adventurers would significantly reduce their visits to the first floor for ordinary tasks after getting accustomed to beginner-level tasks, there were still occasional exceptions. Sometimes, even iron-ranked or stronger adventurers would take on ordinary tasks, likely as a way to cultivate their temperament and relax. Guided inside, the lights above automatically brightened as Gauss entered. The exquisite interior decoration came into view. Unlike the rough style of the main hall, this small room was elegantly arranged, bringing an immediate sense of tranquility. Despite being an enclosed space, the air felt refreshing rather than stuffy. Gauss curiously looked around. He had visited the Adventurers Guild many times, but never knew such a pleasant place existed. Lady Sherry actually has a very good temper. Among the Guild's senior members, she's the friendliest toward us ordinary receptionists, Petra said, putting in a good word for Sherry after leading Gauss inside. Gauss took a seat in a high-backed armchair. I understand. It's just that her aura was a bit overwhelming. Haha, you'll feel differently after interacting with her a few more times. Rest here for now while I fill out a registration report. All right, go ahead. Nodding, Gauss turned his attention to the VIP room's layout. Soft golden light flowed from crystal lamps embedded in the pure white ceiling. The lighting was meticulously designed, neither dim nor glaring, illuminating every corner perfectly. The walls were covered in deep olive-green velvet wallpaper, subtly embroidered with silver threads forming the Adventurers Guild's emblem, exuding understated nobility. In the center stood a heavy oak round table, its surface mirror-smooth with edges carved in intertwining vine and arcane patterns. Neatly arranged on it were glasses of clean water and some food. A brass-framed grandfather clock stood in the corner, its pendulum rhythmically ticking. On the opposite wall hung a massive parchment map depicting the entire kingdom and surrounding dangerous regions. Greyrock Town was just a tiny dot on the map, and even the Emerald Forest appeared no larger than a palm. Gauss suspected that if this map weren't displayed in Greyrock Town's Adventurers Guild, the town might not have been marked at all. The clearest evidence was that Absinthe Town had no special markings either. Only major cities were prominently displayed. After studying it for a while, Gauss exhaled deeply and relaxed into the chair. The deep brown leather backrest was filled with soft yet supportive padding, so comfortable it nearly lulled him to sleep. How nice! Having been in this world for some time, his memories of his previous life were becoming increasingly distant, as if they belonged to another era. The decor of this VIP reception room was undoubtedly the finest he'd encountered in this world, even surpassing many high-end interiors from his past life. Inhaling the faint, elegant fragrance in the air, Gauss's mind involuntarily contrasted this with the bustling scenes of the Adventurers' Hall during peak hours. The jostling crowds, the cacophony of overlapping conversations, the stale sweat odor from leather-armored adventurers who hadn't bathed in days, the slightly faded floor tiles worn by countless footsteps. Looking around the luxurious room occupied only by himself and Petra, he realized more profoundly that professionals and non-professionals truly lived in separate worlds. This world's resources were concentrated without restraint around that small minority who possessed formidable power. Truthfully, Gauss didn't dislike the lively atmosphere of the main hall, but having some quiet time occasionally wasn't bad either. As he lost himself in thought, Petra finally finished her report. All done. She set the report aside and placed 2 crystals, one large, one small, on the oak table. Gauss, hold this larger blue crystal. It's a task crystal. As a professional, you should be able to read mission information from it. Beginner-level tasks vary in difficulty. Currently, you can only accept 1-star beginner tasks, which are relatively safer among beginner commissions. Understood, thanks. Gauss picked up the larger crystal. The moment his fingers touched the prism-shaped stone, a strange ripple emanated from within. He felt his rank resonate slightly, a cool sensation spreading across his scalp. Suddenly, he could perceive the vast information stored within the task crystal. Immersed in the data stream, he quickly sensed numerous 1-star beginner tasks recorded inside. The monsters involved were diverse. Some old acquaintances like goblins and slimes, others he hadn't encountered yet. Gnolls, fishmen, rust monsters, fire lizards, etc. Surprisingly, most 1-star beginner tasks targeted monsters without challenge ratings. The quantities were just larger than ordinary tasks, usually over 40, with occasional notes about variant individuals. As for commissions involving challenge-rated monsters, there are only a few, each marked with warnings about solo acceptance. Evidently, in the guild's intelligence system, even a newly promoted Level 1 professional wouldn't have an advantage against a Level 1 challenge-rated monster in a one-on-one fight. But doesn't this imply my strength far exceeds my peers? Gauss felt somewhat pleased. During his apprenticeship, he'd killed a mantis man, a foe most new professionals would struggle against. Though he'd exploited its weakness, the kill was real. Therefore, as a professional, his combat power would naturally surpass other newcomers. His gaze lingered on those challenge-rated monster commissions before decisively moving on to the regular low-tier creatures. Even realizing he might handle elite monsters that would overwhelm other new professionals, he had no intention of testing himself unnecessarily. Better to steadily grind weaker foes first, especially since these tasks each involve dozens of low-tier monsters, perfect for efficiency. One such mission could equal several ordinary tasks, multiplying his gains exponentially. The only concern was getting overwhelmed by numbers, but with his strong defensive skills and some caution, serious mishaps were unlikely. After browsing the task, list extensively, he finally selected a monster extermination mission. Redcap Goblin Tribe Eradication. Details: eliminate a medium-sized goblin tribe. All targets must be killed. Location: see map. Duration: within 2 weeks. Notes: this tribe has over 50 adult goblins. The leader is a redcap goblin. No challenge rating, but more formidable than regular goblins. Proceed with caution. Reward: 90 silver coins. Yes, even when advancing to beginner-level tasks, he still chose goblins. What would he do? Their numbers were ideal. Plus, his racial talent, rapid digestion, required mass goblin hunting for improvement. Assessing his combat capabilities, he felt confident about completing the mission. Besides, he didn't need to charge head-on. Options like fire attacks, poisoning, or ambushes were plentiful. Total monsters killed: 179. If successful, this mission would easily push him past the 200 mark. Since beginner tasks involved more monsters, his kill efficiency would also increase. The only downside was needing to venture deeper into the Emerald Forest periphery, raising the danger level. But this made sense. A goblin tribe of 50 near-human settlements would have been eliminated by other professionals long ago, leaving no chance for him. I've chosen, Gauss told Petra. How do I confirm? Focus on the specific task for a few seconds to accept it. Following her instructions, the goblin mission soon disappeared from the task crystal. Since you're still a no-rank adventurer, your identity badge isn't directly linked to the task crystal. I'll need to register it manually. Give me your badge. Wait here, I'll be right back. Oh, and this smaller crystal is your mission recorder. Keep it with you throughout the task, or your results will be invalid. Understood. With that reminder, Petra took the task crystal and hurried to another room for registration. Gauss picked up the transparent recorder, examining it curiously. He detected faint magical fluctuations within, but they were minimal. Its lightweight feel gave an impression of cheapness. Probably such recording devices allowed the guild to confidently let examinees complete tasks alone. During submission, just checking the recorder's data would reveal whether the adventurer worked solo or had external assistance. Tucking away the crystal, Gauss decided to rest for 2 more days before setting out. Time to replenish supplies and purchase new gear. Plop! A sticky, dark green creature hopped onto the path before Gauss, blocking his way. Gauss halted and looked down, recognizing an old acquaintance. Slimes, creatures not commonly seen near human settlements, appeared rather abundant in the Emerald Forest. One seemed to pop up every now and then during his trek. Blurg! Upon spotting Gauss, the slime suddenly flattened its gelatinous body against the ground, then rebounded high into the air, attempting to land squarely on his head. Swish! Gauss drew his rapier, slicing a crescent arc before him, then nimbly backstepped twice. Splat! The airborne slime was cleanly bisected through its core mid-leap. Its entire body instantly dissolved into a puddle of foul-smelling mucus, splattering across the ground before Gauss. Slime killed 1. Total monsters slain 180. Gauss collected the coagulated slime gel and stowed it in a side pouch of his backpack. This was worth dozens of copper coins, enough for a meal. No sense wasting it. The monsters in the Emerald Forest certainly seemed enthusiastic. Even alone, lowly slime had dared attack him outright. Gauss raised an eyebrow. The forest creatures appeared noticeably more aggressive than those outside. Not that this was a bad thing. These bottom-tier mobs were just free experience points coming one by one. He'd take all comers. After swiftly dispatching the frenzied little slime, Gauss consulted his map and continued along the forest trail. The deeper he ventured, the denser the woodland became. Trees grew thicker and taller, with ancient trunks so massive 2 people couldn't encircle them. This instinctively put Gauss on higher alert. Thump! His blade suddenly speared into soft soil, pinning a wrist-thick serpent beneath. Perhaps due to the forest's lack of human activity, wildlife flourished alongside monsters. Throughout his journey, Gauss had spotted several rabbits, a wild boar, and a young spotted deer. Since none showed hostile intent, He left them be. His objective was goblins, not game hunting. By near noon, he found a small clearing where faint sunlight penetrated the canopy to rest temporarily. Unpacking, he laid an insect-proof tarp on the ground before retrieving rations from his pack. Same old staples: jerky, bread, and potted meat, all cold fare. Starting a fire for cooking was too extravagant during serious business, and the aromas might attract unknown forest dwellers. As he chewed, the food seemed to transform into warming energy shortly after reaching his stomach. After drinking some water and briefly reclining on the tarp, massaging his ankles and pack-strained shoulders, Gauss felt fully reinvigorated after the short break. Rapid digestion proved immensely valuable during expeditions. Thanks to this ability, Gauss fatigued far slower than typical adventurers. Physical exhaustion severely impacted performance, not just for body-reliant warriors, but even mages struggled to cast effectively when drained. Probably 1 to 2 more hours to the mission location. Just as Gauss unfolded his map to verify the distance, rustling came from nearby shrubs, followed by a sharp whistling through air. Whoosh! Gauss grabbed the map and rolled aside, narrowly evading the thrown spear. Thok! The projectile pierced through his tarp into the earth. Seeing his newly purchased tarp already damaged, Gauss frowned, then turned toward the spear's origin. Several green-skinned creatures of innate wickedness emerged from the bushes. Their greedy eyes raked over Gauss as drool dripped uncontrollably from their mouths. Recognizing the foes, Gauss's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, but only slightly. Encountering goblins pleased him. Damaging his gear did not. 5. After a quick head count, Gauss saw no need to waste time. He was no longer his former self. Dispatching 5 goblins posed little challenge now. The only question was which method can conserve time and energy. Noticing 2 spear-wielding goblins winding up for another throw, Gauss snatched the unbreaking scepter leaning against his pack. With a thought, mana from his ranked chalice surged toward the wand. Magic Missile. After brief charging, 2 downgraded magic missiles streaked forth. The projectiles tore through air before hammering into goblin flesh with devastating impact. Bang! Following twin crisp detonations, the targeted goblins were blasted meters backward by the concussive force. Pigeon egg-sized holes in their chests gushed fragmented flesh and blood. Goblins killed, 2. Total monsters slain, 182. Magic Missile's potency had increased since his promotion to magician. Feeling barely dented mana reserves, Gauss finally smiled. These downgraded missiles actually exceeded his apprentice period full power versions by 30%, and he could likely fire over 20 such shots now. No more agonizing over mana depletion after a few spells like during apprenticeship. Factoring in mid-combat replenishment, he might push toward 30 casts while fighting. Quite satisfying. No more scrimping on spell usage. Now he truly felt like a proper spellcaster. The remaining 3 goblins, thoroughly terrified by the missiles, scrambled away on all fours. Gauss's gaze locked onto them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more missiles precisely eliminated another pair. After a breath's pause, fresh mana gathered at his wand's tip once more. Thud! The final missile hammered the last fleeing goblin into the dirt. Goblins killed, 3. Total monsters slain, 185. Surveying the fallen goblins, Gauss noted how spells had annihilated 5 foes in mere breaths, faster than swordplay. Additionally, this method kept him clean, avoiding the hassle of scrubbing off foul goblin blood in the wilderness. Perhaps he should incorporate more magic in future engagements. With mana still ample, he pondered whether other newly promoted mages or warlocks could sustain such casting rates, and to what degree they differed. Lacking contact with peers at his level, Gauss remained uncertain about other rank 1 spellcasters' capabilities. Having expended some mana, the recently rested Gauss had no choice but to consume more rations for replenishment. Only after full recovery did he repack and resume navigating by map. The dense canopy often obscured the sun, making timekeeping difficult. After roughly an hour's travel by his estimate, Gauss finally neared the mission site. As usual upon reaching new locations, he mentally marked the spot on his cognitive map, labeling it First Beginner-Level Task, Goblin Tribe. After a brief respite, he stashed his pack in a concealed spot and traveled light to scout for the 50-plus adult goblin settlement. Soon, numerous footprints became apparent in the soil. A mid-sized goblin tribe's activity radius could span kilometers, and goblins lacked concealment instincts, making tracking straightforward. Trailing these signs, Gauss soon arrived at the tribe's encampment, utterly different from the dozen-strong clusters he'd encountered before. This settlement had developed proper scale. Within a clearly cleared expanse stood a goblin village, encircled by haphazard stone walls smeared with foul substances resembling dung or mud. Beyond the low barrier, dense clusters of green-skinned figures milled about. This was the first time Gauss had seen a goblin tribe of such scale. Of course, he needed to observe for a while longer and gather enough intelligence before formulating the next step of his plan. He climbed up a large tree, using the thick trunk as cover like a wall, cautiously sticking out his head to observe the goblin village below from a distance. After raising his perception to level 7, all his sensory organs, the so-called hardware layer, seemed to have been upgraded. Under normal circumstances, spotting targets tens or even hundreds of meters away was no longer difficult. He gazed far into the distance. The appearance of the goblin village finally unfolded before his eyes. Although earlier when he saw the low walls below, he had roughly guessed that this group of goblins had already formed a rudimentary social structure. But when he clearly saw the internal layout, he was still somewhat surprised. What appeared before him resembled a primitive early human settlement, where goblins lived in an orderly manner. In the center of the village clearing stood a large bonfire, beside which was a rack holding dissected meat pieces like small birds, wild chickens, and other animals, even a few limbs resembling human thighs. Next to it, on a smaller bonfire, a big pot simmered a dark green special thick soup that looked like lunch. A large group of goblins of varying sizes sat with extremely crude bowls waiting to be served food. On a smooth stone nearby, a goblin roughly the same size as the others sat, eating roasted meat heartily. What drew attention was the reddish-brown small cap on its head, stained as if soaked in fresh blood. This was the leader of the goblin village. The current scale of the tribe, despite the laziness and disorder of the goblins, might be owed to its existence. For these not-so-intelligent goblins, spontaneously forming a long-term, stable social relationship was very difficult. Usually, a strong and powerful leader was needed, one who possessed greater martial strength than the short-sighted kin to suppress and punish them. This red-capped goblin was exactly such a figure. During his 2 days of rest in town, Gauss had not been completely idle. He had gathered quite a bit of information about the red-capped goblin from inquiries at the Adventurers Guild Hall. Red-capped goblins were special individuals among the goblin tribes. Their size was not larger than others, nor did they possess magical powers like shamans, but their aggressive nature and bloodthirstiness were intense. Beneath their unremarkable appearance lay compact, muscular strength. Besides, they relied on commanding their group or setting traps to hunt prey or humans, using the prey's blood to dye the cap on their head. Because blood naturally dried in the air, their cap's color often faded after a while, so they had to maintain a frequency of hunting more prey to keep their cap color bright. These habits also made the brave and cunning redcaps some of the most dangerous non-elite goblin individuals. Gauss observed the redcap from afar. Besides the cap on its head, it wore a mottled armor set, unclear whether leather or cloth. At its waist hung a short dagger, and beside it lay a longbow and a quiver of arrows. So it was capable of both close combat and ranged attacks? Gauss pondered in his heart. As the saying goes, a lion fighting a rabbit uses all its strength. The first sword of his profession, slay goblins first. Facing many old foes, Gauss did not want to slip up in the shadows. Although the mission description did not upgrade this red-cap goblin to elite status, Gauss did not underestimate it. In his months of adventure, aside from the Mantis Man, The redcap was probably the strongest individual in sight. The ghoul did not count since it never really fought. Other than the redcap goblin, the ordinary goblins were also not to be taken lightly. Beside the redcap, sitting on stones enjoying their feast, were 4 other goblins with quite burly builds, about 1.6 meters tall. For ordinary goblins, this was an unusually large size. This was probably because the redcap, leveraging the tribe's numbers, often hunted large prey, allowing the food to support a few well-built generals. With this in mind, Gauss gained a deeper understanding of the redcap's influence on the tribe. Firstly, its strength was far greater than that of other goblins. Otherwise, it could not suppress over 50 adult goblins and the 4 big guys. Secondly, its intelligence was not low. Assigning tasks, directing other goblins to hunt, and managing food distribution were not jobs for simple-minded ordinary goblins. This meant that once he launched a direct invasion on this village, this redcap could fully leverage the tribe's hunting experience against him. Before killing the redcap, he would have to face the assault of dozens of goblins. Although charging in recklessly to slaughter might not necessarily lead to defeat, Gauss still decided to be cautious. He continued to carefully observe the village. Besides the central open square, the entire goblin village, surrounded by low walls smeared with what appeared to be excrement, was roughly divided into a residential area, leader's tent, storage area, and other facilities. In the storage area was a natural pond, seemingly the only water source in the village. At least during his observation, a goblin that had just eaten wobbled over to the pond and crouched down to drink. Obtaining this crucial clue, Gauss felt more confident. Before coming, he had already formulated several tactical options in his mind. Fire attack, feigning to lure some goblins away, decapitation strike, poisoning. After screening, he concluded that poisoning was the best way to completely wipe out this goblin tribe. Other methods were either too difficult to execute or risked causing the goblins to collapse prematurely and scatter like birds and beasts, which would make his job harder. Poisoning sounded less honorable, but as an adventurer, Gauss did not fuss over such principles. Whatever worked best was the way to go. With that thought, he climbed down the tree trunk. Clap, clap. He rubbed his hands and returned to his stash spot. Opening his backpack revealed a dazzling array of various items and small weapons. The poison he bought was a special toxin pouch. After releasing it into the water source, combined with a scent cover agent, the goblin's dull sense of taste would hardly detect any change. Once ingested, symptoms like diarrhea and dehydration would manifest in about 1 to 3 hours. Considering goblins might have stronger toxin resistance, Gauss prepared several times the normal dose. As for why he did not buy stronger poisons, like neurotoxins capable of killing in seconds, there were reasons. On one hand, small places like Grey Rock Town might not stock them, or he simply hadn't found any. On the other, poisons that strong were not necessarily advantageous. If goblins died soon after drinking, even once or twice, regardless of the redcap goblin's possibly unusual intelligence, ordinary goblins would notice something was wrong. Therefore, a longer-lasting laxative was a better choice. He only needed to strip the goblins of most of their combat strength. Low-intelligence goblins might not even realize the lurking danger behind their diarrhea. Once affected, even if goblins scattered and fled, their speed would be slower than usual. Gauss carefully put the toxin pouch into his bag and patiently waited for the goblins to finish eating. He knew that in such hot weather, goblins would not stay in the open clearing for long. Sure enough, after lunch, the goblins returned one after another to the residential area, crawling into crude huts made from twigs and leaves. Soon, they began their afternoon rest. However, at the edge of the low wall, the redcap waved over some goblin sentries, barking orders to guard the wall, presumably to prevent sudden enemy invasions. After arranging the guards, the redcap returned to its leader's tent. Shortly after it left, the sentry goblins who had been alert became slumped and listless, leaning against the wall with heads bobbing like chicks pecking grain. Occasionally, they glanced into the village. Gauss noticed this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. although he planned to poison them. If there were always vigilant eyes watching the village's every movement, it would be inconvenient to carry out his plan. Fortunately, goblins had some self-awareness, but not much. He applied odor remover on himself, bent down, lowered his steps, and slowly moved toward the goblin village. The open space from the forest to the goblin village was the easiest place to be spotted. Luckily, he chose the right timing and didn't alert any sentries on the way, quietly sneaking to the edge of the low wall. Getting closer, the strange stench emitted from the sun-baked stone wall made Gauss's expression change. It was indeed covered with excrement, some of it very fresh, with visible traces of not fully dried waste. With perception at level 7, the stench of feces and urine was magnified, as if surging fiercely into his nostrils. So foul. Hold it in. Gauss calmed himself. He finally understood how the rogue apprentice Meva felt after activating her skill. After steadying himself, he began crawling forward under the cover of the stone wall. He needed to reach the spot closest to the pond. After advancing to magician level, the cantrip Mage Hand he controlled had little improvement in strength and speed, but its movement range expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. Even so, the current distance was still not close enough. Enduring the foul stench, he carefully crawled until reaching the wall closest to the pond. He glanced around and noticed the nearby sentry goblin was almost asleep, its head bobbing like a small chicken pecking grain. Seeing this, Gauss quietly activated Mage Hand. An invisible arm slowly materialized in the air before him. He placed the toxin pouch in the palm of Mage Hand. He began controlling Mage Hand to move. Although invisible, the poison pouch it carried was still visible. So Gauss chose to let Mage Hand move close to the ground. After it had moved several meters, suddenly the drowsy goblin twitched its nose, as if sensing something, opening its sleepy eyes to look around. After scanning for a few seconds, a confused expression appeared on its face. Confirming no change, it succumbed to sleepiness again and closed its eyes. Good thing I was cautious enough. At the goblin's momentary alertness, Gauss immediately stopped Mage Hand's movement. The toxin pouch was just an inconspicuous piece of trash on the ground and did not attract the goblin's attention. It seemed one should never underestimate any creature that could survive in this primitive jungle. Even if they were just green-skinned little devils, sometimes they possess After Gauss killed the last 2 goblins meeting the conditions, he took several big leaps and quickly put some distance between himself and the goblins. Drawing his magic wand, he then nimbly crossed over a wall, jumping out of the goblin village. Using the simple defense of the low wall as cover, his figure temporarily vanished from the goblins' sight. Left alone in the square, the goblins who had just been gathering courage to shout and fight stared confusedly at the suddenly fleeing enemy, unsure what to do, glancing at their leader, the red-capped goblin. The red-cap was also puzzled at this moment. Among the non-elite goblins, it was one of the few high-intelligence individuals. It could sense the hostile intent of the enemy, who had killed over a dozen skilled fighters from their tribe in an extremely short time. Especially those archers, hard-earned elites the tribe had painstakingly trained, were all dead now. Though still filled with anger, the Red Cap was even more overwhelmed by fear and anxiety facing this unknown powerful enemy, so it did not command the now trembling goblins to give chase. Perhaps in its mind, it preferred to see the strong human male continue fighting or, after slaying a dozen of their kind, leave on his own accord. Gauss, having temporarily left the goblin village, looked at the adventurer's manual. Total monster kills reached 200. Reward obtained, strength +1. Reward obtained, subcore skill, slot *1. Next stage, total monster kills accumulate to 500. The text briefly flashed before Gauss's eyes. A familiar heat flow coursed through his body. He knew this was the effect of strength +1. After all, this wasn't his first time experiencing an attribute point increase. But to be honest, the feeling was somewhat different this time. Last time, he increased from an average of 5 points to 6, but now it rose from 6 to 7, meaning he was elevating himself beyond an already superhuman baseline. After the heat flow surged, it quickly integrated into every muscle across Gauss's body. He could feel his muscles slightly swelling, a solid, tight sensation without any soreness. Under the influence of the heat flow, muscle fibers condensed more tightly, like a bowstring full of tension and power. Dum-dum. Not long after, his bones and joints began to emit faint cracking sounds. The mysterious heat flowing into his skeleton seemed to rapidly harden and strengthen it in a very short time. After several breaths, Gauss exhaled deeply. Having temporarily absorbed the physical changes brought by the attribute increase, he straightened up. Stupid dumb. A series of cracking sounds echoed from his muscles and bones all over his body. I tightened my grip on the sword, feeling a massive power surge within me. The whole world seemed to grow lighter. The most obvious change came from the sword in his hand, which felt as if it had become weightless. This stark sensory contrast made Gauss deeply realize that 7 points of strength was a completely different tier from 6 points. If an ordinary person from a common family might reach 6 points through sheer hard training, 7 points was almost impossible without extraordinary luck. Specifically for strength, 5 points meant a healthy human, 6 points a strong human, and 7 points could preliminarily be considered superhuman. A person with such strength, when both sides were unarmed, could easily handle a dozen adult males. If they mastered skilled techniques and weapons, that efficiency would multiply several times. Strength 7. Previously, when Gauss was promoted to magician, his strength attribute hadn't increased, but the adventurer's manual now compensated for that. Gauss now had all 6 attributes at 7 points except for intelligence, which was 8 points. From this, Gauss could preliminarily conclude the attribute points gained from monster kills via the adventurer's manual weren't random, but prioritized to supplement his weaker attributes, striving for balanced stats overall. Understanding this, Gauss had no complaints. Compared to other professionals, he was already naturally far ahead. Besides the attribute points gained from leveling up like others, the manual gave him extra boosts to his weaker stats, meaning his total 6 attribute value would widen the gap with others over time. The greatest advantage of the hexagonal warrior was that there were no weak points. Even facing many enemies weaker than him, he was unlikely to lose. This was the main reason he remained calm when facing numerous goblins earlier. His strong 6 attribute foundation gave him full confidence. Besides the strength attribute boost, the second reward this time was another new thing he had never seen before, a subcore skill slot. Gauss focused his mind and quickly understood its effect. It was somewhat similar to his current core skill, Mage Armor. A subcore skill slot, as the name implies, allowed him to designate any one skill he had learned as a secondary core skill. Once a skill became a subcore skill, it would receive benefits similar to a core skill, though the effects were weaker and the bonuses less obvious. The advantage was that this subcore skill slot could be swapped out. Each time it was changed successfully, it would enter a cooldown period before the next swap. Without much hesitation, Gauss assigned his magic missile to the subcore skill slot. Just after setting it, he suddenly noticed that the mental image of magic missile in his will seem to have changed slightly. The subcore skill's blessing appeared to temporarily optimize this spell in its current state. I seem to be able to fire triple missiles, and the mana cost for casting is further reduced. Gauss raised an eyebrow. A faint intuitive feeling told him this information. Previously, without replenishing mana, he could only cast about 20 downgraded missiles, but now this number might be raised to around 30 in one go. Not bad at all. Gauss was very satisfied with the subcore skill slot's effect. Even if it only added a few more missiles, mana was something you could never have too much of. The mana saved from magic missile could be used for other spells. Having briefly adapted to his bodily changes, Gauss re-entered the goblin village. He stepped through the gate, glancing at the still murky and foul-smelling village. Gauss again came face to face with the goblins who had just been preparing to collect their fallen tribe members' bodies. Wah wah wah. The goblins emitted frantic, urgent warning cries, their faces visibly tightening with tension. The red-capped goblin, having just left the group, jumped lightly several times and quickly slipped back into the goblin formation. At the same time, a fierce yet confused look appeared in its eyes directed at Gauss. It was somewhat unable to understand this human's behavior patterns. It had just been preparing to give a victorious speech to the tribe, using the enemy's inexplicable retreat as a victory to further solidify its authority in the tribe. Before it could implement the plan, Gauss had come back. Wah wah wah! Seeing the trembling tribe members, the red cap shouted loudly again, using its strong authority to stabilize the anxious goblins. It then issued a hunting command. A group of goblins, overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, could only continue following its orders out of habit. Magic missile. Gauss gripped the unbreaking scepter tightly. 3 blue flashes appeared like stars floating in front of him, then suddenly brightened and shot out in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 Gauss cast his spell. With magic missile as his sub-core skill, it was much easier to use. It felt as natural as breathing. An indescribable smoothness lingered in Gauss's mind. Though not instant like mage armor, its speed was still fast, and because there was a bit of preparation time, it gave a stronger sense of involvement, making him feel that casting spells was truly enjoyable. The 3 goblins locked on in the front line were hit by the downgraded yet powerful magic missiles, blasted away like rags, dying midair and shattering on the ground. Several goblins behind them were also knocked back and injured. Unfortunately, the goblins were not standing too densely. Otherwise, the magic missiles could have hit even more. Killed Goblin *3. Total monster kills, 203. But that was enough. Another use of magic was its intimidation factor, especially for these low-intelligence goblins. Gauss could already feel the growing confusion and unease spreading among the dozens of goblins further away. He looked at the faint red in the formation. He really wanted to know if the goblins' leadership could truly overcome the magic in his hand. As if hearing Gauss's thoughts or sensing the tribe's retreating intention, the red-capped goblin let out a dry shout again, pushing the 4 larger goblins beside it to press the tribe forward from behind. So the briefly halted goblin formation launched another charge. After a brief pause, Gauss, expressionless, continued to cast magic. Magic missile. 3 flashes lit up in a triangular formation before him. The goblins, who had started moving under the red cap's urging, slowed their pace upon seeing the blue light that meant death. Especially the few goblins in front. Dark yellow liquid quietly dripped down their thighs, terrified to the point of involuntary urination. Whoosh! But magic was merciless. It would not halt its release simply because the goblins were breaking down emotionally. Boom! This time the impact seemed even louder than before. Killed Goblin *3. Total monster kills, 206. The goblin's flesh was as fragile and putrid as rotten tofu, blasted to pieces the moment the missile struck. Wet, sticky chunks of meat and dirty blood splattered everywhere, soaking goblins within several meters around from head to toe. Thud, thud. 7 or 8 goblins, already exhausted and weak from diarrhea caused by laxatives, were scared senseless by the carnage, their shattered and legs suddenly giving out, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Faced with such utterly unresistible enemies, some goblins had already lost their fighting spirit first. Why should they face enemies they could never win against? Oh! The red-capped goblin drew its short dagger and chopped directly at the neck of a tribe member who was turning to flee. Its blood-red eyes glared fiercely at the remaining goblins watching it. No retreat. Time to fight. Unlike ordinary goblins, the red-capped goblin suppressed its lingering unease at the bloody scene. The battle instinct born from its bloodline was awakening. The thirst for human blood overwhelmed its fear of death. After slaying 2 timid tribe members, the group's collapse temporarily stabilized. Its brain's combat memory told it that as long as it approached these spell-casting humans, victory was near. Perhaps after bathing in the blood of this powerful human, it could even advance to a stronger level. Fueled by this desire, the red-cap goblin began pushing the tribe relentlessly. Inspired by this rally, the goblins regained their fighting spirit and launched a third charge. Goblin kill count, 4. Total monster kills, 210. After 3 charges and the loss of 10 tribe members, goblins finally reached Gauss's side again. By this point, the number of adult goblins that had died at Gauss's hands in this village had unknowingly reached 25, nearly half of their forces. Facing the goblin rushing forward, Gauss didn't bother drawing his rapier. He seized the opportunity to snatch up the unbreaking scepter, just after releasing a spell, and smashed it toward the enemy in front. His strength of 7 made the rapier feel light and nimble, but the metal scepter was just right. Combined with the Goblin Killer title's 20% damage bonus against goblins, and the Unbreaking Scepter's sturdy properties, all these powers stacked up to unleash even greater force. Thud! The moment the scepter's head struck the goblin's skull, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Bang! A crisp, perfect sound echoed throughout the village. The skull cracked sharply where it was hit, then burst apart like a watermelon exploding. The ugly head was smashed and shattered by the immense force, brain matter and gore spraying everywhere. Only the headless body spasmed weakly, then collapsed to its knees. Meanwhile, the spears of 2 or 3 other goblins stabbed at Gauss, but couldn't pierce his solid armor even an inch. Their wooden spears failed to penetrate Gauss's tough protection. This brutal scene caused the nearby goblins to tremble in fear. Bang! 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 But Gauss didn't stop. He pressed forward with unrelenting force. His scepter hammered down like a heavy hammer on the heads of several goblins. Each strike effortlessly shattered their skulls. Goblin kill count, 4. Total monster kills, 214. So useful, really useful. Gauss noticed that after increasing his strength, the Unbreaking Scepter felt much easier to handle. At long range, it could unleash magic missile spells. When enemies closed in, and it was inconvenient to cast spells, he could seamlessly switch to melee combat with it. The only downside was it looked a bit rough. Anyone seeing his current fighting style would definitely call him a berserker. Who would have guessed he was actually a mage? But a weapon that kills enemies is a good weapon, no matter how it's used. Gauss swiftly cleared out the nearby goblins. Not far away, a red figure no longer hid itself. It drew its short dagger, stomped hard on the ground, and with powerful leg strength, this not-so-tall body leapt high. Its physique was deceptive. Despite being only about 1.3 meters tall, it possessed strength surpassing that of a strong human man. The high-leaping red-cap goblin launched a powerful jump slash from several meters away. Gauss had already noticed it for a while. Before, it cautiously stayed behind its tribe members. Now it dared to launch its final attack close to him. Little did it know, Gauss had been waiting for this very moment. With a wrist flick, the tip of the Unbreaking Scepter aimed at the airborne red-cap goblin. Magic missile! The moment the scepter tip gathered magical power, a smile appeared on Gauss's face. A strange sensation of rapidly expanding magic surged. Luck was on his side. Of course, part of this was by design. After stacking so many attacks without triggering the Goblin Killer title's critical hit effect, it finally activated now. Because it was marked as a leader, the magic missile Gauss released was at full power, without any reduction. Originally more powerful than a normal magic missile, with the critical hit effect boost, it quickly swelled. A 20% power bonus, a special magician class first ring spell, spell mastery talent, critical hit effect, secondary core skill. This strike was the ultimate hit stacked with buffs. Boom! As the missile shot out, the air seemed to be torn apart completely. Shockwaves rippled along the missile's flight path. Toom! The red-cap goblin in midair, with nowhere to dodge, was precisely blasted by the heavy, large missile. In an instant, as if hit by a several hundred-pound high-speed hammer. Before it could even be blown away by the impact, it exploded. Literally, its skin burst open on the spot. Blood, guts, shattered bones, brain matter, Eyeballs, muscle tissue, and its treasured red-pointed cap were all blown to pieces, raining down like a heavy storm. Goblin kill count 1. Total monster kills 215. Instant kill. Gauss nodded, satisfied with the effect of his ultimate strike. Though it felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, the power was clearly visible to the naked eye. Truly strong. Probably even the Mantis Man he fought before couldn't have withstood this strike. However, thinking carefully, he realized he was being a bit unrealistic. Since the Mantis Man didn't receive the Goblin Killer title's bonus, the damage wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Still, with his current strength, killing it shouldn't be difficult, though it might take 1 or 2 more magic missiles to finish it off. Gathering his thoughts, Gauss turned to the other goblins. Without their leader Redcap, they seemed stunned. Bathed in a rain of blood, their steps grew heavier. Seeing the goblin group's morale sink to rock bottom, Gauss knew he had to speed up. Without their leader, the goblins would quickly scatter. There were still over 20 goblins ahead, and chasing them separately would be troublesome. He planted the unbreaking scepter into the ground and drew his rapier. He still had to be faster than them. With a big stride, he approached several goblins. Thanks to the level 2 basic swordsmanship skill, his rapier felt incredibly skilled in his hand. Killing ordinary goblins didn't require complicated sword techniques. The most basic moves were enough. The key was speed, precision, and ruthlessness. His wrist flicked several times, the rapier slicing several afterimages in the air. Flame. Desire. Gauss moved quickly. Following each step was the slender silver sword light hitting the goblin's vital spots precisely. Each movement was like a dance. Occasionally, a goblin tried to resist, but it would sadly see its weapon blocked by mysterious power. Then, after the flashing sword light, darkness would swallow it forever. Without their leader, the goblins were nothing but a disorganized mob to Gauss. Goblin kill count 1. Goblin kill count 1. Goblin kill count 1. Amid the splashing murky blood, kill notifications flashed before Gauss's eyes. Within minutes, he eliminated all the goblins' fighting strength. Then he looked down at the reddish-brown footprints extending toward a low wall. Gauss narrowed his eyes slightly. He leapt onto the low wall. Sure enough, in the distance, he saw several goblins fleeing toward the forest. Alongside them were goblin pups from the village that had not appeared before. These small creatures, about several dozen centimeters tall, ran surprisingly fast. Gauss jumped down from the wall, feeling his surplus stamina and magic. Activating the skill Enhanced Jump, he sped up the chase. He was already faster than the goblins, and with the skill bonus, his speed soared even higher. Before long, he caught up to the goblins that had run ahead. Flame. His rapier stabbed the back of one goblin, then the second, then the third. Even if it wasn't part of his mission, he would exterminate every goblin. Finally, all adult goblins were dead by his hand. Before him stood 7 or 8 small goblin pups of varying heights and sizes. At this stage, the goblin pups already had some rudimentary intelligence. They looked at Gauss with eyes full of hatred, especially the one in front, the largest, nearly 80 centimeters tall with green skin. Its lowered head and eyes held a hatred almost tangible in form. Perhaps in its eyes, Gauss, who shattered their peaceful daily lives and slaughtered their kin with similar blood, was no different from a merciless demon. Gauss met its gaze. Under his stare, it slowly knelt and repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "You seem smarter than other goblins," Gauss said solemnly. This was the first time a goblin had knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy in front of him. Such human-like behavior was probably learned from captured humans in their tribe's past, but it also indicated it was naturally more intelligent than most goblins. If Gauss hadn't arrived, years later, it might have used its stronger body and intelligence to rise to elite status and wreak havoc. Too bad. Gauss casually swung his sword. Precisely and quickly, he cut down the small head bowed on the ground. Its intelligence still had limits. The emotion in its eyes couldn't be hidden. Of course, even if it hadn't revealed that deep hatred, Gauss wouldn't have spared it. The remaining pups met the same fate amid a series of sharp cries. looking at the scattered palm-sized heads. Gauss's expression grew serious. His seriousness wasn't about exterminating the goblin pups. Rather, he suddenly realized that the hatred between monsters and humans might be tangled and deepened in this flowing blood. If he had missed this group of pups, years later, a goblin elite full of hatred toward humans might be born, seizing every chance to massacre human villages just like today. Drawing his dagger, Gauss began cutting off all the goblins' left ears while simultaneously delivering finishing blows to ensure none remain alive. Due to frequent use of magic missile, some goblin ears had been completely blown apart. Fortunately, this was a fixed commission mission where simply submitting the required items as a formality would suffice. The scorching sun baked the earth, filling the entire goblin village with an unbearable stench. The smell of excrement, blood, intestinal secretions, bile, and scattered organs blended together under the heat, creating a nauseating miasma that hung over the camp, turning anyone's face green from the odor. Even Gauss found it hard to endure, but he still had to complete the mission's cleanup. Walking through the village, he searched every corner, not just collecting trophies, but also checking for any hidden goblins or perhaps one or two surviving human captives. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, he found nothing extra. Aside from some limbs on the racks, there wasn't a single survivor left. How brutal. Captured and immediately killed for food. Judging from the thigh proportions, the victims appeared to be several males. Whether they were hunters making a living near the Emerald Forest, clueless novice adventurers, or simply humans captured during the goblins' hunting expeditions remained unknown. For human males, goblins treated them no differently from ordinary game, merely food to satisfy hunger. For females, the process might be slightly more complicated. This was precisely why Gauss had adhered to the philosophy of complete extermination regarding goblins since his first commission. After taking down the human remains from the racks, Gauss gave them a simple burial, letting them rest in peace at least. As for the jerky made from other goblins, Gauss had no intention of taking any samples. Who knew about the hygiene standards of goblin food? From what he'd observed earlier, they probably didn't process it properly anyway. No need to risk stomach problems for petty gains. The other loot, however, was plentiful. This was, after all, a goblin village of over 50 members that had existed for several years. While most accumulated items were worthless junk, some useful things could still be found. Regarding weapons, most were crude, with a small portion being iron or partially iron-made. After scavenging, Gauss found over a dozen daggers, short swords, several buckets of metal-tipped arrows, sickles, and other weapons. He estimated these iron weapons alone could fetch over 50 silver coins. Combined with this mission's commission fee of 90 silver coins, these two sources alone would net nearly 1.5 gold coins. Indeed, once becoming a professional, the speed of earning money far surpassed that of low-level adventurers when taking on beginner-level tasks. No onions. Bandages still look new. Take them. Broken clay bowls, no. Using a stick, Gauss kept picking through the camp's items, soon finding several pleasant surprises. What's this? Inside the red-capped leader's small tent, Gauss examined two scrolls in his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. These scrolls clearly looked special. After some thought, he decided against opening them recklessly. Who knew what they contained? If they were informational documents, fine, but if they were magic scrolls that activated upon opening or served other functions, that'd be a pointless waste. Better take them back for Annie to examine. Perfect timing, too. She was out last time I visited. This way I can thank her properly. Without her introducing me to Absinthe Town, my professional advancement might have been delayed further. Should bring some fruits, too. Besides the two scrolls, the main tent also contained several books recording herbal and mineral knowledge. The red-capped goblin probably couldn't read the text, but that didn't stop it from recognizing their value, hence their neat placement in the tent corner. After more searching, new discoveries kept appearing. Several bolts of fabric, 2 or 3 copper bowls and utensils, some strange ceramic sculptures likely looted from somewhere. Once everything was gathered, Gauss used tent fabric to bundle it all up for transport. Looking at the now-ruined goblin village and his fully loaded backpack and large bundle, Gauss felt immense satisfaction. This trip's total profits would easily exceed 2 gold coins. Such earning speed from commissions was unimaginable in his past. The dungeon incident had been an exception. His earliest missions had only yielded a few or dozen-odd silver coins, and that was already considered outstanding for his skill level. Ordinary low-level adventurers often only received 1 or 2 silver coins per mission, sometimes even less. Noticing dusk approaching, Gauss decided to camp nearby overnight. Leaving now would mean trekking through the Emerald Forest well into night, an extremely dangerous prospect given how moonlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, making nighttime travel far riskier than daytime. Moreover, since goblins had chosen this location for their village, it suggested no powerful creatures threatening them existed within a dozen or so kilometers. Even goblins possess survival instincts to avoid danger. To prevent goblin corpses attracting wild beasts, Gauss set up camp a short distance away on flat ground. After lighting a fire and spreading insect/beast repelling powder around the perimeter with warning devices, he finally ate dinner. After a full day's work, despite replenishing during battles, he felt ravenous. Even the usual tough, dry jerky and hard bread that had grown tiresome suddenly tasted delicious. Hunger truly was the best seasoning. As food entered his stomach, Gauss showed surprise. Had rapid digestion's effect strengthened? Checking his adventurer's manuals panel. Racial talent, rapid digestion, initial level. It still showed initial level, no upgrade yet. But the intensified warm flow in his body post-digestion wasn't imaginary. Was this due to his numerous goblin kills? By the flickering firelight, Gauss's dirt-streaked face showed little concern for appearances, fully absorbed in contemplating his body strengthening. How many goblins have I killed? 123. A glance at the illustrated guide's bottom right corner provided the exact count. His total monster kills numbered 240, goblins comprising just over half. Wait, I didn't have rapid digestion initially. After gaining this talent, my goblin kills should be around 100. So after reaching the 100-kill milestone, had his rapid digestion talent strengthened further? Gauss now understood. After eating, the day's exhaustion caught up with him. Extinguishing the fire and concealing his belongings, he took his sleeping bag and rope to climb a carefully selected tree branch, a main fork nearly a dozen centimeters thick, where he secured the sleeping bag with ropes. Yawning, Gauss finally crawled inside the sleeping bag. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell asleep.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.